generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every enemy list. Wired death. Dead backs. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. He had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile every guy while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But as squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kima. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I inserted this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off from under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once that I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my girl, a good scientist, and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you, and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, left by little kids. And I've got to go to work, so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, compare, work it work. Come on, jiggle.
after the ultimate world blast that ended all things. This is how we rebuilt shit from the underground up. Bounce, nigga, bounce, 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 nigga, bounce, bounce. When I come through, hit y'all with the 1-2. Freak y'all niggas out, y'all niggas won't even know what to do. Break full, make all of y'all people wanna come through. Feel the force from my shit kicking like it was kung fu. Blast you, these corny niggas harass you. Set the tone in the streets with even the fans blast you. Ask you, niggas, do y'all really want the brand new? Corny niggas just finish y'all time and over past you. What? I think it's way past your curfew. Hit you with some shit that make doctors come have to nurse you. Yo, I'm the limit, my whole crew. Round stew, you niggas whenever we surround you. Flip mode, roll flick, and you know we don't quit. Hit you with some more hit that make y'all wanna go shit. Yo, make y'all niggas jump back, hit that, hurry and pass the rest of the weed block. Rep my crew, yo, flip mode hit you off. Yo, y'all know what to do, okay? To the roof floor, to the roof floor, yo, y'all know what to do, I'm saying. To the roof floor, yo, rep my crew, yo, flip mode hit you off. Yo, y'all know what to do, okay? To the roof floor, to the roof floor, yo, y'all know what to do, I'm saying. To the roof floor, one more time, I hit y'all with a crown. I be in my prime, I hit at the drop of a dime. All in my 10 boots, now we stacking mad loot. Everybody holding iron, 21 gun salute. Anyway, anyhow, I'ma give it to you now. You ain't wildin', my nigga, that is something I won't allow. 1, 2, 3, I be knocking at your door. Hit y'all niggas with an effect that y'all never felt before. Leave you with some more freaky deaky metaphor. Rep for all of my niggas who stay repping the hardcore. Slug it out, fuck it out, all of my niggas slug it out. Tired of all of these weak niggas, now I will rub you out. Yo, what you talking about? Make y'all niggas scream and shout. Yo, we bout to blast, you bout to spot my niggas, no doubt. You know we always stay on. Keep wildin' before you know it, the entire day is long. Left, right, left, y'all don't need to hold your breath. Yo, better shield your body up while we lead you to death. Left, blast you right through your chest. Yo, we know we run this shit and we never settle for less. Yo, rep my crew, yo, flip gon' hit you off. Yo, y'all know what to do, okay? To the roof floor, to the roof floor. Yo, y'all know what to do, I'm saying. To the roof floor, yo, rep my crew, yo, flip gon' hit you off. Yo, y'all know what to do, okay? To the roof floor, to the roof floor. Yo, y'all know what to do, I'm saying. To the roof floor, rep my crew, yo, flip gon' hit you off. Yo, y'all know what to do, okay? To the roof floor, to the roof floor. Yo, y'all know what to do, I'm saying. To the roof floor, rep my crew, yo, flip gon' hit you off. Yo, y'all know what to do, okay? To the roof floor, to the roof floor. Yo, y'all know what to do, I'm saying. To the roof, yeah, motherfuckers. Flip mode squad, eternally imperial, powerful, universal. Flip mode squad, from the underground up, motherfuckers. Always remember that. From the underground up, we gonna rebuild this whole shit.
Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. It looks like we're opening the show up with less and less surviving panel members. Isn't that right, Red?
Yep. And I try to be here unless like a hurricane comes through.
literally. But the fact is Red is the unofficial co-host. Nobody really asked him to do it, right? But I think it's pretty obvious. Whoever shows up for the job, gets it. Really. But yeah, let them know what we're basically going through on the show here, Red, if you don't mind. Blessings.
Well, yesterday we got into a little bit of ellul and a little bit of Lao Tzu. We talked a little bit about how the Tao might be somewhat related to the logos of, say, Greek philosophy, even though it's definitely not a one-to-one comparison, because logos, at least a lot of, I mean, it's a deep term. It's a multifaceted term, and for some of the Greeks, it was like my title, the cosmogenic ordering principle, the original ordering principle of the cosmos, and also a luminous ether-like entity that's living. So I don't think that's part of the Tao, as far as I know. But yeah, we talked about Ellul and Kurzweil with his crazy nonsense about VR and nano robots, and he's trying to sell it, and we weren't buying it, basically. So that's like half a cliff note, I guess, of where we're at.
Sounds on
Yeah.
point to me.
Yeah, pretty much. Excellent summary of events here. I mean, and the fact is that we're trying to elucidate some of these ideas about exponential growth and acceleration of technological innovation. Where do some of these ideas come from, of the singularity, right? In terms of the scientific worldview, in terms of the evolutionary worldview, right? We've given whole series of presentations, okay, on the set of architectonic values that developed that relate to the growth of science and technology, right? But what we're expanding on is the relationship between these views in Eastern philosophy, okay, because we've already looked at Western philosophy at a great length, right? So I've given a series of presentations on that. So as we move on, right, yesterday I really covered some ideas that relate Ellul's concepts to the Tao Te Ching, right? So if you want to go to yesterday's show, I talked about excuse me, the importance of how certain ideas are related to what I think is Lao Tzu's sort of more cynical, low-tech philosophy, right? That's not based in society, not in social or political techniques, right? But in terms of how Ellul is talking about the growth of technique throughout human history, okay, there's several ideas that are extremely important, central themes, in the way he looks at both culture, the ideas of economics, in relation to technique, the relationship between science and technique, and the relationship between human society, okay, and human civilization and the growth of technique. And now all of these different ideas, okay, Ellul talks about, okay, how different cultural, economic, political realities are actually technological realities, okay, so to speak, right? In terms of technique imparts a sort of organizing becomes an organizing principle in the relationship between these various factors, right? And how does it become predominant, right? Okay, well, that is because of a variety of factors that Ellul mentions, right? He says all embracing technique is a conscience of the mechanized world. Okay, everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine. He says technique creates means. Okay, it's not just merely focused on ends, right? But a complexification of means themselves, right? And what else does technique concern itself in, right? Okay. As all embracing technique is a conscience of the mechanized world and everything, technique touches, it transforms into machine. People also start to become affected by this, right? Okay, growing change. Right now, there's several psychological factors which Ellul mentions. Okay, that basically impart the technical complex or the technical intent upon human civilization, right? And those are certain factors like plasticity of social milieu, the myth of progress, okay? Okay, the increased atomization of man, okay, increased sense of individualism of man, the increased sense of universality of means, okay, the massification of means themselves. Okay, technique, of course, is the total ensemble of means to a particular end, as Ellul defines it. Okay, so we're charting on this journey the advancement of technique in the predominance of all human forms, right? Right. Now, this is what Ellul is busy talking about within his work, The Technological Society. Okay, now we're trying to get experts on other topics, okay, in the background, all right? That while we're studying Ellul, okay, we're getting into a little bit of a different level of understanding here, okay, because Ellul has other major works on propaganda, on Christianity and anarchism, and other facets of his thought, right, which relate to his work, The Technological Society. But before we look at those works and ideas, we're kind of trying to look at the work, The Technological Society, on its own terms, right? And trying to look at, how the technological system functions, starting with what is technology, right? What is technology's relationship to machines? What is technology's relationship to science? Okay. Okay, and what is the relationship between technology, political techniques, and economic techniques, right? Okay, all of these factors are very important in understanding and elucidating, okay, the structure of objective power in our age. Okay, and understanding how power functions in our age, right? Okay. And really what the main word is communication. So we're going to start with social techniques and look at communication. And then we're going to move my way up to political techniques coming about in the 16th century with Machiavelli, right? And then I'm going to go to the modern world, right? And look at what's going on there, right?
So are you on Technological Society, his book right now? Is that what you're reading from? Or plan to?
Oh, yeah.
Are you on page 64? Is that where we left off?
Yes, it's very close to there. I believe we're on page 66 now.
Oh, okay. All right.
Get your kicks on Route 66.
Yeah. Yeah, I could be mistaken, but I believe so. But yeah, if you've got your Ellul, right, go ahead and read along, right? Obviously, it's very easy to get a copy of the translation here by here, let me see, is this Merton? Robert K. Merton? Right? So yeah. Anyways. But yeah, mainly, so what I was trying to get across here is that, social techniques, right, started to flourish, right, and build up the great civilizations, right? This is man's use of symbols, right? Now, obviously, cultural techniques or biotechnics functioned as a great portion of man's technical outlook, right? So this means that cultural refinement, right, and social techniques, right, complex social games were, for most of man's history, right, the main use of technology, right? Technology was used to improve okay, cultural games, right? Okay. And so, the improvement of man's techniques for a long period of time, right? It's human-centered techniques that sort of stop the development of machine-centered techniques, right? Or in other words, non-human techniques, right? The machine is obviously pure technique, right? As Ellul says in the beginning, right? Right? He says everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine. And of course, we saw Kurzweil talking about how, since there's not that much difference between the evolution of machines and the evolution of humans, right? These two things should be combined, right? There's no difference between humans and machines. Machines and humans should be combined. It's no problem if they're combined. Okay. And of course, there's many other concepts. You know what I mean? This concept, biotechne, okay, this is a primary concept. Okay, it's originally, right, cultural techniques, right, where man developed technologies, right, to interface, okay, with complex cultural games, right? And this goes from, Mumford, both Mumford and Ellul talk about how these complex games or social techniques, right? Okay, they basically comprise a large portion of man's quote unquote work. Okay, when these huge civilizations develop, right, it's not work. Okay, the development of technology is not related to work. Okay, man was not really about work. Okay, and about improving the means of work, right? Until, right, you had machines develop. Right? Now when man has to develop large scale industry, right? Everybody has to go to work, right? So that we can develop large scale industry and keep the large scale industry working. Right? Now man dreams of inventing better machines to free himself from work. Okay? So this is how the idea to develop technology to free man from work, right? Ancient man didn't think of work as the ideal, right? They had slaves, and most of the work was to develop these games, right? These cultural games. It was for cultural refinement. Most of the technology was used for cultural refinement, right? And there we have the mega machine used, okay, to develop, right, which uses, agriculture, simple tools, and social techniques, right, in order to develop these large scale civilizations, right? Okay, and these social techniques these large civilizations start to assimilate different forms of culture together, right? Okay. But still, most of the work is being done by slaves, right? For most of human history, right? Until they develop, okay, large scale technologies and machines. Okay, and along with the development of these large scale machines, right, you also have political techniques that come into play, right? Like you have the development of the autocratic state, right? You have the capitalist sort of idea, right? Okay. You have the whole colonial enterprise. Okay. You have huge investors and large capital being developed, right? Okay. And you have a philosophy, right, that promotes sort of utilitarianism, universalism. Okay. All of these changes during the 16th century, they can't be sort of overlooked. Okay. Just like how the Alexandrian world was used to spread Hellenistic philosophy, right? This large empire, right, was used to spread a philosophy which assimilated different cultural modes. Okay, it's the same thing with colonialism and imperialism. Okay, within the 16th century, it's because there's large-scale investors, right, that are amassing huge capital that they can go and start these huge projects, like these huge industrial projects, right? Okay. So all of these changes sort of come about together, right? And of course, you have philosophies and economic systems and ideas that develop that go along with these changes. Okay, that seem to match all these changes. Right? But the cultural and economic changes, right, they all go downstream, okay, of social, political, and machine oriented techniques, right? Throughout human history, right? So we can look at Ellul now, right? And I want to start out with this documentary. Let's go with this documentary that we've been watching. And I'm not going to be here that long today. Okay, I'm trying to get some sleep here. And also there will be a debate on Friday. So we'll be coming back Friday night with a debate.
Who are you debating?
Same kid as the last debate. We're just keeping it going. We don't really have
Stephen J. Whatever his last name is.
No. That wasn't a debate. That was an interview.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't much of a challenge there. But yeah, it will be Tariaq.
Oh, Tariaq.
Yeah, so we'll be debating him again. It's just the same as last time. It's just the same type of thing. I mean, so, but just different topic. So we'll be coming back on Friday. Gonna help those guys out. I mean, and me and Hank will be here for that. I mean, so hopefully I could do I could just do 6 hours here and then cut this short and then play some videos, get some sleep, wake up, turn my stream off, and then I'll be back on Friday night, right? So, I mean, that'll be fun.
Yeah, I got a flight in the morning. So.
Oh, really? Where are you going?
Back home. Because
yeah,
I'm
leaving
in
the
New Jersey.
monastery, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I've been here for like a week or so.
That's cool.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
Twitter's been blowing up. I got like 200 likes on a post today.
Oh, snap.
Yeah. Nice. Dude. Where is that?
I just, Joel had got me an icon of, Father Seraphim Rose, and I posted it, and it ended up just blowing up on Twitter for whatever reason.
So a lot of followers of Rose liking your thing or something.
Yeah, something like that. I'm sure most of them don't really know what, he stood for, though. So.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, and there's got to be a statement about Rose reading Ellul, because a lot of people in those circles read it. So, I wouldn't be surprised.
I'll try to look for that.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I know that book Nihilism, like I told you, talks about technique and, a lot of the subjects that you're covering now. I sent you a little video where I mean, it looks like something maybe you would make or post. You know, it was kind of weird. You know.
Excuse me.
Yeah, yeah, but that little summary, I think with Mumford and Ellul, the main point they're trying to say is that it's not man's relationship to technology that is primary, right? Except for it's been made that way in the modern age. So they're trying to say that the growth of technique is not something natural for man, right? And it's something that's been suddenly imposed now, right? So when they look at, you know, the invention of simple tools, tool making, animal, and they look at how, proficient man is for making tools, what's the primary thing that separates him from animals? Well, it's not really his ability to form tools, or that he enjoys cultural modes. Right? But these cultural modes are based on something more primary. These technical modes are based on something more primary that is actually man's ability to form language and symbols, right? So this idea of language and symbols being the primitive technique that essentially, the symbolic forms like magic, right? That sort of, separate man from the animal world, right? And that I think is a huge step because we actually don't, have, if somebody was to ask the average person what really separates you from an animal, right? Most people wouldn't really know, right? Obviously, the Darwinian person would say it's like science. The religious person would say it's the fact that you have a soul, right? So there's a bunch of differences, right? But it's not really clear, right? It's not really clear that animals aren't rational or scientific. It's not really clear that animals don't have a spirit, right? I mean, what's clear is that we engage in symbolic forms, right? That sort of make our life more complex, make our life more interesting, but also add a lot of peril, okay, and add a lot of danger to the form of expression, and right, and all of our weapons and all of our aids are formed of these symbolic forms, right? So that goes to something more interesting, that Ellul's talking about and Mumford's talking about, right? And you can cite a bunch of these guys, right? Okay, and I think they are looking at something much more unique, and that is something that also the cybernetics. Okay, what they're looking at, right? Anthropology, postmodernism, okay, and behaviorism. Okay, they're looking at man's ability to encode things, encode information, right? And so they're focusing on semiotics and they're focusing on the symbolic modes of translating experiences into, ideas through symbols, right? And of course, most of our external, artificial, technology-based environment is based on that, right?
Not to stray off topic, but sort
No,
of
it's all good.
to get back to what you're saying. I just looked this up because I didn't know. It says that the Orthodox Church does teach that animals have souls, but they're not the same as human souls. So I wonder what the difference really is there. But, and I know that, when a man is sort of carnal and animalistic, they've fallen from, some states like Nebuchadnezzar. When he disobeyed God, he kind of went on all fours and started eating grass or something. he became like a beast. And then you have
Like
in
Canterbury.
Revelation where it's talk about, you know, the beast. So I think that Darwinism sort of directs man into that beast-like state. Where they blur the lines, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
I think the Logos is also said to ensoul animals as well as humans.
Yeah, that's interesting. And we're supposed to have a really good connection with animals, like in the garden, or in Genesis. Man names the animals, and they sort of, are obey him in some way. And then after the fall, that's when animals sort of don't respect him in the same sense. They're willing to attack man at that point, So
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting to ponder, the relationship in terms of religion, in terms of science, right? And but it's more interesting to ponder where these two have agreed, right? Like, for example, I find it very interesting that religion sometimes thinks in a misanthropic way about mankind, right? They think, well, there's always something greater than man, right? Now, science also abuses the same ethos. That means that science is always trying to transform man into something better. You know what I mean, right? So both religion and science become culprits because they can be hijacked by the Promethean ethos, right? Of always trying to improve man, right? And then, right. So we have to be very, very careful, right, when we tread on this type of ground, because obviously the ground is always being pulled out from under our feet, because this is a world of progress, right? Now, in terms of Ellul, he brings up a great point. Okay, he's talking about cars, and he's talking about the Parisians, and he's saying that Parisians all move about at the same time. Millions of Parisians all go to towards the Mediterranean for the holidays, right? And they act like they all made a choice to do so, but it's because they have cars, right? He's saying they think they're behaving out of their own free will, but they're totally determined by the cost of what it will get them and the means they employ to perform the action the same as everyone else performs it, right? So he's talking about how the cars, right, and all of our medical advances, he's saying sometimes our medical advances are accidents, right, based on the technological system. For example, he says that he has a friend who's a surgeon, and he says his friend who's a surgeon, okay, talks about how he does transplants. Okay, and he says all the organs for transplants have to be fresh. So where do they get them from? Right? He says they come from car accidents. There's so many car accidents that they have fresh organs all the time, around the clock, okay, in order to do transplants. Okay, so this great improvement in medical science is actually based on the fact that cars are killing all these people. Right? It's not going to stop people from driving, right? That 30,000 people are dying from car accidents every year, right? Nobody even asks a question about those people, right? So the fact is that technology is a silent killer, and the mistakes of the system are turned into benefits for everyone. And the show goes on. Let's take a look at Ellul talking about some other aspects of the technological system.
Dans une société comme la nôtre, précisément, que l'homme puisse être responsable. Je prends un exemple simple, un barrage électrique qui craque. Bon. Qui est responsable? Il y a les géologues qui ont fait l'étude du terrain. Il y a les ingénieurs qui ont établi le profil du barrage. Il y a les ouvriers qui ont construit le barrage. Il y a les hommes d'État qui ont pris la décision de faire le barrage à cet endroit. Qui est responsable? Personne. Il n'y a jamais de responsable, nulle part. Et dans toute la société technicienne, parce que les tâches sont toutes particularisées, c'est-à-dire divisées en petites fractions, il n'y a jamais de responsable. Mais en même temps, il n'y a jamais d'homme libre.
One of the major points, okay, the complexity breeds assimilation, right? The compartmentalization of knowledge prevents mutual discussion when it turns into over-specialization. Okay, lack of inclusivity between the different forms of experts and so many diverse forms of expertise that it's impossible to reconcile them. Nobody's responsible when a dam blows up, right? The geologists worked on it, the engineers built it, right? The government people, they funded it. Who's to blame? Nobody takes responsibility because of the division of labor. Turns into such complex and minute level. Okay, this is a problem, a feature of technological society, over-specialization and the rule of experts. One of the key features of technological society. Okay, and what does it impart? A sort of nihilism and moral paralysis due to the lack of responsibility for any one failure within the system. We all share responsibility. Okay, so not only are people forced to use technology, their lives are determined by the technology within the system. Okay, by technological means. Okay, so there's a lack of agency, but there's no clear responsibility that anyone bears for the failures within the system because of the rule of experts. So these are both key distinct problems that the system is creating that can't be solved by technological innovation itself, right?
Ils sont tous insérés à un certain niveau du travail à faire, et puis c'est tout. Et je pense à cette excuse épouvantable qui a eu lieu. Pour moi, ça a été une des choses les plus épouvantables que j'ai entendues. Le gouverneur, à un moment, le directeur du camp de Belsen, pendant les procès d'Auschwitz, procès de Nuremberg, au sujet d'Auschwitz et de Belsen, on lui a demandé, mais enfin, vous n'étiez pas effrayé par tous ces cadavres? Il a répondu, mais que voulez-vous? Les fours crématoires étaient insuffisants, je n'arrivais pas à brûler tous les cadavres, ça me crée des difficultés extraordinaires. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez? Je n'avais pas le temps de penser aux gens qui mouraient. Moi, ce qui m'intéressait, c'était le problème technique de mes fours crématoires. Là, nous sommes en présence de l'homme totalement irresponsable. qui n'a qu'une tâche technique à faire et le reste ne l'intéresse pas.
Well, we won't say too much about that because of TOS, but yeah, I think you guys get the picture. We got to get rid of the body somehow. It's a technical problem. Okay. Okay. Just like all those fresh organs that end up on the table after all those car accidents, right? What are we going to let them go to waste? You know, there's a bunch of old, rich people that need these, right?
You know what's weird about that is some people will get those, like somebody's eyes or something, and or their heart, and have memories of that person or something. You ever heard about that?
Oh yeah, that's what they deserve. For sure. You know what I mean? You know, that's what they deserve. You know,
So,
no biological free lunch, and there's no spiritual free lunch either.
are you a donor? Are you a donor?
No, I'm not. Yeah.
No, me either. I it's kind of against Orthodox teaching to, in some way we're not supposed to be donors. I forget, why that is, but there's some thought process behind that. Oh, it's because we believe, the body's going to be resurrected, so that's what it is.
Yeah, it's wild. But yeah, I thought I'd break that up a little bit because of. But yeah, let's watch a little bit more of what ellul has to say before we take a little break here and start reading. Actually, we'll start reading a little bit, and then we'll take a little break here with some music. Yeah, let me see this.
Dans une société que l'on peut appeler traditionnelle et comme la société médiévale occidentale qui est traditionnelle, la technique est subordonnée à un certain nombre d'impératifs, par exemple des impératifs religieux. Dans certaines civilisations, on n'avait pas le droit, par exemple, de labourer la terre avec des instruments en fer, parce que la terre était considérée comme la mère et qu'il ne fallait pas la blesser avec un outillage trop dur. Et c'était un impératif. De la même façon, les Égyptiens n'ont pas adopté la roue, alors que les Hyksos connaissaient la roue depuis longtemps, les Égyptiens la connaissaient aussi, mais ils ne l'ont pas adoptée parce que la roue représentait le cercle solaire et que l'on n'avait pas le droit d'utiliser matériellement le cercle solaire pour des besoins purement matériels. Je ne crois pas effectivement que la technique ait dès le début contenu les mêmes éléments que maintenant. La technique, c'était un moyen d'effectuer quelque chose. Et que ce soit la technique du sculpteur ou la technique de l'agriculteur ou la technique de la chasse, etc., c'était toujours une technique qui était relativement stable, qui ne changeait pas beaucoup, qui était quelquefois extrêmement habile, les techniques de chasse, par exemple, des Bushmen, étaient quelque chose de tout à fait étonnant. La façon dont ils arrivaient à tuer des éléphants, c'était stupéfiant. Mais c'était très habile, mais ça ne comportait pas l'élément, je dirais, de démesure qui a caractérisé la technique de notre temps. Et c'était une technique qui restait la même, transmise de génération en génération, avec très très peu de modifications. On connaît, on a fait quand même l'histoire des techniques pendant l'époque romaine ou pendant le Moyen-Âge. On mettait 100 ans à changer une technique. Alors, il y avait bien entendu un élément d'efficacité qui existait, ça oui, mais il y avait l'élément de stabilité qui...
Yeah. So this is going to be one of the main points that he's bringing up now, based on the medieval techniques. Right. So, yeah, he's going to be talking about the Middle Ages and why, and it's just as important to study how man, obviously the predominant civilizations were Christian and Muslim civilizations, right? And also you had the Mongols, right? But it's very, very important, right, during this transition to figure out, right, why for so long, right? I mean, you have, Christianity in the, first century there, you have Islam, okay, there, okay, in the 7th century, right? So the whole thing is about, why these great civilizations, rose up, and technique didn't really develop, right, during this time. So it's just as important to study, this middle, this era, the Middle Ages, of why technique didn't develop, as it is to show why it suddenly rose up in the modern age, right? So this is why it's really important to look at what people use technology for in the Middle Ages, right? Like, like Ellul was saying, it was for architecture, for, agriculture, right? For art, right? And all of these were based on the improvement of art or the commemoration of some type of religious ideal or some type of stuff. So these forms, okay, of traditions actually limit the spread of technique, right? Okay, it's kind of what Ellul is going on to say. Okay, now he goes on to say, he says the limitation of technique, okay, this is in the Middle Ages, right? Okay, he's saying it is attested to the fact that in the past, technique was not considered nearly as important as it is today. Heretofore, mankind was not did not bind up its fate with technical progress. Man regarded technical progress more as a relative instrument than as a god, he says. Okay, he did not hope for very much from it. Let us take the example from Gideon's admirable book, in which he elucidates the small importance of technique, okay, that it had traditionally. In our day, we are unable to envisage comfort except as part of the technical order of things. Comfort for us means bathrooms, easy chairs, foam rubber mattresses, air conditioning, washing machines, and so forth. The chief concern is to avoid the effort and promote rest and physical euphoria. For us, comfort is closely associated with the material life. It manifests itself in the perfection of personal goods and machines. According to Gideon, the men of the Middle Ages also were concerned with comfort, but for them, comfort was entirely different form and content. Okay? Very different form and content. Okay, it represented a feeling of moral and aesthetic order. Okay? Okay, I go over this a lot in my book when I read J. Huizinga, The Waning of the Middle Ages. Go look at that book. Okay, he really talks about in the Middle Ages how people were, they had this idea, called realism. Okay, different from the political theory that you see today. Okay, realism as opposed to nominalism. Right? That symbols and ideas had their own order, attached to it. So it's interesting. The pomp of ritual in the Middle Ages and the sense of cultural refinement they had in the Middle Ages, right? He goes on to say, it represented a feeling of moral and aesthetic order. Space was the primary element in comfort. Man sought open spaces, large rooms. Okay, the possibility of moving about, of seeing beyond his nose, of constantly of not constantly colliding with other people. These preoccupations are altogether foreign to us, right? Okay. Okay, obviously this idea of noise pollution, right? And the claustrophobia of space, okay, that you see in the cities, right? Very different from the aesthetic of these wide open buildings, okay, large rooms. He says, moreover, comfort consisted of a certain arrangement of space. In the Middle Ages, a room could be completely finished, quote unquote, even though it might contain no furniture. Everything depended on proportions, material form. The goal was not convenience, but rather a certain atmosphere. Comfort was a mark of man's personality on the place where he lived. This, at least in part, explains the extreme diversity of architectural interiors in the houses of the period. Nor was this the result of mere whim. It represented an adaptation of character. And when it had been realized, the man of the Middle Ages did not care if his rooms were not heated and his chairs hard. Okay. Now he goes on to explain the link to technique, right? And obviously this diversity of design, right? This human-centered technique, right? The improvement of human skill as a basis instead of efficiency of technical forms, right? They didn't have the concept of developing machines, right? So these human-centered techniques, right, and the diversity, okay, of design that's imparted by these, okay, that's a remedy to the proliferation of technique itself, right? He also says the concept of comfort closely bound up with the person clearly takes death for granted, as did man himself. Man's awareness of death likewise profoundly influences his search for adequate milieu. Gideon's study is convincing. Medieval man did not dream for an instant that technique had any influence at all, even on objects which today we consider completely material and consequently of a technical order. The limitation of the sphere of the action of technique was increased even more by the limitation of the technical means employed in these fields. There was no great variety of means for attaining a desired result, and there was no attempt to perfect the means which did exist. It seems, on the contrary, that a conscious Malthusian tendency prevailed. It was expressed, for example, in the regulation of the guilds concerning tools, and in Roman law by the principle of the economy of forms. Man tended to exploit the limit of such means as he possessed and took care not to replace them or create other means, as long as the old ones were effective. From the judicial point of view, the principle of economy of forms led to the creation of the fewest possible legal instruments. Laws were few, and so were institutions. Man used the utmost ingenuity to obtain a maximum of results from the minimum of means. At the price of fictions, transpositions, applications. Then he uses a bunch of words that I don't understand. A pari, a contrario. I don't know what that means, right?
Sounds Latin, right?
Some Latin words. this is also true industrially. That's right. You know, because Unseen and Reddington actually have the work that I'm reading. You know.
What page is that? 67.
Yeah. So
Look at
they're
that word.
right, there's two people on stage with me, right? And why you're down there, right? You know, that's probably the reason, right? But yeah, right. But I mean, because people have already taken an interest in these things, right? But yeah, the main thing is that he's going over here, right? Is about right a simplicity, okay, of means, right? Simplicity of laws and institutions, okay, and a kind of sparing, okay, that man thought it was good to use these things sparingly, right? Okay, it's better to rely on your own grit, your own people, right? Okay, so this externalization of means, massification of means, okay, it was not a firm reality in this time. Okay, nor was the development of technical modes, right? People thought of human relations more than they did about technical modes. Okay, and I greatly appreciate the 39 people watching here. Blessings. All right, thank you guys. All right. But the fact is you know, I'm gonna move on here for a little bit, and we're gonna get some music in here. You know, also take the heat off because that is a large number. Right? See what happens. See if they'll stick around. You mean? But yeah,
A pari means in like manner, and a contrario means on the contrary.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, you know the deficiency. Okay, hold on. Actually, he says society was not oriented toward the creation of new instrument in response to the new need. The emphasis was rather on the application of old means, which were constantly extended, refined, and perfected. Okay, and this goes with the whole traditional outlook versus the myth of progress. If you think about it, right? I mean, you know, during the whole medieval time, they thought more than now, given their religious outlook, that the world was going to end soon, and there's no need to improve techniques, or there's no need to improve science and all these things, right? But the deficiency of tool was now compensated for by the skill of the worker. Awesome. See, there's the dialectic between skill and technique. Okay, the one that I'm always talking about, right? Skill is human centered, technique is machine centered, right? Okay, should be obvious to anyone, right? But yeah, you know, people can't draw distinctions, right, between the large scale use of technique and the human centered techniques, which predominated throughout most of history. Right, professional know-how. Now, obviously, I've illustrated this by looking at how tools and machines are different, right? Okay, tools move at the speed and pace of human movement, right? Speed and efficiency are key markers, right? Speed, efficiency, utility, right? These are measures of technique, right? Okay, but they're not really measures of human skill in any way, right? Okay, but let's go on. It says, professional know-how, the expert eye were what counted. Man's talents could make his crude tools yield the maximum efficiency, he says. This was a kind of technique, but it had none of the characteristics of instrumental technique, he says. Everything varied from man to man according to his gifts. Whereas technique in the modern sense seeks to eliminate such variability, of course, right? It is okay, so that's a very important point, right? Technique in the modern sense, it seeks to eliminate the variability of human skill. Okay, this is an extremely important point, right? Okay. He says, whereas technique in the modern sense seeks to eliminate such variability, I just read that it is understandable that technique in itself played a very feeble role. Everything was done by men who employed the most rudimentary means. The search for the finished, quote unquote, for perfection in use, for ingenuity of application, took the place of a search of new tools which would have permitted men to simplify their work, but also would have involved giving up the pursuit of real skill. How about that? Then he says, here we have two antithetical orders of inquiry. When there is an abundance of instruments that answer all needs, it is impossible for one man to have perfect knowledge of each or skill to use each. This knowledge would be useless in any case. The perfection of instrument is what is required, and not the perfection of the human being. But until the 18th century, all societies were primarily oriented towards the improvement in the use of tools and were little concerned with the tools themselves. Okay, there again, a huge distinction between skill and technique. Right? Tools that move at the speed and pace of human movement, they still rely on human skills. The improvement of human skills, not the improvement of the tools themselves. Right? If you're going to improve the tool themselves, you have to rely less on human skill. Okay? And this was the basis for the improvement of technique itself. All societies were primarily oriented in the improvement of the use of tools and were little concerned with the tools themselves. He says no clean-cut division can be made between the two orientations. Human skill, having attained a certain degree of perfection in practice, necessarily entails the improvement of the tool itself. How about that? The question is one of transcending the stage of total utilization of the tool by improving it. There is, therefore, no doubt that the two phenomenon do interpenetrate, but traditionally the accent was on human being who used the tool and not on the tool he used. Okay, I'm going to read this paragraph and then I'm going to move on. I know I'm sometimes reading these twice, but it's okay. There's a lot here. All right. It says the improvement of tools essentially the result of the practice of a personal art came about in the completely pragmatic way. For this reason, we can put in the first category all the techniques we have classified with regard to intrinsic characteristics. A small number of techniques, not very efficient. This was the situation in the Eastern and Western societies from the 10th century to the 10th century, from the 10th century BC to the 10th century AD. Okay. Okay, and yeah. So blessings. Yeah, thank you guys for joining. And yeah. So we're going to take a break here and I'm going to continue. And we will be dropping the link about 2 hours in. So all you little feds, you should come over here, and tell us how you feel. The ones mocking and, trying to bait people and also LARPing. I mean, you guys should come and tell us how you feel then. Thank you so much for your participation.
The Joshua Joneses need not apply, though.
Joshua Jones. Joshua Jones. Lebanon War. All right, folks.
So who's the Fed you're talking about right now? Who you really getting at?
Who am I really getting at?
Just put them on blast, dude.
Who am I really getting at? I don't know, man. Some guy called me a towel head earlier. I have no idea what's going on here.
Some random sock account. Yeah. What if it was that Joe guy?
And they also said we've been watching you since episode 1.
Yeah, that's like a little sus.
Yeah. So yeah, but people can make up anything in the chat. It's okay. We're not worried about you guys. I mean, but yeah, here's some music for you guys.
The beats.
The beats.
You're being watched.
Yeah, we're being watched. Right.
Well, isn't that the point?
Yeah, thank you. ESP evaluation. What's going
Tell
on?
us something. Tell us something we don't know. You know. Yeah, ESP. What's up? It's been a while.
Yeah, Sup, homie. It's good to see you. Dogma Free, it's good to see you. Let's see who all is here in the chat. Let me
That's my
scroll up
boy
here.
right there, Dogma Free.
Yeah, Dogma Free is a G. He's definitely jihad unit. But yeah, let me see. Bootstrap Paradox, blessings. Joe Mills, hell yeah. Need to solve a thing and get stuck. Be patient. The information you need will be given in time. Other things may need to be worked out first. This is a process of incremental understanding. AI governments watching.
Slow drip of info, I suppose.
Exactly. Look within. Exactly. Yeah, Dogma Free, blessings. Zephyr Voxel, blessings. Who else we got in here? Mama Sue Lee, thank you for being here. You know, not of this world. What's going on, homie? Blessings. We got Truther Comp official. Yo, what's going on, homie? We got Christopher V. What up, G? Okay, let's see who else is out here.
Gary Baxter.
Gary Baxter's out here. Thank you, sir. We got Virgo Moon. Blessings. You know what I mean?
JG's lurking, I think.
The Freak. JG's lurking. You know what I mean? Lizard Tree, how's it going? Gary Baxter, blessings, brother. That's the OG, Gary Baxter. You tell me, thank you. Dominic. Yeah, thank you, sir. Another OG. High profile. Supporters. You know what I mean? We got the elders. I mean, thank you so much. Yeah, man. And yeah, AI government still at it. I see. Thank you, sir. ESP revaluation. Another OG. Thank you so much. And of course, Sloth Bear with the facts. Never going to be an organ donor. Definitely, sir.
Oh
You know what I
yeah,
mean?
you definitely don't. It's creepy shit.
Yeah, we got the impenetrable Hanko Flamio. You know what I mean? What up, Kang? What up? We was Vikings. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
I'm lurking on panel, GG.
Orange.
33.
33.
33, yeah.
33. We back. We back, baby. They thought they could get us down with that 20, trying to go live the same time as us. The minute you stopped doing that, they all just came back and started watching my show. Fucking what a bunch of losers. That's right. I made two little appearances, excuse me, on your show, and I stole stole the hearts of your entire audience. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, blessings, guys. You know, we're gonna play some music. I'm still breaking down some tree.
Break it down with the beats.
Breakdown. Yeah, check it out, guys. These are actually for Friday's debate. So I made two remixes for the intro and outro. Let's check this out, man. You guys are gonna like this, right? Here's the first one. I mean, this is the intro. Mental combat. You know, Mortal Kombat. You know what I mean? With this thing. So, I mean, I got another one called Blood Sports by SB Zilla, but I still got to make a video for it. But yeah, here's this.
Style, know what I'm saying? Coming at ya. That's how we do. Paraplegic, my fighting stance too strategic. No shadows on my kicks, too much cheek. Horrific, to be specific. I'm coming through with jujitsu. Bone crushing, bone breaking as I get into scorpion styles with the speed of a cheetah. Hit your pressure points with light skills. I be the blaster. Iron palms is elemental. Combinations damaging nations in the mental. Cerebral cortex is obsolete. You die 10 times if you're trying to test me. Teo is master, rhyme style disaster. Studied on the cliffs of mountains, reading scrolls, holding it down. Iron shirt, she come. Apprenticed in the temple with the Guang Jung Nim. I went through torture, deadly styles, I'm the author. Ingested metals, yeah, it made me supernova. Triple spinning, kick side kicks and hook kicks. Here come a chiller, so you must be master killer. Inside food, change my style, change the weather. Inside food, change your mind, just too clever. Inside food, all the weak styles I sever. Combining two styles on the mic with master killer. Inside food, change my style, change the weather. Inside food, change your mind, just too clever. Inside food, all the weak styles I sever. Combining two styles on the mic with master killer.
The great ones have searched for the righteous data to show improve and master the separation of matter. But seeing through death, never lose conscious of self. Shed a shell, keep it moving factor. Sports swing in the temple, mental state. Danger chamber, 8 gang slang, Wu-Tang. Train private soldiers in this rap game. Like that Shanghai Chinky chick from Bed-Stuy. Wing Chun from Lafayette. Stuyvesant and Malcolm X. 57 Park, it might spark. It's the heart, one blood cell. Featuring Master Kill. After dark he goes. Bust gun, trust none, touch one. Yun Chun, prodigal son. Killer bee disease, homegrown. Flown from overseas, city under siege. Your eyes bleed. The weed got a red dread like spinning roundhouse kicks to the head. He dead.
Inside food, change my style, change the weather. Inside food, change your mind, just too clever. Inside food, all the weak styles I sever. Combining two styles on the mic with master killer. Inside food, change my style, change the weather. Inside food, change your mind, just too clever. Inside food, all the weak styles I sever. Combining two styles on the mic with master killer.
Oh, yeah. Bagaro. Shout out to my Naruto fans. You know what I mean? Some real shit, man. Yeah, blessings, man. And here's another one for you guys. This one is crazy, man. The crazy classic 5 Fingers of Death. You know what I mean? And yeah, blessings, man.
Make way, cause I'm the expert, a true master, specialist with the mix. Make way, cause I'm the expert. I'm amateur, I'm not an amateur, but I'm a master. Make way, cause I'm the expert. I master this. Excellent with the techniques. Make way, cause here I come. Kid, I'm one of the illest of all time. Check
pocket. I stay dwelled up, pockets rolled up from banks I held up. Plenty bitch ass niggas, big L stuck. I never catch cold feet when I hold heat. We roll deep in the triple black, dark tinted OG. I catch a bag 3 o'clock in the moon. On the block all alone and put a block to his dome. Tell him give it up quick, you nitwit. Don't try to get slick or I'ma let this 4/5 spit and leave your shit split. This Rick, it ain't nothing decent about me. A true thug for real, you can ask the recent about me. A rap junkie, don't try to slay me like some flunky. Jewels be chunky, pockets lumpy, attitude grumpy. Mad niggas be frontin' a lot. Poppin' mad shit, trying to be something they not. Your faggot ass better stick to dancing. Don't even look at me, I might break your jaw just for glancing. That's right, in 97 Harlem kids is blowing. But we don't trip, we'll let a bitch starve till her ribs are showing.
No one can do it.
Lord finesse, Lord. Be the divine mastermind, I turn nickels to dimes. Authentic, genuine, that's out to shine. The cool cat, the true Mac, the smooth rap. Chickens be like, who that? I be doing my thing, kid. In front and I'm beyond that. I roll with brothers ready for combat. All for eye-to-eye contact with skill G. Yo, it's ill, see for real, B. Ain't no barbecue, niggas better stop trying to grill me. Send their style to the essence. Got niggas stressing my style, full like caresses, no question. Tough type to clutch mics, the positive upright. I'm now I don't give a fuck type. Expose the facts, you know the haps can go to laugh astrological. Like the signs in the zodiac and rap you out the stack loop. Word up, my style's tighter than a fat bitch. And the cats who surprise you. It's not wise he inside me when I operate. It's smooth sailing like Ron Isley. Gotta do my thing, word up. Beg your pardon, time to bounce. Gotta skate like Tanya Martin.
The envy of your friends and the backbone of your family.
Yo, I'm the cleverest, top 10 terrorists. Chickens ever diss, they become featherless. Hate derelicts, certified gold medalist. You play fly, cause I'm the most high like Everest. Look at all these fakes, musically you imitate the traits. Won't succeed, moving at full speed with no brakes. Like Jake, watch me take your entourage. Can't see me, I'm camouflage. Besides, I'm guard, mad hard, like the SAT. Now shorties, caught up in the mental, watch up bless AG. Evidently, you still don't know because you tempered. Thought you was the boss when your fat thoughts were empty. Now fat Joey crack, still jealous one's envy. Who sent me? DITC, good and plenty, like the doctor. Smoke a spike joint and watch clockers. Get rude like Shaba, make moves behind my blockers. Crazy sickness. You want the pure, you better pick this. Bitches can't get this, faggots remain dickless.
I'd like to say it was
Before we
done
get
for the
started,
true
let's
lovers of
talk
art.
about these double-hearted MCs. They claim to be true OGs and war specialists. Forever bust your guns on this record shit, but when the beef come, get on the FOI protection list. You know the deal, I come with nothing but the real. Certified authentic, recognize me, head there. Whether East Coast or West Coast, I'll make them all strip naked. Bitch niggas that never get respected. Joey Green, back at doubles up with Rolling Green for all his clean. The nine shooters is seen as Rolling Clean, you know the team. Never giving the fuck, laying thick in the cup. Get your shit laced up, what the fuck?
Diamond D, Diamond D, Diamond D, Diamond D, Diamond D, Diamond D.
Yo, I'm flipping on niggas like trains and cracks. My raps react on your cardiac like a heart attack. Some niggas run for stunts who want to take a puff of the blunt and play a nigga like a chump. But I don't play that shit with no chicks. Sucking the next nigga's dick, moving bricks. I'm too slick for you high school dropouts. You got knocked and tried to cop out. Couldn't fight when the kids pulled the mop out and wailed you out. Writing home saying bail me out. Living small time. Fucked up when you called mine D squared. One of the greatest of all times. Yeah. DITC representing for the 9-7. Word live, word live.
An unqualified success, the envy of your friends, and the backbone of your family.
Yep. We'll have more music in a little while. But that's the end of the original mixes until the end of the show. And I don't know how long my creative stint will last in producing those, but you know, I don't have any new ones. But maybe on Friday, on Saturday, I'll have some 2 new ones for you guys, and maybe not. But there's a reason why we've gotten awards for the musical content on this, show. It's because it's excellent. So that is the truth. But yeah, I'm gonna turn my camera off because I don't want to have too many wet panties out there while we're doing this presentation. We're gonna go ahead and continue here. In terms of this presentation that we're doing on ellul, because these are the important topics. Exactly. Shout out to MPC the gang. blessings, right? Yeah, exactly. Naruto. Yeah, shout out Jessica Jane. Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely Naruto. One of the greatest shows of all time. Right? But yeah. Let me move on here with what I was saying about the technical phenomenon and how it's been curtailed within the present century. Okay, and how it's been curtailed. I mean, how it can be curtailed in the present century, but also how it was curtailed in the medieval times. I mean, so he's talking about the improvement of tools and its relation to human skill, right? Just trying to find my place here. Okay, and thank you guys for joining. I appreciate how many people are watching. I mean, must be that the other streamers got a little tired. Oh no. Okay, here we go.
Take a nap.
Yeah.
Then fire the missiles.
Yeah, sometimes they'll sleep on stream. So, I mean, yeah. But let's see what's going on. It says the world of technique had still a third characteristic prior to the 18th century. It was local. Okay, the local development of technique, right? Now, obviously, he said that, techniques proliferate beyond cultural and local settings. Okay, it's because they sort of spread, even after certain civilizations and cultural modes have collapsed, right? Blessings, televised apocalypse. Thank you. Yeah, OTW. I won't put that comment up, but yeah, I see you. I mean,
Sad
blessings. Yeah, it's no worries, Stuart. We're trying to preserve the man's reputation. I mean, I'm trying to be nicer to the older people on these panels. I mean, but generally speaking. But yeah, let's see what's going on. It says the world of technique had still a third characteristic. All right, so social groups were very strong. Okay, there was little communication, materially speaking, even less from a spiritual point of view. Techniques spread slowly. Certain examples of technical propagation are always cited to the introduction of the wheel into the Egypt by the Hyksos. Okay, he also mentioned this in the Betrayal of Technology documentary, right? He was talking about the Hyksos and their development of the wheel, right? The Crusades and so on, but such events took millennia and were accidental. In the majority of cases, there was little transmission, okay, from culture to culture, right? So this idea that, technique was still culturally specific, right? Okay. And it's crazy how he says in the intro, right, that cultural modes, okay, he begins to describe how cultural modes, okay, economic modes and scientific modes and political modes come to be dominated by techniques, right? Okay. Okay, but here, see, technique was still dominated by culture, and it wasn't able to proliferate. So these people who think that they're trying to grow, technique and then preserve their cultural modes, maybe they ought to get some ideas from ellul, because it seems like the opposite is true, right? Okay. It seems like the localization of techniques and their sort of preoccupation with cultural modes actually limited their growth, right? As a collective. Okay. let's move on. He says certain examples of technical propagation are always cited: the introduction of the wheel into the Egypt by the Hyksos, the Crusades, and so on. But such event took millennia and were accidental. The majority of cases, there was little transmission. Imitation took place very slowly. Mankind passed from one technical stage to the next with great difficulty. The true of material, the true, sorry, he says this is true of material techniques, and even more so of non-material techniques. Greek art remained Greek in industrial projects such as pottery making, even when imitated by the Romans. Okay, Roman law did extend beyond the Roman borders, whereas the Napoleonic code was adopted by Turkey and Japan. As for magic, that technique remained completely secret. Every technical phenomenon was isolated from similar movements everywhere. There was no transmission, only fruitless gropings. Damn.
What?
Sad trombone.
Sad trombone.
Geographically, we can trace the compass of a given technique, follow the zones of its influence, imitation, and extension in almost every case. We find how small the extent of its radiation. Why was this so? The explanation is simple. Technique was an intrinsic part of civilization, and civilization consisted of numerous diversified elements, natural elements such as temperament, flora, climate, population, artificial elements such as art, technique, and political regime. Among all these factors which mingled with one another, technique was only one. It was inexorably linked with them and dependent on them, and they depended on it. It was part of the whole, part of the determinate society, and it developed as a function of the whole and shared its fate. Okay, so the fact is that technique, though an intrinsic part of civilization, was limited by cultural techniques because cultural techniques develop locally and in regard to various geographical factors. So he's kind of going with this idea that different styles of government and political organization developed naturally, okay, due to different climates and that sort of thing. Okay, Rousseau has a similar theory to this. Okay, that the climate and the natural modes of harmony with the earth are the basis for the different cultural modes, right? It's kind of a primitive anthropological concept, right? All right. But let's go on. It says that just as one society is not interchangeable with another, so technique remained enclosed in its proper framework. No more would it become universal than the society in which it was embedded. Geographically, there could be no technical transmission because technique was not some anonymous piece of merchandise, rather bore the stamp of the whole culture. This entails much more than the existence of simple barrier between social groups. Technique was unable to spread from one social group to another, except when the two were in the same stage of evolution, and except when civilizations were of the same type in the past. In other words, technique was not objective, but subjective in relation to its own culture. Okay. So technique had no objective characteristics. Okay, in terms of it was an intrinsic part of society and it was culturally dependent. Okay, so these two factors allowed it to develop very slowly, according to Ellul, right? Now, I'll move on a little bit more. And we're on page 69.
Brown chicken, brown cow.
Yeah. And remember, technique in its pure state is the development of the machine, right? So the development of the machine has to really get going, right, for technique to be in its pure state. So if there's not a lot of machines around in society, you can already tell why Ellul's saying that, you know, technique is in its still subjective primitive stage, right? It's not reached any objective characteristics yet. You know, right? That sort of give it an autonomous objective characteristic, right? Where it can function on its own terms, right? Okay. Now he says it's understandable, okay, that technique incorporated in its proper framework did not evolve autonomously, okay? On the contrary, it depended on a whole ensemble of factors that had to vary with it. It is not accurate to conceive the movement in oversimplified manners of Marxism as the first evolution of technique, and subsequently the alignment of other factors. This view is accurately for the 19th century. I'm sorry, this view is accurate for the 19th century, but it was false for history as a whole. Certain important covariations traditionally existed, and these factors, covariant with technique, changed. According to the type of civilization, there was, for example, the associations of technique in the state among the Egyptians and the Incas, of technique and philosophy in Greece and China. Frank Castro had shown how technique could be absorbed, quote, absorbed and directed by the arts, unquote, as happened, say, in the 15th century when it was subordinated to the plastic vision of the world, which imposed on it limits and demands. At that time, there existed a whole, quote, civilization well provided with technical inventions, but the whole deliberately undertook to use them only to the degree which these inventions would allow it to realize an imaginative construction, unquote. Therefore, we find complicated art technique, quote unquote. And as elsewhere, we almost never find technique in a pure state. Okay, so art techniques, right, and then science-based techniques, right, they're not exactly machine-based technique. They're not pure technique, right? Okay. So he says, as a consequence, it was extremely local diversity of techniques. All right, so localization, okay, diversity based on human skill. All of these are factors. Okay, all of these are unique factors. All right. The consequences was extremely local diversity of techniques for attaining the same result. No comparison or competition existed yet between these different systems. The formulation, quote, the one best way in the world, unquote, had not yet been made. Okay, so the move towards universalism, right? Okay. One best way in the world, right? That's universalism, right? You got to really come with the scientific ethos, the scientific worldview to understand that sort of idea, right? Where it's purely about improvement of, speed, efficiency, utility, those things. He said it was a question of the quote unquote best way in a given locality. Okay, because of this, arms and tools took very different forms as social organizations were extremely diverse. Okay, so the diversity of social organizations is a limitation of the development of technique. Obviously, I mean, look at what really fostered the development of technique. One of the factors was the plasticity of the social milieu. Right, so that's obvious, right? And I see I've lost like 14 viewers. Hilarious. You know what I mean?
Sheesh.
It's the way of the world, folks. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to really hear about the problems. And then say this is what's going on. I mean,
Yep.
they don't have the patience for it. That's the first thing. And let alone, really get involved. Oh my God, is it an hour and 55 minutes into this? Whoa!
Yep.
Holy smokes!
Yeah, every
Well,
time you say "Holy smokes," I think of Aesop Rock. Not
yeah,
gonna lie,
time flies when you're having fun here. This is crazy.
especially
This
when
is
you're reading ellul.
this is crazy stuff. Oh yeah, feels yeah. Read some Alul and oh man, Kurzweil. You'll feel like time's moving faster and accelerating, and change is accelerating. You're like, speed and efficiency and progress. Yeah, America, fuck yeah.
It's like time travel.
This shit is heavy metal, man. This is a real fucking. This is the thing, man. The the metal skull will come. Okay, you fucking cowards. All right, you really want to turn man into machines? All right, wake up and realize what's going on around you.
Yeah, this is the problem, man. This transhumanism shit.
Yeah, it's a problem that
If
nobody
they
understands the root of.
they
Right?
have their way anyway.
Yeah,
Total control. People
yeah,
talk
no,
about their rights and freedoms and all that shit.
yeah,
Well,
exactly. Yeah,
then you have to address this. You can't just avoid it.
yeah,
It's crazy. Anyways,
exactly, precisely.
They're gonna turn us all into gay robots. That's their plan.
Yeah, America,
yeah,
the gay robot disco.
cyborg servants.
Oh yeah. Yeah, free will, exactly. LOL, exactly.
You really won't have any. There
Yeah.
won't be any debate anymore. Once transhumanism is complete, you won't
Yeah,
have free will.
it's like, can you believe people are still debating this stuff? It's like practically you have no will, like you have no free will. But it's like, I mean, I'll go ahead and tell you how you've been spiritually just totally captured.
I
I'll go
mean,
ahead and explain that to you.
Scriptura kind of says it as much in his book, but like as like
Yeah,
there's like a modicum of free will, but you don't have total free will,
yeah,
if there is such a term. I just paraphrasing. Oh yeah, this song's got to go in the next mix, I think.
yeah. Now it's 2 hours in, so I guess I'll drop the link. Yeah, exactly. Carl, Eric. Yeah, exactly. Feminine gay robots. Exactly. Trans robots with machine guns.
They're like doing weird news reports where they're talking about like women will sleep with robots more than men and stuff like on the news. Have you seen this stuff? It's so weird.
Yeah, I bet they will. I mean, look at how most women are these days. They are robots. They're totally fake.
Shit, man, they
They
do kind of look like robots,
they
don't
use
they?
filters in their profile. They use makeup when you go visit them. They're totally fake from the Ruda to the Tuda. They got fake asses now. In addition to fake tits, nothing is real.
It's like I always thought like makeup. I'm not really against makeup per se, but if you use so much makeup it's like to the point where it's make believe. They want you to make believe that they're hot or something. I don't know.
I think there's some pseudo pigography or something. It might be in like Enoch or something where it talks about how
Oh
the
yeah,
fallen
cosmetics.
angels.
Yeah, that's right. Azazel brought that shit.
Right.
Oh
Something
shit.
like the demons taught
Yeah,
women
hey,
how
bro.
to.
Cosmetics, root cutting,
What's up,
metallurgy.
Joel?
Taught them all that shit.
I don't know. I wonder how true that is. You know, I'm sure there is some truth to that.
I mean, it's weird. How do they know that witches like they eat like they have roots, root cutting? It's kind of weird. It's like they're talking about witchcraft.
Root cutters.
Right?
Oh
Yeah. Like
shit.
who taught mankind witchcraft?
It's like they knew
That's
about it
some
back
other
then.
shit, right? Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of people out
Scary.
there that don't necessarily believe in God, but they can't necessarily deny the demonic. You know what I mean? And I think that's what kind of catches people. It's like, are you going to deny that there's something evil out there? Like, because I think that the majority of people have had some form of demonic attack in their life, if not some holy experience. Like, it just seems kind of illogical to, have just a materialistic view of everything. Like, there's no spiritual realm at all. I think it's just kind of stupid.
Joel be cruising.
That's my homie.
Yep.
What's up, my boy?
just keep driving, Joel. No worries.
Making fun of me?
You're just saying what's up.
You got me a bunch of likes today, dude. What's up with you?
It'd be like that, yeah.
That was crazy. I'm internet famous now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, let me actually refresh this page because I don't know why my camera won't turn on. Give me a second.
Joel's riding camo.
There. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that worked. All right. Yeah, so I think that'll basically terminate the ellul segment for today, and I thank you guys for listening in. Especially, I'll try to bring more videos of ellul talking, right? But I mean, I think what I've done already is pretty much fine. I mean, there's no thinker that we really put on the screen and really show you guys videotapes of them talking. But as we progress, and it's important because ellul plays such a central role, so obviously the man, the myth, I mean, you get to see he's just a bald-headed French guy. I mean, so that's rather non-threatening. I mean, so you kind of get to meet him. But the thing is that ellul's ideas are way more significant than like Huxley or McLuhan or or any of these types of ideas. I mean,
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, so when it's like they're talking about these guys, it's a slam dunk to try to bring in ellul's ideas because they're such central themes and concepts there. So these are the main I think the force of these ideas, they really have to get going. And I'm really proud of this 2 hours that we've laid down here. I'm really proud of all the presentations I've given on ellul. You know what I mean? The thing is that it was like the 11th show or something that we did. We started talking about Taoism and we started talking about ellul, right? So I actually opened up Technological Society, And we're now like 70 pages into the work and reading the Technological Society. It's 400-page work, right? So we're almost a fourth of the way through it, right? We're almost a quarter of the way through the work now. But it's one of 3 works, that he wrote on this issue, right? So we have many opportunities, many hours of shows left, right? And we have hours also of video footage of Ellul talking. So we'll also be looking at videos of Ellul talking, right? So the thing is that, the main ideas are here in terms of the Technological Society. Okay. We could do a similar study on Rousseau's work, the Discourses on Inequality, right? And look at some of Rousseau's ideas. Okay, another Frenchman, right? Okay, so the fact is that those ideas that are about the arts and the sciences, the development of the arts and the sciences in Rousseau, right? He was making pretty much the same arguments in the 16th century that Ellul is making, right? In 1964, right? So, one can really familiarize themselves with these ideas. And as I looked at in my episode 7 lecture, right? Ideas by Nietzsche and Carlyle very similarly fit into that, right? Critiques of Enlightenment philosophy, critiques of classical liberalism, right? Okay. And wouldn't you like to know that if you want to critique liberalism in its modern age, you could look at the root concepts and ideas within liberalism? Concepts such as universalism, rights, universal rights, okay, democracy and the autocratic state, capitalism and communism, right? If you want to start to look at liberalism, you can study these root concepts and ideas, right? And then you might start to notice that there's many who critique these ideas as soon as they arrived, as soon as they were beginning to be formulated. There's many very eloquent thinkers who started to critique these ideas and started to warn people about these ideas. Right? And they were experts of liberalism. They were expert scholars in their own time, right? Okay, so before everybody gets going critiquing liberalism and seeing the faults of the liberals and all, you might want to realize that there's expert critiques lying around that really go to the heart of the problem. Okay. And you're just doing a lot of repeating of a lot of old points if you don't realize that several of these points have been professionally made already in much more eloquent ways, and actually looking at the root causes because these people were aware of them, right? Okay. So, it's just really a waste of time to do a lot of old work, rehash a bunch of shit all over again, okay? And just totally miss the great works that have been produced on the subjects already. But yeah, that's one of the things. Okay. But yeah, let's move on to, and I'm going to read just a couple more paragraphs here. And then the thing is that I got to move on. We'll read some music, right? Read some music. We'll play some music. And then we'll, go ahead and move on to the Tao Te Ching, right? And we'll spend another couple of hours looking at that. And why do I feel like we're not going to have many panel guests today? It seemed like it's one of those nights for sure.
Yeah,
But yeah,
what's up
we'll see
with
what
that?
happens. Yeah, we'll see what happens, man. But yeah, I do have some music, and as I said, I'm not gonna really be here that long, so it's not that big of a deal, anyways. But yeah, it should be a fun time, that we have here. We'll see.
Yeah, I
We'll
think
try
you
to
killed
keep.
this series, man. You
Yeah,
covered it pretty well, I'd
yeah, I've
say.
done. Yeah, I've done some interesting series ever since one of these main episodes I had. And let me see if I could load this page. I'll go ahead and show you guys. Where you guys could find the presentations on the channel. Of course, there's lots of stuff we looked at before. We looked at Peter Thiel and we looked at different ideas. In terms of mold bug and accelerationism, we looked at Bill Joy and different ideas. But yeah, here is okay. We also got Hanko Flamio in the background. Give me 1 second, my friend, because I'm sharing the screen right here. But yeah, this page right here, right? So this is almost, what is this? 1 year ago, pretty much 1 year ago, we started giving presentations. These ones, origins of mythicism, perennialism, and Gnosticism.
Doodle Bob.
Yeah. We did a famous attack on Made by Jim Bob, where he showed up in the chat talking that shit. And obviously refused to hop on stage. But yeah. So yeah, we did a lot of different specials ever since then. Hundreds of presentations, really. That look at the origins of the scientific worldview, liberalism, feminism, the technological scope, and all that. So yeah, we got a lot of different things.
So
Blessings.
the
Thank
machine
you for joining.
lies.
Yeah.
Have you read Perspective on a Rage by Jacques Ellul?
What is that again?
The Perspectives on Our Age.
Perspectives on our age. No, but I think I may have played a part of it last time. Right?
Okay.
Understanding Our Age. By Jacques Ellul.
Yeah.
Where he's talking about the mutants.
Yeah.
Of the technological age, who could both live in the technological world and not be affected by it.
Yeah. So that was his solution, pretty much being aware of the techniques and technology and be a critic of it, which was my solution the whole time.
That's right. Yeah, his solution is very, very practical. Very, very interesting. I think it's based on his Christian anarchism, right? So he's kind of saying that you want to be part of the society, but not really affected by the society. And obviously that's Paul's solution. That's a lot of people's solution. And I can agree or disagree with the how good that is right now. Obviously it's become more good over time, right? Because the state has grown into this monstrous institution. And I think in our age, obviously the separation of church and state seems to be a positive thing for religion, right? To not get muddled up into the affairs of the state, right? But then in the other sense, right, it would seem like, the separation of these institutions, in a previous age may be particularly harmful, right? So, I understand Ellul's solutions and I've critiqued them. What's funny is that we actually played part of that essay, and I sort of critiqued it live. Sort of said, well, yes and no. To what he's saying, right? So,
but pretty much, yeah, I know you don't like it, but that's the solution the technocrats themselves actually use. So,
oh yeah, that's the problem with it. Is that the same people who want to proliferate, the system, they use the same means to do it, right? So, so I think, obviously, Kaczynski's ideas are a lot more radical, right? And obviously, there's Dr. Skrbina's ideals, which are sort of a middle point, right, between Ellul and Kaczynski, right? So there's many different levels that people want to attack this problem, right?
I would agree, except for Ellul was actually the conservative position compared to Alinsky. To Kaczynski. Ellul was more conservative than Kaczynski.
Yes. I mean, in terms of, you're saying that, in terms of less radical political solutions and more religious?
Yeah, Ellul's more conservative than Kaczynski.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, which is interesting, right? That yet his solutions are more mild. You know what I mean, right? So that's what's interesting. I mean, radical problems require radical solutions, right? So, I mean, I don't know what to do about that. Right?
Yeah, well, I officially endorse Ellul's solution because that was my solution the whole time. So.
Yeah. So you agree with Ellul? I mean, partly.
Yeah, in my research, he also was the guy who came up with "Think globally, act locally." So
that's right. Think globally, act locally. That's a famous quote that has sometimes been attributed to Jacques Ellul, right? So that's interesting, right? That's interesting because of the. I mean, obviously, the technological order is a international situation. It's an international sort of situation, right? So people don't understand that technology itself has a globalizing influence, right? I mean, so so this is the idea, right?
It's not just globalizing; it's localizing too. Because so there's a scale where it's global, but there's a scale where it's rapid forking because people just come up with their own standards, their own way of doing things. So it actually expands the space of locality. So.
Yeah, I guess what you're saying is that people have to go less places in order to get things, right? And that can have a localizing influence, right?
Yeah. Go less places to get things, have enough power to make their own standards.
It also creates limited hangouts and cultural niches.
Yes.
Right, and that is also a factor based on urban sprawl. And all these other factors, that are caused by the technology. So yeah, I mean, modern technique is a little bit different, right? But no one can doubt the localizing influence that he's talking about in terms of the medieval cultural techniques, right? Obviously, right? Those were very self-limiting, but yeah, let me read a couple more of these, and welcome to NPC. Blessings, brother. Right?
What's going on, brother Machine? Panel.
Yo.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, I'm just reading Ellul here, and we're looking at the difference between the techniques of the Middle Ages, and basically what I was, or rather, what Ellul is trying to accentuate is the factors that caused the lack of proliferation of technique in the medieval times versus the modern times, right? Because technique had a sudden development and proliferation during the modern world, and if you look at the pre-modern world, especially the medieval world, there's certain factors of medieval society, cultural factors, etc., that had a limiting effect on technique. So Ellul is simply trying to elucidate and catalog what those factors were, and one of the ones he mentioned rather recently in our reading was this idea of the social mechanisms in play, and he said there's a lack of a plasticity of the social milieu, meaning that social factors were extremely set in place. I mean, and the primary factor there is cultural traditions. I mean, cultural traditions had an extremely localizing influence that limited the spread of technique. I mean, right? So, this lack of plasticity of social, milieu, really contributes to something that slowed down the spread of technique in the medieval age versus the modern age. Right? So
yeah, Ellul would have liked that song by Wu-Tang. Can it be? It was all so simple that
exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean?
Technology is definitely outpacing our civilization. Definitely.
Yeah. There's lots of songs about that. I mean, and yeah, he says, slowness in the evolution of techniques is evident throughout the history. Very few variations seem to have occurred in this constant, but it cannot be maintained that the slowness was completely uniform. Yet, even in the periods that appear rather fertile, it is clear evolution was slow. For example, Roman law, which was particularly rich in the classical period, took 2 centuries to find perfect form. Okay. So obviously, we talked about this before. Techniques don't have to be concerned with the development of material forms, right? There's non-material techniques as well as material techniques, right? Okay. Okay, so law is obviously is an example of a non-material technique, right? But yeah, it says which was particularly rich in the classical period, took 2 centuries to find its form. Moreover, the number of applied inventions was sharply restricted, he says. The 15th century, in spite of its importance, produced no more than 4 or 5 important technical applications. The natural consequence of this evolutionary slowness was that technique could be adapted to men. Almost unconsciously, men kept abreast of technique and controlled their use and influence. This resulted not from an adaptation of men to techniques as in modern times. Okay, so he's saying modern times constitutes the adaptation of men to technique. Okay, instead of techniques to cultural forms, right? Okay, so he then says, but rather from the subordination of techniques to men. Technique did not pose the problem of adaptation because it was firmly enmeshed in the framework of life and culture. It developed so slowly that it did not outstrip the slow evolution of man himself. The progress of the two was so evenly matched that man was able to keep pace with his techniques. From the physical point of view, techniques did not intrude into his life. Neither his moral evolution nor his psychic life were influenced by them. Techniques enabled man to make individual progress and facilitate certain developments, and they did not influence him directly. Social equilibrium corresponded to the slowness of general evolution. Okay. Okay, so that is the main point. Okay, social equilibrium contributed to the slowness of the general evolution of technique. Right. Okay, and this is why the mega machine was based on agricultural technique, human-centered skills. Okay, as he mentioned before, right? Human-based skills. Okay, they sort of seem antithetical to the improvement of tools and the diversity of forms themselves, right? Based on human-centered techniques. Right? All of these factors have a sort of limitation on technique itself, right? Because it's still based on human development and not development within a system, right? Okay, now let's go a little further. It says the evolutionary slowness was accompanied by the great irrational diversification of designs, right? The evolution of technique was produced by individual effort, accompanied by a multitude of scattered experiments Men made incoherent modifications on instruments and institutions which already existed. And here's an important point. But these modifications did not constitute adaptations. We are amazed when we inspect, say, a museum of arms or tools and note the extreme diversity of form of a single instrument. In the same place and time, the great sword used by the Swiss soldiers in the 16th century had at least 9 different forms: hooked, racked, double-handed, hexagonal blades, blades shaped like fleur de lis. I don't know what that means. Grooved, etc.
Fleur de lis. It's a flower thing, right?
Fleur de lis.
It's that symbol with the 3 leaves in the.
New Orleans Saints NFL team. That's their logo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feel free to cam down if you want, Hank. I mean, there is an extraordinary amount of viewers. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I may do that right now. Oh, Hank, you're muted, dude.
You're muted.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I reduced the lights for them. I'm a super bright. That's what they want.
You said tell him to cam down, and then he just turned his lights off.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, but yeah, so yeah, this diversity was evidently due to the various modes of fabrication peculiar to smiths. It cannot be explained as a manifestation of a technical inquiry. The modifications of a given type were not the outcome of calculation of an exclusively technical will. Technical will. There's that technical will, right? Okay, this is what makes technique autonomous, right? Is that the technical intent, right, based on the collective incubation of previous forms of technique, okay, and the interconnectedness of the technological system, the technical complex, as Ellul says, right? When the technical complex and technical intent combine, right, okay, it leads to the autonomy of technique, right? And I know that's hard for a lot of people to imagine. Okay, I know it seems counterintuitive. Okay, but you have to examine the various factors that are in play. Okay, and stop saying, did the man use hammer? Man invent tool. Okay, let's move past this. Okay, this diversity was evidently due to various modes of fabrication peculiar to the smiths. It cannot be explained as a manifestation of technical inquiry. The modification of a given type were not the outcome of calculation or an exclusively technical will. They resulted from aesthetic considerations. It is important to emphasize that technical operations, like instruments themselves, almost always depended on aesthetic preoccupations, he says. It was impossible to conceive of a tool that was not beautiful. As for the idea frequently accepted since the triumph of efficiency, that was beautiful is that which is well adapted to use, assuredly no such notions guided aesthetic searchings of the past, he says. No such conception of beauty, however true, moved the artisan who carved a Toledo blade or fabricated a harness. On the contrary, aesthetic considerations are gratuitous and permit the introduction of usefulness into an eminently useful and efficient apparatus. Okay, I'm only going to read like a couple more paragraphs here. He said, this diversity of forms was manifestly conditioned by a vainglory and pleasure. The vainglory of the user, the pleasure of the artisan, both cause changes in classical type, in the classic type, excuse me. And why not include as well the pure fantasy that runs through all creations of Greece in the Middle Ages? All this led to the modification of a given type. The search for greater efficiency likewise played a role, but it was one factor among several. Okay, remember in the improvement of modern technique, efficiency is one of the main factors of the improvement of technique, right? Here, it's just one factor among others. Okay, the different forms were subject to trial and error, and certain forms were progressively stabilized and imitated either because of their plastic perfection or because of their usefulness. The final result was the establishment of a new type derived from their predecessor. Okay, now I'm going to read this this paragraph because I think it's important. He says, this diversity of influences which operated on all technical mechanisms explains in part the slow tempo of progress in these areas. He says, to obey multiplicity of motives and not reason alone seems to be important keynote of man. When in the 19th century society begins to elaborate an exclusively rational technique which acknowledged only considerations of efficiency, it was felt that not only the traditions but the deepest instincts of humankind had been violated. Men sought to reintroduce indispensable factors of aesthetics and morals. Out of this effort came the unprecedented creation of certain aspects of style in the 1880s. The tool with the machine-made embellishments. Sewing machines were decorated with cast iron flowers. The first tractors bore engraved bullheads. That was wasteful to supply. Such embellishments soon became evident. Their ugliness, doubtless, contributed to the realization. Moreover, these flourishes represented a wrong road. Technically speaking, the machine can become precise only to the degree that its design is elaborated with the mathematical rigor in accordance with use. Okay, I'll stop reading right there. But yeah, machine-centered technique is very different from human-centered technique, is what he's been trying to describe. Okay, I've been trying to talk about it for 2 hours and 30 minutes. And I'm afraid I've gotten not that far because of the present limitations of the median and the lack of engagement on the median, presently speaking. But I think the small audience that has continued to join me has become very elucidated on various modes of technique and how they have proliferated, especially in the modern world, right? Because we're trying to understand the system on its own terms, right? That's the key. Understand science, liberalism, progress, technical innovation on its own terms before you can understand how to guide or influence these various factors. Obviously. Does anybody have commentary, please?
Considering that every act of creation is a technological act, we have to make distinctions between human technique and the other techniques.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, I was following along with what you're saying. It's just,
it's all good.
so crazy topic, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. It's wild. It's a wild topic to continue to discuss.
It's wild because it's having to come at it from a different mindset because, as Scribina would say, is everybody's thinking of technology technologically. When you're in that state of mind, then you can't really see the problem for what it is.
Yes. And that's where it's so important to look at Heidegger, because he says, the essence of technology is in itself
nothing
technological.
Technological, yeah.
Right, for sure. You know,
because trying to use analytical thinking it just lends its hand into the technology. With the Scribina was making a point of trying to think of it from like a synthetic metaphysical standpoint.
What is a Malthusian tendency? What does that mean?
Malthusian or Malthusian?
Yeah, Malthusian tendency.
Malthusianism usually equates to Depop.
Yeah, Depop.
To eugenics, etc.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's just a fancy way of saying Depop, basically.
Yeah. Thomas Malthus influenced Darwin. So I talk about these three guys right? Malthus, Darwin, in terms of his evolutionary idea, right? And Veblen, right? Veblen talks about technological determinism.
So it's this weak, you know, the strong conquer the weak, and you know,
Yeah, it's these sort of like
we're progressing towards this utopian society that'll sort of govern itself, you know, and maybe like a robot will be the judge or something. Like that's the way I'm like see like all this, the culmination of what it's heading to, you know.
Which is unfortunate, Father Swayden. If he didn't intend it to be that way, it's how it ended up. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was reading
Darwin.
here. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead, please.
So it said, medieval man did not dream for an instant that technique had any influence at all, even on an objects which today we consider completely material and consequently of a technical order. So, you know, it's just like medieval man didn't dream of it, and it's almost modern man doesn't really dream of, you know, the consequences either, you know, of what all this is heading to. And we don't even know. It's, you know, what did, you know, Huxley said something that man would be enslaved and wouldn't even kind of know it. You know, you're just enslaved to your toaster ovens and your TVs and whatever little things you have, and you're completely not aware of it. You're blissfully going along with it.
Hey there. I would I'd like to throw in some things. Well, Malthus versus Malthus's later followers is always a depressing subject. Malthus tended in his own writings to assume that depopulation would occur through external factors such as disease or war. I would say the current crop of Malthusians believe that depopulation is a tool that they themselves can use to control.
Definitely.
I do have a question because I'm new at the Technological Society. I'm just barely scanning through it. But one thing that I am curious, because you guys have read more of it, is how does it deal with the question of, like, say, for example, the Roman steamboat? By the time we get to the Eastern Roman Empire, the technology for steamboats is lost. But I imagine, at least for a certain number of hundreds of years, there must have been people who just assumed the steamboat was a way of life. You know, like people, I guess the question is more of adaptability to technology as it occurs. I mean, we saw basically something almost similarly exponential with the invention of the printing press. But within probably 3 generations, the printing press was just automatically assumed to be a part of life, and it's always been there. And so I wonder, what will 2 generations in human terms look like when they regard an AI? Will the AI just be assumed that there's good ones, bad ones, one you use for your kitchen, ones that help run your car, ones that are used by hackers? I mean, I just wonder if people will think like 30 years from now, if there is a 30 years from now, you know, what,
right.
You know, how will they see it?
Oh, here's the trick. AI is not new. It's been around for 50 years, and there's a lot of it that's been integrated that's not currently labeled as AI right now, such as compilers.
Right.
That turn high-level programming languages into object code. That's AI, but no one calls it that anymore.
Right, but what I'm talking about is AI that's not for nerds. And what I mean is, like, you know, compilers are, yes, obviously they're a form of AI, but nobody uses them because almost nobody knows what they are. But the point is that when we're talking about, like, say, like Alexa or Siri, that's a technology that's completely accessible. Like
the chatbots, yes. I don't know. I mean, there's some stuff that becomes popular, some stuff that they promote that never becomes popular, like smell-o-vision. We have the technology, no one wants to use it.
Yeah, no one wanted smell-o-vision since the 70s, but it was a cool idea. Anyway, those were my thoughts. Have a great night, guys. Bye now. God bless.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Well, if Kurzweil has its way, we can have smell-o-vision along in the virtual reality realms or whatever.
Oh,
So
Everyone's got to turn it off. Pretty much.
it'll encompass all sensory experience, apparently.
Weird, man.
But
And then people won't even know the difference.
to answer Father Swaden's question, it's kind of what's been happening with technologies. It's kind of like everybody's focusing on the positives, so it's almost like a Trojan horse that comes in, and everybody wants the positives, but don't really focus on the negatives. So everything will, AI will be AI if we ever get that far. Like,
there's plenty of people
kind
focusing
of
on
alluded to, but
there's plenty of people focusing on the negative, but they're all nerds. So
and us, unless we're nerds too.
We're nerds too.
Yeah, but if
I guess that's a compliment.
Yeah, but if I can refresh everybody's mind about the development of technique in Rome, so these ideas that how technique is limited in every age is because the primary techniques that are being developed are not the ones that are basically pure techniques in terms of they're not related to the development of machines. So in Rome, it's legal techniques that are primary, that take the primary form of development. And he says to characterize this law in the period during which to characterize the technique of this law in the period during which it flourished, 2nd century BC to the 2nd century, we could say first of all that it was not the fruit of abstract thought, but rather of exact view of concrete situation, which the Romans attempted to turn to account the fewest possible means, he says. Okay, so they wanted to limit the use of the state arm in terms of their judicial techniques, right? So they wanted an efficiency in terms of their legal techniques, right? He said the second element of Roman development of organization was a search of equilibrium between the purely technical factor and the human factor. Okay, judicial technique did not begin as a substitute for man. In Roman judicial techniques, question of eliminating initiative and responsibility, but rather allowing them to operate and assert themselves, he says. Okay, he says a third characteristic of Roman technique was that it was directed towards a precise end, the internal coherence of society. Okay, this technique was not self-justifying, okay, he says. Okay, it did not have its raison d'etre in its own self-development. So these many different ideas are what limited the development of technique in Roman society. So thank you so much, Father Swaden, for joining and asking those things. But yeah, it's a 30 to 31 where I'm drawing from, right, in the Work Technological Society here, right? But yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, thank you so much for those questions. Highly relevant questions. I mean, but yeah, but yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, I feel like there was something else I was gonna say earlier, but I totally forgot about it. Yeah.
Was it before Father Swaden came on, or?
Well, it was something about I think it was something concluding this section that I was doing on ellul, but yeah, I don't think I covered everything, pretty much. But yeah. I mean, or it was something to do with the discussions we were having. But yeah, I think I basically covered everything I wanted to, and now I've gone on for another hour. But I wanted to open up the discussions. I mean,
There's nothing to be sorry about, Father Swaden.
Father Swaden.
That's exactly what TML wanted. Was
it's exactly what I want is for people to come and interact. On these issues about ellul. I mean, so yeah, thank you so much, Father Swaden. Highly relevant questions and contributions. I mean, for all the rest of you guys, I mean, where is everyone tonight? I mean,
You know, a
Is
bunch of
anybody out there?
yeah, they're hiding. They're hiding today for sure. But yeah, you know what I mean. We're plugging through this ellul. I mean, and we've done a lot of great stuff here. I mean, and
I guess LARPers have to take a break every once in a while.
When we're
Yeah.
talking about, you know, sort of like, I guess, technique enslaving people, right? So like I don't know. What I'm trying to ask a question. I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to ask right now. It's like what is technique really? Like I know we've been through this, but if we could sort of just like narrow it down to what it's
Yeah.
like, what we're doing to technique is what we're doing to use the technology. Is that what you mean by that, or I don't know.
Yeah, I think that how I usually explain is that technique is not on the level of tools and it's not on the level of use. Right. And this is why, you know, I opened the show with all these quotes, right, where he says that technique is the right. He says all embracing technique is the consciousness of the mechanized world. Right. He says technique creates means.
Okay.
Yeah, technique
Right.
is the algorithm. If you know what an algorithm is, technique is a synonym.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's
He
part
says.
of it.
Yeah. He says everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine. Right.
Exactly.
And
I
then
see what you're
Mumford says,
saying.
yeah. Yeah. And then Mumford says the machine is antisocial. You know, right? So we have a clear distinction, as I tried to do in my original presentations, between technique, between human skill, between the development of human society, between the machine itself, and the development of science and the arts themselves. Right?
Technique is like something man does to make his life easier, but as he's doing it, it becomes almost mechanical in the approach and loses sort of the soul behind it almost.
Yeah.
That's what
Right,
I'm
like
kind of interpreting.
a mindful, creative, and mechanical approach mindset.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Yeah.
way that Ellul actually defines technique is he defines it as the total ensemble of means.
Right.
Well, I just wanted to say something very briefly about, because I think I know kind of a way to look at it that'll help people kind of wrap their mind around it. The way I would look at it is like, and Hank can probably help me out. So, like, Hank, you talk about an egregore being like an idea that takes on a life of its own. What would be the equivalent for technique to take on a life of its own?
An algorithm.
Or how about a demon instead? Like a,
Well, I answered your question.
Or a homunculus, maybe.
I'll stick with my answer.
Well, I guess algorithm, but most people don't understand what an algorithm is. So, can you help translate what that
It's
means?
just codes, right? It's just codes that are put into a system that causes it to function.
It's the metacode. It's a metacode that you can put between different systems.
Well, different ways of analyzing something or using something, or because the reason I'm asking is because Machine said it's divorced of use and the user. Am I right on that? Machine, you said something about it's not tied to the use of something or something like that.
The best one way in the world had not been made.
Exactly. An algorithm can be reported between different systems.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm trying to say that it's not based on utility. You know what I mean? But purely utility. I mean that's one of the markers of, technical, the technical sphere. But it's not. It's one among many.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is like it seems that you're saying that it's a life form in and of itself, in some sense, right? Like an egregore, an idea can have a life of its own, a technique can have a life of its own. You see what I'm saying? Like that, like what? How would you kind of like analogize that out a little more clearly?
And analogy is not appropriate. This is thing we have to understand it by itself.
It's something to do with, efficiency. I know that. It's like man is using technique to accomplish something efficiently, right? And it's almost second nature. That's what I kind of look at it as. It's like if you're driving your car and you kind of forget what you're doing, but you're kind of on autopilot. That's what I think.
Yeah, and that's why it's like if we're to improve overall means, we need efficiency, right? And that's why it's so interesting that efficiency is the goal of technique, where it seems like the intermediary of how a process accomplishes its goals. The improvement of efficiency itself becomes the goal of technique. So this is why it's so important how Ellul says technique creates means. Like it's creating ways to do things. I mean, sorry about whoever was in the back here. Please, come in again. I didn't see you there.
No, Jack left.
Yeah, but there was a whole different person in the back here that I missed that just fell out here. Called All Seeing Eye or something like that. Yeah, please come back in. Blessings.
That sounds like it could be televised.
Yeah, probably televised. Yeah, please come back in, brother.
Yeah, it sounds like televised.
It's a false.
But no promises.
The highest level of humanity, not from various experimental attempts.
Shit, dog.
Getting some SMR here with the Unseen.
You had to boot. You had to use better spells than that.
No, it said in reality, diversity resulted not from various experimental attempts on the part of various people, but from the fact that technique was always embedded in a particular culture. Along this spatial limitation of technique, we find a limitation. Till the 18th century, technique evolved very slowly. Technical work was purely pragmatic, and inquiry was empirical, and transmission slow and feeble. Yeah, this is so beyond me a lot of times. I read it and then I try to understand it,
Right. Yeah, it takes
utilization of inventions, for example, the water mill, transition from plaything to a useful object, gunpowder, automation, transition from a magical to an economic operation, breeding of animals. I mean, I get what he's saying, but it's so wild.
It's like an alien studying human society and shit. Like it's literally.
Yeah, man. This guy's unreal.
I mean, you can kind of see that point about maybe possibly being an egregore, because if you talk about logos in the way that Heraclitus describes logos, it's almost like an egregore.
What's an egregore? Well, I don't even know what that is.
It's a thought form. It's like a pattern on what do you call it? The social universe, you would say.
A thought form that takes a life of its own, like a kind of entity that interacts as if it has a life of its own.
Yeah, I would say an object in the sociological universe, pretty much.
Well, I would say that logos is, a person from my understanding of it. So that, that makes sense. And believe it or not, Lao Tzu sort of describes it as a person. It's, he's always talking about it gives but never wants or something. You know what I mean? It's the terms he's using. It feels like as if when he says logos, he's really saying God, But I mean, of course, there's other people nowadays that'll deny that. But I really do believe that when he uses the term, he's talking about a God, What other? I mean, I just don't see how it makes sense any other way.
So, I wouldn't say at a technique or an algorithm is an egregore because they're too primitive to be one. They're too primitive. You probably build egregores on techniques, but they're not the same thing.
Well, yeah, because algorithms more of like a physical coding. It's not really.
No, because I guess are they physical? I would say everything's physical, but I don't know what sense you mean.
Physical in the sense that programmers are coding this algorithm into multiple systems, as you were saying earlier.
Yeah, you can physically program them in multiple systems, but they're not the systems
But
themselves.
obviously, you know, back with Heraclitus and Plato and Aristotle, they didn't have modern computers.
You know,
You don't need modern
Diogenes.
computers to make an algorithm, though. They had algorithms before they had computers.
You know, Diogenes Laertius, I think that's his name. He says all things happen
Yeah.
by fate. Fate is defined as an endless chain of causation whereby things are, or as the reason, logos, or formula by which the world goes on. Fate is defined as an endless chain of
That would
causation.
tie into what Scribina talks about in the first couple chapters of his book.
What's his book? I haven't read it.
Metaphysics of Technology. Where's a relevant quote? I mean, like the first paragraph of chapter 1, it would be technology is mindful creation. It is the realization and reification of thought. Every act of creation is a technological act. Ontologically and linguistically, technology is techne logos. There is a techne of all things, and there is a logos of all things.
So it's usually technology is looking at nature and replicating nature in some way to make it efficient for man's use, right? Like you take a helicopter and it could be designed the same way, like a Firefly or something. You know, like a similar structure to that. It's like, you know, man sort of looks at the world around him and tries to replicate these things that he sees can fly and says, well, maybe I can do that, and creates things in that way.
You rang.
You mean like how the elites are trying to create the Big Bang and rip open the universe, right?
Well, yeah, they're sort of like playing God, and isn't that always the case with
plasma?
man?
Yeah, that's what God designed us to do.
God.
That's what God designed us to do. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do it at all.
I'm not sure if God designed us to do that.
Lol, Hank.
You're not sure God designed us?
God said
No,
through
I
man
didn't
all
say
things
that,
are
Hank. I
possible.
mean, stop.
Don't you
stop
deny
your
the Tower of Babel.
ridiculousness.
Come on now, babble like a baby.
I'm saying I don't know if God designed us to do all the things that we're doing now. You know what I mean? I think we kind of went off the, you know, narrow path on this. But what do I know?
So were you saying that the devil made a lie that we were already gods, so we didn't need to become gods because we were already gods?
Yep. And then man is constantly trying to attempt to create a kingdom of man instead of a kingdom of God. And in
You
the
sound like a
process of
Gnostic.
Shut up, Hank.
But we're humans. How could you expect us to build a kingdom of God? One already existed, right? Because heaven was there, right? Because God was always there. So why would he need
That
us
was
to
paradise,
humans to do
man.
it?
That was paradise. And you know,
Well, not according to Satan. Satan didn't think it was very paradise.
well, Satan's a liar. What do you want me to say?
How is he? How is he a liar if he was made from God? God made him, so God make liars? Oh, hypocrites.
Oh.
God didn't make lies. Man made the lie.
God didn't make lies. So, you know, nothing comes into existence without God speaking it, right? So, I mean, how did sin
I'm just
enter the
saying
world
it's
if it
the
wasn't made by
absence of
God? Nothing
goodness,
was made
which
by
is
God,
of
right?
God.
Yeah,
It's
that's right.
a
So what's the point of
distortion or a
ultimate good if
perversion
there's
of
no
what
ultimate
God has
evil?
given us.
I think God is all things, including lies, probably.
I don't think so. I don't think
That's more in line with panpsychism, right? Sort of, at least panentheism.
Well, I mean, that's like what the Gnostics say. They say that God created evil, right? And like, you know, to an Orthodox person, that's just ridiculous. God is good. You know, man, evil isn't really a substance. It's the lack of goodness.
I'm just going by what the Bible says in Isaiah. Isaiah 45:7.
As well.
Yeah, Isaiah 45:7 isn't talking about moral evil. It's talking about calamity and destruction. It's a different translation when using the word raw.
Oh, so would you say that the fires happening in California is not evil, or is evil?
Well, it depends. If it's a natural disaster,
It's man-made.
right?
That's definitely man-made. That's not natural. It's in San Diego now too, apparently.
Yeah.
Can we say that online?
Then it's likely
I laughed
evil.
at that when I saw
Yes.
that it spread.
Yeah, the opinions of the panelists are not scientific facts.
This is mainstream.
Had to clear that up.
It's a mainstream opinion that fires happen because people start them sometimes. So we're allowed to talk about this.
There
What's
are
wrong, Hank? What's wrong,
arsonists.
Hank?
Yeah.
You don't believe Smokey the Bear? Only you can prevent forest fires.
Just say allegedly. Allegedly, supposedly.
Allegedly.
Sometimes
Hypothetically.
it feels like, you know, some people out there are trying to
Metaphorically.
replicate the Book of Revelation or something. Like they're creating their own little
mean
Book
like
of
the crazy
Revelation.
billionaires?
Yeah,
While
I
it's
mean,
also happening.
The synagogue of Satan, allegedly.
What was that, Zephyr?
Well, I said yeah because they want to hurry the coming of Christ back to Earth again.
Well,
You
I
know?
mean, God doesn't care what man does. He's not going to hurry up either way of what we do. I mean, he doesn't care in that sense. Like, you're not going to do something to cause God to come back sooner.
Yeah,
you
the
know?
Bible says otherwise.
He's going to come back when he wants,
Where in the
in his
Bible?
own time.
Like, probably the whole thing, God cares about what we do.
Probably the whole. you
No,
have to
but
be
that's
more
not what I
specific,
meant,
Hank.
Hank.
Come on.
You're being too logical sometimes. It's. You
But
know.
he isn't, Earl. He's just saying the whole Bible.
Yeah, but we can get specifics, like the Ten Commandments. If God didn't care, why would he give us commandments?
But that's not what I meant when I said he doesn't care.
Hey,
I'm
I
talking
do
about he
agree.
doesn't
I mean,
care
you know,
as in the sense that, you know,
God
he
didn't
doesn't
come down
care
to
if
save
you're
his chosen
trying
people
to
either.
further something along. You know, like, he's not going to react to
Yeah,
you
it's been
doing
2,000
something
years.
to cause the end times to come or something. Like,
Yeah,
I don't.
God didn't come save the Jews during me, Mr. Mustache Man's reign. So yeah.
They kind of did. Otherwise, why does Israel exist
you're
now?
The son of God, if you're the son of God, pull yourself off that cross. So he didn't do it then either, right? So I believe in invisible sky daddy, man.
Why are you being so satanic? And sometimes you'll say you're a Christian. What blows me away.
Oh, like you would know. Have you ever met a real Satanist? I have.
Yeah, I've been on Jen Justice panel. I met Bill saying this before.
Oh man, you need some holy water.
Maranatha, boy.
I also did OTO for a little bit.
What are you talking about? You can go to the Church of Satan now and get unbaptized. You didn't know that, Unseen? May the power of Satan compel you.
Sheesh.
Yeah, I'm so triggered right now.
How does an unbaptism work? Do you put a hair dryer next to me or something?
Maybe you drop it in the water. I'm not sure. I've
Hair
never been
dryer.
unbaptized.
Oh, Hank, you so silly.
But well, baptism you get splashed in water, so I assume an
You don't get
unbaptism is the
splashed,
opposite.
You get immersed.
I get immersed in the holy juices. That's what I'm talking about.
So an unbaptism is allowed to then be the reverse process of that, which is just drying me off.
That's so dumb.
There's different flavors of Gnosticism, so that it's not just we can just put them all in one basket, just like you can't put all the denominations of Christianity in one basket.
I can smell the nappy pussy according to the demonic movies.
Just to put this technicality out there, Orthodoxy isn't a denomination; it's pre-denominational. Just saying.
Well, that's not what I heard.
That's my point.
The Catholics told me they were a fork from them. So.
Well, the Catholics are liars.
Oh,
yes, but you also said the Jews didn't know what they wrote. So
worshiping Mary. I thought Mary was the person I was supposed to pray to if I was Catholic.
Venerate, different. The end that is drawing near is Christ himself. It is not the machinations of governments and hidden cabals that mark the last days. That evil becomes more manifest is a secondary effect of the drawing near of Christ. Human events in no way determines God's timing. If we are watching such events, our eyes are being distracted and we're likely living in delusion. That's something I have written here.
If the evil men, destroy the world with nuclear fire or radiation, God will come back and stop that from happening.
Plasma.
There's nothing that man can do to hurry up God in his timing.
You open up a black hole in Switzerland, like science tells you. Will God come back to keep us from spaghettification?
Black holes don't even exist.
Spaghetti? I want some spaghetti.
I don't know. I heard that, whatever they're doing with CERN or whatever, they've opened, those people there have seen demons or something while looking.
That's right, and they do little Shiva dances for TikToks.
Yeah, it might be a distraction though.
Anyone that watch Pokemon seen demons. It's not a big deal.
What's wrong, Hank? I like catching
Did you just say Pokemon or demons?
Yes.
That's right. Yes, Pokemon.
Oh, snap.
Well,
I mean,
what about Digimon? Those are just transhuman Pokemon.
That's right.
Yes.
All of it.
And they're gay.
It's time to duel.
Furby larpers.
Heart of the cards. Oh wait, that's
right, Heart of the
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Cards.
There's a new calendar's priest
That's
that
Yu-Gi-Oh.
says that Furbies are demonic.
That's correct.
Well, I mean, according to the early stories, people would wake up.
The
and
guy
Furbies
from
were
Prophecy
eating people's
Club
hairs,
was talking
so-
about demon Furbies back in like the late 90s or some shit.
Did you know?
2000s.
Yeah, the creator of Furbies thinks they have real emotions and feelings. By the way.
Yep.
So I guess the Furbies are egregores then.
Well, I know whenever I was young and I had a Teddy Ruxpin and I put a regular tape in it, it sounded pretty demonic.
What's wrong? You don't want a little Indian in the cupboard? Your little toy you put in the cupboard when you open it, it comes alive.
That movie was crazy. Indian in the cover. I remember that.
My
I
Furby
mean,
calls
it's
me an
just
anti-Semite.
indoctrination tool. It's just an indoctrination tool used by school and social studies, but we won't get on that subject.
What are they indoctrinating you into?
That's
being an
okay.
Indian in the
Indian
cover?
people. It's okay. Yeah, there you go. Subjugation.
Yakub.
Allegedly, hypothetically.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, I'm gonna be moving on to the Dao De Ching, but I'll play some music first. Thank you guys for joining us. All right.
The beats.
The beats.
The
Yeah,
Bing
I
Bong
really like-
Machine.
I really like these ones. Honestly. I mean, sounds from below. And what's the other one? Mer Adam.
Mers?
Mer Adam.
My name's Tommy. I love to do meth. Yeah, I keep it red. I like meth. I'm Tommy.
It's about a fire in the back and bubble gum in my face. Too many white caps, empty taps, it's a waste. We fly by night beneath the radio waves. Covers to keep us warm on cold winter days. Sounds from below, sounds from below. 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 Riding the red light veins through heartland and back. Communications fade just across the tracks. We fly by night beneath the radio waves. 5 and 1, our direction's the same. Sounds from below, sounds from below. 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 It's about a fire in the back and bubble gum in my face. Too many white caps, empty taps, it's a waste. We fly by night beneath the radio waves. Covers to keep us warm on cold winter days. Sounds from below, sounds from below. Sounds from below, sounds from below. Sounds from below, sounds from below. Sounds from below, sounds from below.
Dope song.
Yeah.
What band was that?
It's called Lake Trout.
Lake
Sounds
Trout.
from below.
What year?
I
Freshwater.
have no idea. But yeah, it's a dope song, dope beat, dope instrumentals, dope vocals. Those white boys have tons of soul. It is what it is.
Dope vibe.
Yeah, dope vibe, yeah. But yeah, definitely sounds from below. And yeah, blessings. So yeah,
It's
it says
264, bro. Sorry.
Wait, what was it?
It's hit 264. I can't even believe it.
DeFreak nailed it. It does sound like the singer from Incubus.
But what do you mean? What's hit 264?
A little
that
bit. His
that post.
tweet.
Yeah, my tweet.
Oh, snap! We're going viral out here.
Not really, but I mean, it is a good opportunity to, get true orthodoxy out there.
Show your tits. That's 98, JG. Songs from 98.
Yeah, it's got a late 90s vibe.
Shut up, JG. No one wants to hear you, bro.
Yes, we do.
All you got, so you just gaslight people, man. That's all you got is gaslight.
Yeah, I'm gaslighting you, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're fucking gay as shit.
Yeah.
Everybody's gay.
I'm a New Yorker. I say you're gay.
Do we have to start this now already?
Because it's cold outside. I'm always mad because I live like a rat in my little house in upstate New York or something.
I'm not
you rat
starting shit.
bastard.
I'm
You
just
no
speaking
good
truth.
mollywop. Talking all that, eh? That's how you sound, JG.
Ooh, I'm rattled, man.
You should be.
My name's Tommy, and I like to do meth.
Sounded like it said. I was like, what the fuck?
I'm chilling in the kitchen. I'm dealing in my mittens. Cook crack on the stove, but still at that midget. JG, why you mad at me, dude?
I'm not mad at you. You got this conclusion in your head.
Oh, who's the one gaslighting now, JG? Huh?
Well, you're assuming I'm mad at you. You think I'm mad at you. That's on you.
You're mad at me.
Yeah, it's still unseen warfare's gaslighting.
You guys need a room or something to work it out?
So now, why does the toxic female got to say some gay shit too?
Yeah, because she gay.
Because I'm what?
Because you're being annoying right now.
She just likes Yowie.
It's not
Don't
about
worry.
you. See, it's not about you, so you don't have to say anything.
Just send her a picture. She just likes Yowie.
Yeah, sure.
JG's just mad. That's it.
If it's annoying, you don't got to say anything.
Take a breath, my brother. Take a breath.
It makes me want to say something when you say that.
Yeah, but see, then you kind of dig holes after. That's one thing you do is dig holes.
Yeah, I sure do.
I don't want to do it anymore, Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad.
JG, do you live in New York?
Yes.
What part of New York?
I can't tell you.
Why? I mean, come on, dude. I used to live in Bushwick.
It's because I'm from New York.
I'm from New York. All you people suck there, and your food sucks, and they feed you garbage, dude. Your whole city stinks, and all you people act like you're top notch, and you live in little shitholes. That's the truth.
Well, the funny thing is, I'm not even from New York. You think I am, and you're fucking triggered. And I'm actually from Baltimore.
So you're faking. You're a fake New Yorker.
He trapped you on his Gijutsu.
Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. Okay, yeah, I'll get a rim.
Dude,
Hi, Cecil.
I'm probably gonna sleep in my snow boots tonight. It's fucking cold.
Cecil, do you get cold with no hair?
Hey, Cecil, Jesus hates you. We all hate you.
No, actually, it's kind of weird.
Not true, Cecil.
I do not.
I can walk around outside.
So you can gaslight me, but we can't gaslight Cecil.
No problem. But my feet and my toe and my hands will start losing feeling. And
What
shit.
did I gaslight you about, dude? What are you talking about?
I'm glad you don't
see. You're too dumb to realize. That's the thing I noticed with a lot of people.
Okay,
on these panels.
I'm
they're
dumb
not
then,
conscious. They don't realize what they're doing.
I'm so dumb.
Too
bro.
much fluoride.
What am I dumb about?
Right.
What am I being dumb about, dude? Just tell me.
And then it's like, oh, tell me where I'm wrong. It's like, what? Are you
Lol,
that
Rocky.
infantile? Are you that
What is
infantile?
it, man? You said I'm infantile because I mean,
Okay.
Because you're not
Okay.
Orthodox
aware.
believer or
Let's
something.
See,
let's.
you're one of these woke people. You're nothing but a woke person.
That's
So
crazy, dude. That's
so
This
actually
is how
crazy.
woke people are.
yeah. So let's review. So when JG got here, Unseen Wolfer, you told him to shut up because you said no one wants to hear from him, and I said that was false. That's where we start today.
Okay, Hank.
Thank you for that, Hank.
Thank you, referee.
Can we keep studying, please?
Unseen, I'm just saying it's deep, man. You got to get deeper with your conscience, and then you'll tighten
Yeah, I
up
mean, I
with,
think a lot of
you know,
things
the
that.
problematic
Yeah, I
techniques
mean,
that
I
you
think
have
a lot of things
to
that.
become better,
Yeah.
man.
You know, I'm so like whatever is going on in your head that I'm supposedly doing. I'm not sure what you're talking about. But I mean, if you want to stop being vague and just get down to the what it is.
We're not
Because
being vague.
all I can figure out from it is that you think that I'm infantile because I believe in orthodoxy.
We're not being vague at all. You're being obtuse.
No one's talking to you.
And now you sound like a limit Tommy.
Well, I mean, no one was talking to you, Hank. Like, go back over there.
You don't like Hank's critiques?
No,
You might not like
I'm
Jay
talking to
Kaczynski,
you.
his
So why
critiques.
is he talking? Like, what's the point in that? I'm talking to you. Like, what is it? What's wrong here?
I'm not the problem. Think about that. Who's the problem?
Brother, when you come at me, I wasn't even like discussing anything with you. I wasn't even talking to you, and you just like get mad for no reason, bro. Like, I don't
Okay,
get
who
it.
were you talking to then?
See, this
Why are
is
you coming
infantile,
at
man.
him? Why are you coming at him? That sounds extremely homosexual.
I'm just trying to figure out like what your issue is. Like, what is it?
It's not that I have an issue. It's you're the issue.
What is my issue then? What is it?
Your
Like, I don't understand.
superiority. You're better than everyone. You can do no wrong with your white man fables.
I'm not even like white, dude. Like, what?
Holy
It's
shit.
okay to be white.
Holy
Wait,
shit.
what?
It's
You're
okay to
vanilla.
be white.
I'm totally white. I look white, anyways.
What he's trying to say is maybe don't take it so seriously. Learn how to when someone is picking at you to get you emotionally compromised, like I did to DK the other night.
Yeah, I just say save yourself, Unseen.
That's sad
saving
trombone.
myself. I think really what it comes down to is you went to
televised.
Catholic school and you had a bad time.
You
So
rang.
you think orthodoxy is the same thing as whatever that was.
Well, I made that up. I'm actually Jewish.
Well, I mean, who knows what you are, man?
Let me send you a shekel.
Don't make me laugh, JG.
Let's see your little hat. I want proof.
You want to see my head, you said?
He went to Catholic
No,
school
just your
and
little
some nun smacked his knuckles or something, and now he has a vendetta.
Well, see, all you can do is assume. Like, all you got is nothing, and that's what you run
That's
on. You
kind of
run
what
on
you
nothing,
got too,
man.
but who cares? I mean, if we're gonna make assumptions, I'm just gonna clown you now, you goofy boy.
That's you, though. Like,
you're
one of these woke motherfuckers that are calling people goofy, and it's like, that's you.
But I mean, what am I woke about? Like, am I out here like
It's the mindset you have. That's that woke mindset.
I mean, you're literally retreading arguments Illuminati made last week. So
I don't
it's
even
not
know who
argument.
that is. He wasn't even talking to you, and you're like arguing with him.
We're on a panel together.
The environment.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of.
So what's up?
That clip never gets old.
What's up now, you pretty punk chicks? Yeah. Hey, what's up? We got a problem, Toothpick? I said, do we have a problem? Oh.
Man.
No, I'm just saying Ellul's right and you should read more of him. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
Yeah, blessings, Rocky. Yeah, peace be with you, sir. And yeah, peace to Earl P. Earl Pipe, the homie. And also I think I saw Jason Skoll up in here. Thank you for watching, sir. Blessings.
Yeah, Ellul's right and Kaczynski's a libtard.
Wow. Put that on a bumper sticker.
Let's put this
Put that in your pipe and
fight
smoke it.
between
You'll see that,
Unseen and JG to bed. Remember, y'all, if we don't work together, the elites win. That's all that matters. Now, no petty squabbling, children. Work together.
Montana's got this like old late '90s vibe where a lot of cars have bumper stickers. It's
You can't
pretty
even
cool.
skate, dude.
Now he says you have no leg coordination.
Yeah, it's crazy. I got one of the best styles out of the fucking
you would say
skateboard
that.
community.
Yeah, I doubt it. Probably can't.
What
even,
credibility you have when it comes to skateboarding? Why should I trust your judgment?
Are you goofy or regular? And can you do no complies? And if you can't, then I don't even talk to you, bro.
Unseen says you got all your skateboarding tricks from a Tony Hawk game. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, what I'm saying, dude, is you can't even skate.
That's crazy. That's like telling Machine lies he can't read. Reddington can't talk. You know, it's just crazy.
Yeah, I know.
And I can't
talk.
lark.
What are you talking about?
I mean, even if you could skate, you can't, though.
Yeah, it's like that's crazy, man.
You probably push Mongo. That's what I think.
Oh, snap, bro. Oh, snap.
Telegram from Mongo.
Not even
Telegram
Switch
from
Mongo.
Mongo.
You push regular Mongo, bro. You don't even push Switch Mongo. That's you.
It sounds like your inner racist is coming out. I'm talking about a song, a real song.
What's up now, you pretty punk chicks? Yeah. Hey, what's up? We got a problem, Toothpick? I said, do we have a problem? Oh, you got a problem, boy. Right here. Here's your right there. Right there. All right. Say, look down. Right here. I said, do we have a problem? Huh? Oh, USR. Now you better get your stank asses up out of here before I cause a nuclear holocaust up in here, fool. Let's go. Oh, come on now. Little bit Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Right, left. Son. Sight. You've got mail.
Wow, Cecil, why do you do this?
He's got resting weird ass face.
He's got like Tourette's in his face or something.
Jesus Christ, that is the demon I saw in my nightmare that I punched.
It's a rather big nose, Cecil.
He got pretty eyes though.
Say what, motherfucker? I got a big ass nose. I'm fucking you out.
It's Vin Diesel from Timu.
It's just the perspective because your nose is so close to the camera.
Yeah. 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 You can see my brain if I go like this.
Oh, I can hear it too.
Oh, god damn it. Ah!
Wish you the best, Diesel. Stay safe out there on the road, man.
Yeah.
Where did Joel go? I hope he's
stay
okay.
warm.
He was driving in the snow.
He's good.
Hey, God boy. Nice.
Joel's blessed up. That man is protected.
You hear that, Cecil? You're the real chosen one.
Yeah.
Chosen one. Master Payne's in town.
I have vagina head.
Oh, he's old Greg.
Oh, brother.
By the power of my vaginal third eye.
Captain Planet.
That's another fucking psyop.
Yeah, we should probably get to the Dow, hopefully. Someone dropped out. Who dropped out?
Wouldn't it be funny if Machine just like left us here all alone?
Hank dropped out.
No, sir, I don't think I have any use for rubber nipples.
Rubber
I'll tell you what, though. Do you have any rubber walrus protectors? Call the police.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it.
It's Ren and Stimpy, right?
Yup.
I'm unseen warfare and I don't get anything.
Well, I mean,
Wow,
you call
No,
yourself
I understand what's
unseen.
going on here. You feel some type of way because you have something, in your mind that you think is, infantile or something, right? About,
Bro, you're too
whatever my
retarded to
beliefs
talk
are.
about this.
But you
man.
don't know, you
qualify
don't
to
really
even
know
talk
what
about
I
your own
believe
shit.
and what I know, right? And you haven't, you don't know my experiences. I don't know yours. So why would you assume something like that?
Dude, you're
Really?
woke, you're fake and gay, you're all the negatives, man. You're a fucking nut, dude. Like you can't even talk about this shit. So just
What can I talk
stop
about?
trying to figure it out, man. Stop
What
trying
can
to
I
have
talk about?
awareness because it's not gonna work. You're just too dumb and fucking naive, man.
Unseen. I guess he's trying to say, like, you
Oh,
know,
shoot.
is there one time that you can talk without needing to go to a reference? Do you have your like own dialogue or monologue? You don't have to like pick up a piece of paper or book and read
right.
it.
I know because you're a Protestant, so you think that going
I mean,
back
Primal
in history
Jihad in
and
the chat.
I'm glad you know what I
saying or
am.
something is a
I
problem.
mean, you don't know what I am. I could be like the biggest Satanist in the world. You wouldn't know. So, Satanists believe in Christ too, right?
Stealth Jihad afoot.
It is the toilet bowl.
That didn't take long.
Well, flush it.
Flush it all away.
Yeah, TB, you suck, dude. You're fucking lame.
Everyone's just in their room, in their space, and your space is going to be this little fucking tiny little fucking square on a screen. That's going to be your space in the hyper capitalist fucking AI world. That's going to be your life. And as much as I want to be anti-capitalist, the only way to be truly anti-capitalist is to be hyper-capitalist. is to like let them, give them carte blanche and let it fucking die faster.
Faster.
Bastards.
Everybody's in their room, in their pods.
My butt's been wiped.
Faster.
At home. That's all this guy's got.
Remember
Seven.
that time TB's on here and he's drunk as shit? And I'm like, yeah, you're not. I was like, you ain't shit, TB. And he's like, I know I'm not shit.
Oh, man. This is the toilet bowl of the toilet.
Hell no! Hell no! That shit ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
He got a skunk beard.
The toilet.
Why is it? What's his name? Bill from the Last of Us series. That's who he looked like.
Hey, JG, every knee will bow and every tongue will confess. How do you feel about that? You'll be included in that.
I like the Jew G. Thanks, man.
Hey, man. What are you talking about? Tyler Perry says he can dress up as a woman. It's okay. Jesus is here and he's queer, remember? Love is love.
No.
Love.
Lurker's gonna lurk.
Jesus is white and it ain't right.
Cecil, are you stressed out? Are they stressing you out?
Bro was born fucking stressed out.
You look stressed out.
I'm not stressed out. I'm just tired.
Tired of all the LARPing and the role playing.
Cereal bowl.
Yeah.
You gotta eat your Wheaties, your...
That's right, your bowl of snot. It's all the body needs.
Did you get Reagan's phone number yet?
Crispies.
No, she broke up with me without me even knowing that we were going out. It's fucking crazy.
Wait, so you were friend zoned before?
I'm tired because I had to lift a freaking 300-pound washer into the back of my van and then take it to storage, and then and then earlier today I lifted a freaking refrigerator, and I just lift appliances in the back of my van all day.
You scrapping for copper?
Sometimes if there's copper on them, but mostly they just pay you tin value, which I'm getting about $85 a ton right now.
What kind of organs are you scrapping for?
Refrigerator, washer, dryer, stove, dishwasher,
brain, heart,
microwave, aluminum rims, RVs. Actually, RVs have been paying pretty good lately.
Well, don't forget, Cecil, nothing stronger than family.
Yeah.
Do you like that hustle, Cecil? You like doing that?
Yeah, actually, it's kind of cool not having to have a boss.
There you go. I think there's a stigma with that shit, and a lot of people are like too timid or too, like, they're unnerved. They're too pussy to do it.
Yeah, like you, Unseen.
Like I'd be making more money if I had a normal job, but
what are you talking about?
The fact that I don't have to answer to a boss and I can make my own schedule and all that is worth the money that it's worth it.
I agree 100%. Having
Get your
a boss.
demon in check, boy. What you talking about?
Sorry, I can't hear you with all the demon sperm in my ear. What'd you say?
I'm sure it is.
Leviosa.
Cecil got some Fist of the North Star faces going on there.
I was convinced you were manifesting the other day. I swear, you were like doing baby voices. It was weird, dude.
Nah, me what ain't baby voice.
Why does your mind go straight to children? That's sus.
What?
Did they teach that in the monastery?
No comment. That's so weird, dude. You're on something.
You're never too old to skate, the freak. That's the thing, man. You didn't stop skating because you got old. You got old because you stopped skating.
You can't skate, dude.
I want everybody to know that my heart goes out to you.
Oh.
I don't have a podium or like an audience or like a head full of hair. I am Dutch though, but my heart goes out to you.
We love you, Cecil. At least I do. No homo. No chomo.
You're right, Cecil.
Just for the love of God, don't ever fall asleep driving.
Yeah, I try not to. My heart.
Yeah, I highly recommend not doing that. Trust me.
Yeah, my heart goes out to you is now like the new Roman salute.
Well, why not? Elon Musk is doing salutes.
I mean, okay, so here's the argument that stops all their fucking bullshit. Okay, show me one video of a German National Socialist that touched his chest before he saluted anybody. You won't find one. They never did that.
Yeah, you won't.
Yeah. So they need to shut up. They're reaching. Now, if they want to go ahead and proceed with their argument, that's fine by me. My heart goes out to you is now the new Roman salute. And whenever a liberal bitches about anything, I just say that to them. My heart goes out to you.
Yeah, the
Does
freak.
Does it go in an armband too?
That's pretty nice.
Kayfabe. That's all
I like it.
Musk is kooking out like he's,
No, well, we got Smith somehow in here.
Maybe
get out of here, Smith.
Hey, maybe Hitler would have been more convincing if he wore pink and painted his nails and had pink hair.
Elon Musk is kooking out like Hulk Hogan. It's all just an act.
Remember, he's a robot. He's a little alien. He's a little alien in the spaceship. I mean, the human pilot ship from Men in Black.
The way Elon talks about how the human race deserves to be an interplanetary species, I wonder sometimes if that dude ain't fucking at least talk to them, or he's like from another planet and he like came here and he's like, yeah, these people deserve to be an interplanetary species. You know, like he kind of
blank face he has makes me think, yeah, there might be something to it.
But remember, he told Iron Man he has a new revolutionary technology he wanted to talk about.
Told you, dude.
Who knows?
I like my radiation fluorided.
They're definitely withholding technology. You know.
I like my fluoride radiated.
Like, I saw this video the other day where somebody was talking about how they have the ability to talk down lasers now. So they can project a laser at you and then talk to you like they're talking to you through a speaker. They've had that technology for almost 20 years now. and they're just
right.
now telling people, yeah, by
That's
the
why.
way,
That's why all these people are going around claiming they're hearing voices and executing their family members, saying that they hear the voice of Satan.
exactly, because
What are you
they
talking
have
about?
lasers
V2K
that
or
aren't
something?
visible, so they could project a fucking laser at your head and be talking to you down it, and that is exactly what is happening.
Right. So you'll be like the basilisk from Harry Potter.
You know why they made that? You know, so it was like created for war, and it was to convince the enemy like to drop their weapons that the voice of Allah was talking to them.
Yes, and the whole purpose of Project Bluebeam is to get people who like are still basically in the Stone Age when it comes to technology will believe that their God comes in the clouds. Yes, we know Project Bluebeam. Woo, conspiracy.
Oh, you know, well, when like Christ actually does come, it's gonna be more
It'll be
than a
Project Bluebeam. Even you will be
thing.
deceived.
I think that's just kind of ridiculous. I mean,
It's propaganda on crack. They used to drop propaganda pamphlets on countries, and now it's like, right in your mind, right to your mind.
tell me something. Do you think that those early apostles would have, you know, been martyred for what you think is propaganda? They would have just died for it.
Well, I don't know. Say that to all the German soldiers. I mean, you know, they fell for the propaganda.
No, I mean, this isn't, you know, early German soldiers we're talking about.
Are you saying that no human being is programmable or deceivable?
You know,
oh,
maybe
ye
light
hypocrite!
incense
Ye
to
hypocrite!
Rome. Maybe light incense to Rome or something. And
Only Jesus Christ couldn't be deceived. He was trying to be deceived by the devil himself, and it didn't work. Only Jesus can resist Satan.
I make the same face when I bust a nut as when I take a shit.
Ooh woo.
Why do you got to tell us that, man? Like that's mad weird.
Can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
The wood is dead.
Wood is wood.
Yes, it is.
That's kooking out right there.
I mean, technically, is the wood dead? I don't know, because I window a lot of walking sticks, and my sticks are pretty alive, and I've owned them bitches now for a year, so.
You know what the biggest kook behavior
Synergy.
I think is really? It's like this whole everything is, you know, just the cynical, edgy remark towards everything. Yeah, I mean, I think that's kook, man. Like, you think being mean is cool or something? Like, it's not cool. That doesn't make you cool. It just makes you an asshole. Like,
so why do you be an asshole?
You know what I mean? It's just like, why? What?
See, you don't know.
And you know, it's
you're
like everybody's
you
rebelling one way. Everybody wants to go one way, right? Is that really a rebellion anymore?
The people
if everybody's
consciously
doing the same
evaluating
thing,
the same can see that you don't even know what the fuck you're saying, man.
Oh, I know what I'm saying. You're all rebelling one way, but you're not really rebelling. And you think you're free in that type of mindset, but there's no freedom in that. What freedom?
I mean, I'm not free. I'm not free
because
because the Matrix tells me I'm not free. So why would I think I'm free?
What freedom is being enslaved to your passions? You know, when you're controlled by, you know, desire and your flesh and all this other stuff. Like, I mean, material.
I don't know. You're the one going around to earthly establishments expecting to find God instead of seeking His heavenly kingdom. But you know, I don't know God.
Established a church. You don't want earth. You know, you dumbass. I mean,
yeah. Oh, look at there. There's the Christian.
Yeah, there is a Christian. I'd flip your table if I was there.
Oh, yeah. In the name of Christ. Yeah. You know, my God tells me not to trust mankind's petty squabblings and ramblings, and to seek His face, not unseens. So, you know, knock and he shall enter, right?
What didn't he say? You know, I'm gonna build my church. I guess you forgot that part.
Yeah, he also says it's better to pray in private than in a congregation, and every church I've ever gone to is full of hypocrites, adulterers, and fornicators. So I'll take my chances praying in private.
Well, see how that works out for you, buddy.
It works pretty well. I don't go and sing among the hypocrites.
I think you're a hypocrite for judging others.
Oh,
as
I don't judge
hypocrites.
anyone. I'm one of the first ones to tell you I'm a sinner and that I deserve hellfire. It's just, I'm not going to tell you that you deserve it because you already know that, Unseen. I don't have to tell you.
Oh, do I?
Are you judging yourself, though? Because that's kind of hypocritical, too.
I mean, I guess, but I don't portray my own judgments of myself onto other people. I judge everyone the same, whether you're a tranny or you're a straight white Christian. It don't matter to me because we're all sinners. There's only one man who is supposedly sinless. His name was Jesus Christ. So I don't claim to be better than anyone. I might role play, but again, but no, go ahead,
Well,
Unseen.
you know what I don't understand is, in the book of Revelation, it talks about 7 churches. Do you think those were, real?
No, I
what
never
were those?
said that. It's just what, do you think you're going to be one of the almighty people who are going to save people's souls in the end time, Unseen? Have you set yourself up into a role that God hasn't quite yet given you yet?
I don't know. I might become a monk. I haven't thought about it. Really.
Quite yet. That's interesting.
I agree because I was once one of them people. I wanted to be there in the end times to help fight against Satan and beat the New World Order. But unless God goes, "Hot your time," I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm better than anyone else. So we're all in the same boat and we're all about to be flooded.
I don't think I've ever, acted like I'm better than anybody else. That's kind of a weird way to put it.
At Joe Mills, facts. It's all inward, man.
One would say be more open to criticism, like they tell me. Don't get so defensive. Don't be like a little kitty cat in the corner trying to claw its way out when the owner comes to pick it up by the neck.
Brother, when you talk about something, it's so ridiculous. What
I don't know. People insult me all the time on panels, but you don't hear me call them, derogatory names like people do me. So again, learn to separate yourself like Spock and be emotionless.
He's not emotionless. He's just in control of his emotions. What did he do? Model the Vulcans after Stoics.
They're the druids. That's the same combination on my luggage. I don't know, y'all. Like I said, I just learned a long time ago at a very young age that when you have these type of quote unquote intellectual conversations, you have to know when to distance yourself emotionally. So when people think people think I'm emotional, but in reality,
You would say that, Smith.
It's the same train of thought. So what if you think I don't know Christ? Oh, wow, I'm going to go sit in the corner and cry about it. Your opinion doesn't really matter to me because only one opinion matters, and that's the opinion of the Lord if he exists. So he's the one who's going to send me to hell, not you. So
yeah, I'm just informing you that he established a church.
Yeah, we know that, but it also says that God is in all men, not just one. So you don't have to set up an earthly kingdom because the kingdom of God is in your own soul. But keep claiming I don't know the Bible.
That kind of sounds like my cough. You all right?
An earthly kingdom. That's so stupid. I don't know how to talk to you sometimes, man, because you just have
Unseen, you clearly think that you're going to be part of that earthly kingdom, and I can tell you, you ain't humble enough to be in it. That's what hypocrite.
So when you don't know what when you don't know what you're talking about, you just rely on talking over somebody.
Yeah,
that's what you know.
At least I don't. At least, hey, guess what? At least I don't have to go to monasteries and meet demons. You know, they find me powerful enough to come fuck with me on their own. So I don't need the walls of men for spiritual entities that want to come and apparently try to take over my body. So keep trusting in your four corners over there.
Smith, you got clowned on this show. Do you really think they're gonna play your video, man?
Wait, is it his video he made, or I think he was referring to someone else's video? I think he was talking to Mindful Exposures.
ESP, I agree. iPeg Goat is a very extremely in-your-face gay psyop video.
Yeah, televised apocalypse for president.
That guy claims
Mindful
that
Exposures.
Sarah.
That I thought it was Ezra.
Ezra, Sarah, she goes by nicknames.
I don't know who that is.
She was in the chat, but I guess she pieced out or something.
Yeah, she has no patience
Oh,
for this
nope,
shit.
there she is. There she is.
I like what you said, Red, about the whole you can't serve two masters, because that's exactly what I'm saying. See, my job is I serve one master while psyoping and exposing the other one, because, you know, again, like I said, if you say too much, you do kind of get noticed and watched by certain people. And people can say, you know, satanic, you know, groups don't monitor people who talk about religious experience, but, you know, people get kidnapped when they talk about being almost possessed by demons, by satanic cults. So, you know.
Well, we're all on some kind of list somewhere, right?
Exactly.
Definitely.
And she says she does. You do know her, JG. You know.
She might know me. I don't know her.
She's been on panel various times before, so it's not like she's new or anything.
Yeah, I'm just doing a Trump bit right now. I'm just getting my kayfabe in.
Yeah. Well, truther, get out of here.
Fucking hate these nut ass women that come around.
Sound a little bitter there.
Bless you.
Holy smokes. Yeah, well, yeah, I had to sneeze for an extra long time there. But yeah, the thing is, you know, we're actually gonna move on here to this thing, because I don't think we'll have many more panel participants. I mean, I think this is pretty much it. I mean, but yeah, I mean, anybody who comes by, you know, I'll just slowly read through this Tao Te Ching. It's a good place to get people to react to different concepts and ideas that are in there. But yeah, yesterday we did a very long presentation on some Taoist concepts. I mean, I think I went well over an hour, covering different themes from Lao Tzu.
Yep.
And yeah, we're gonna continue here, you know, so that we can move on to Dr. Dr. Kaczynski, but the whole thing about Kaczynski is we're looking at the reaction of Kurzweil to certain ideas, right? In terms of you know, critical concepts that deal with technology, right? So we're looking at possible failures, you know, that can happen in terms of the use of technology, right? So yeah, blessings, watch the collapse. You know what I mean? You know, thank you, man. You know what I mean?
I was wondering if you're gonna notice that comment.
Yeah, Jesus was fake and Jewish, designed to conquer the goyim. Oh yes, we've definitely looked at that view here. You know, recently we had Duvid on. You know, he's of that, you know, view. So yeah, you know, lots of people, lots of different viewpoints. You know, we could look at different ideas. right? But you know, and especially theologically. I mean, but in terms of Tao, I don't think it's really theologically centered. It's not about religion. It's not about society, right? It says, it says get rid of the sages. It says get rid of the sages, get rid of, abolish the sages, abolish sageliness, put an end to knowledge, wisdom, right? Put an end to cultural refinement, right? Put an end to technological innovation, right? Put an end to laws and customs, right? There's not many things that Lao Tzu really approves of. He's kind of a negator in terms of he has very, very negative perspective. It's kind of a negative philosophy in terms of it's cynical in its approach, right? And I think that, Lao Tzu was trying to go against the egoists and against the Confucians, right? And the Confucians are politically minded, right? So there's different ideas that he is trying to, consider, and take
Yeah.
into account.
He says, banish wisdom, discard knowledge, and the people will be benefited 100-fold.
100-fold. 100-fold. I mean, right? And he's talking about how a ruler can govern. Yeah, exactly. Not imposing ideas, definitions, names. Names and titles are at the heart of the Confucian philosophy, right? And I've gone so many times. Go look at the, opening of yesterday's show and the opening of many other shows we did. Actually, I've talked for hours in length about different Taoist concepts. I mean, Wu Wei and Wu Ming, non-action and non-names, right? Being without names, right? The idea of natural simplicity, right? The idea of the ruler being a shadowy presence. Okay, the idea of the ascetic practices, making your desires few. Those who are bound by desire see only the outward container. There's many other concepts and ideas and themes within Confucianism, right, that are very, very essential to our understanding. There's also the idea of goodness, inherent goodness that comes from within in harmony to the entire, idea of natural simplicity, right? And this idea of sincerity and simplicity being tied together, right? And how goodness is not about, goodness is not context dependent, as in Confucian philosophy, right? So he's got many, many ideas and concepts that are very essential to understanding, right? And yeah, I appreciate you guys joining me, and I appreciate the, conversation on the panels. And obviously you guys can butt in anytime you guys want, yeah, but he says the master gives himself up to whatever the moment brings. He knows that he is going to die. Okay, so this idea of living without expectation, not having faith in the future, right? He says faith in the future is a flowery trapping of the Tao, right? Okay, the entire movement of the Tao is going backwards, relinquishing, restraint, right? Not adding. Okay, this is why I said it is a largely negative doctrine. Right, there's very little in terms of a positive doctrine here, and that's why I compared it to cynicism. Right? Okay, when Diogenes sees the kid drinking out of the well with his hands, he throws away his cup, his only possession, right? The idea of simplicity, right? Not relying on external means, not being pulled from an external locus of energy, right? Stillness is the master of movement. Having deep roots. Right? One could know the world without leaving one's house. Right? Not imposing ideas and definitions on things, right? Right? It says the farther one goes, the less one knows. Okay, I'm talking too much. Let me continue reading. He says he knows that he is going to die and he has nothing left to hold on to. No illusions in his mind. No resistance in his body. He doesn't think about his actions. They flow from the core of his being. See that? They flow from the core of his being. The internal locus. He holds nothing back from life. Therefore, he is ready for death. Okay, this idea of sincerity. Okay. See, the line is, okay, he's either playing or he's on the hunt. Right? Okay, this idea of being fully there, no matter what you're doing. Don't hold anything back from life, right? And be ready for death. As man is ready for sleep after a good day's work, he says. Then he says, every being in the universe is an expression of the Tao. It springs into existence unconscious, perfect, free. Takes on a physical body, lets circumstances complete it. That is why every being spontaneously honors the Tao. The Tao gives birth to all beings, nourishes them, maintains them, cares for them, comforts them, and protects them. Takes them back to itself. Now, this is the mysterious virtue. It says it creates without possessing, it acts without expecting, and it guides without interfering. Okay? Creating without taking credit. Okay, working without taking credit. Producing without ownership, right? All these terms, right? These non-utilitarian, non-mediated forms of creation, right? That is why love of the Tao is the very nature of things, he says. Okay, in the beginning was the Tao. All things issue from it. All things return to it, he says. To find the origin, trace back the manifestations. When you recognize the children, you find the mother. Okay.
Original ruling principle.
Yeah. And here, obviously, it's saying that the manifestations are like the children of the great mother of creation, right? That gives birth to the 10,000 things. Right. And I think that that is actually a term for nature. Right. And I think in between, you know, oneness and being, right? Obviously, there's non being, right? We discussed that with chapter 42, right? Well, this non being, right, is obviously like, you know, something that gives birth to existence itself, right? So here he goes. You know, when you recognize the children, you find the mother, you'll be free of sorrow. If you close your mind in judgments and traffic with desires, your heart will be troubled. If you keep your mind from judging and aren't led by the senses, your heart will find peace. Seeing into the darkness is clarity. Okay.
I do have stuff on, you know, being and non-being, like little.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Notice it's saying that, the heart is important instead of the mind. Notice that it's saying that.
right.
It's saying, look, make the heart go at peace by freeing the mind of thoughts and desires and stuff like that. So it's
Yeah.
it's very interesting that way. You mean
It's
so
that
yeah,
crucifying the mind type thing,
exactly,
right? And
definitely.
why is that? It's because man's logic will lead you astray, you know. And but the heart also can be deceitful beyond all things. So there's a balance there. There's a royal path there within that topic, you know. It's that's an interesting subject for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's interesting. This whole concept of being and non-being is just as important in Eastern philosophy as it is in Western philosophy. You know what I mean? It's almost like the beginning of metaphysical speculations. I know.
Yeah, I have something here. It says Jiming Xing says, I show that Chinese Taoist philosophers and certain Greek philosophers agreed with respect to the following. 1. Metaphysics is the study of substance or being. 2. Substance or being is prior to individual or particular existence. 3. Substance or being is ultimately transcended in the concept of nothingness. But this comparison, I hope to clarify a subject which is now unfamiliar to most Western minds and thus narrow the gap between Chinese and Western metaphysics. Like this paper, I think at some point you'd be into this. It's super interesting. It's called Being and Nothingness in Greek and Chinese Philosophy.
Yeah, that's highly relevant. Yeah, definitely.
Ontology is the study of being, though.
You said ontology is the study of being?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, ontology, study of being, teleology. Okay, the study of ends and means.
Purpose, yeah.
Purpose.
What I find interesting about this subject is how it sort of relates with, you know, this idea of, and it's not only an idea, but the created and the uncreated, right? So you can, it seems as if he had an understanding of it in almost the highest form a man could get at his time, right? And then you take like a Palamos, and he goes and takes it further into this uncreated and created. So being and non-being, it's very similar, you know. Very different, but similar.
Yeah, here's some very interesting passages in terms of the whole scope. You know what I mean? And unseen, think of what it says about light in terms of the Gospel of John. I mean, it says seeking into darkness is clarity. Knowing how to yield is strength. Use your own light and return to the source of light.
Amen. Thank you.
I mean, this is called practicing eternity. I mean, the great way is easy, yet people prefer the side path, says Lao Tzu. He says, be aware when things are out of balance. Stay centered within the Tao. When rich speculators prosper while farmers lose their land, when government officials spend money on weapons instead of cures, when upper class is extravagant and irresponsible while the people have nowhere to turn, all this is robbery and chaos. It is not keeping with the Tao.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that basically this entire world that we all live in is basically like the reverse of what it's supposed to be. So that's like going against the grain, so to speak. The world we're living in isn't exactly meant to be the world we're living in, but I think if we lived in anything different than what we live in now, it'd be a lot worse.
Possibly.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, definitely wouldn't be no Wayland Yutani flying on the cosmos to go find little sperm eggs.
Yeah, they've definitely, one of the ideas of sexual disharmony, that the Tao is relying more on personal relationships and a harmony between the two genders and obvious differences between the genders, right? That is seen as a source of harmony, more natural source of harmony than imposing, some sort of ideas of filial piety, from the society, that then go into the home. The Taoist principle is more about, working with the natural harmony that's already there and not having to impose external rules, even right onto the situation.
Yeah,
Right.
they're
So
following the pattern that is easiest to deduce from looking straight at something. It's like, what is the simplest um, way that you see something going? Like the way a river flows, or you don't go against the waves in a way. It's just going with it. Um, but this is something that I think is probably the most important argument against a lot of atheists. It's like what Lao Tzu is talking about when he talks about the Tao. It's like order is natural and necessary, requires a directing principle. For it is unimaginable that order is produced by ordered individuals themselves. If there were no directing principle, how can there be proportion, symmetry, and adaptation of one thing to another? There must therefore be an organizing power which orders, as for example, in the seasons. The principle of the seasons, which the seasons proceeding in orderly and never failing fashion, must exist before the seasons themselves. The ultimate principle is therefore of prime importance, and it is this that Lao Tzu calls the Tao. In his words, there exists a completing thing before the birth of nature. I know not its name, but characterize it as the Tao. And as far as I can see, is like his whole philosophy is following this ordering principle before time, right?
yeah, and it also seems like this second part, see, ever since you move, through chapter 38, you start noticing that he's now, talking more about the individual in their relationship to society and less about the Tao's relationship to nature and human society. Right. So in the first 37 chapters, it seems like there's more of a metaphysical push. And then after chapter 38, when you go to the book of virtue instead of the book of the Tao, it sort of goes into the relationship of society as a whole. So now we're on 54, and if you'll notice, the next few chapters and stuff, they're mainly about applying the Tao to society as a whole. Right? And there he says, whoever is planted in the Tao will not be rooted up. Whoever embraces the Tao will not slip away. Her name will be held in honor from generation to generation. See, now you could tell it's talking about society as a whole. Let the Tao be present in your life, and you will become genuine. Let it be present in your family, and your family will flourish. Let it be present in your country, and your country will be an example to all countries in the world. Let it be present in the universe, and the universe will sing. How do I know this is true? By looking inside myself, he says. Says he who is in harmony with the Tao, is like a newborn child. Here's another thing of going backwards, returning to natural simplicity, right? Being nurtured by the great mother, right? He says its bones are soft, its muscles are weak, its grip is powerful. It doesn't know the union of a male and female. Okay? Yet its penis is erect. And it kind of says that in other translations too.
I was about to
you know,
say.
yeah, what it's talking about is how a young guy can have sex all the time. An old guy can't have sex all the time. You know, but like an old guy has had a lot of sex. You know, so it's talking about that the person who's had a lot of sex isn't necessarily the one who can have sex all the time. You know, a person who hasn't really had sex ever, you know, that person's going to stay erect. Okay? So it sounds weird, it sounds awkward, but I mean that's essentially what he's saying. You know, get your minds out of the gutter. You know what I mean? Right? Okay, exactly. You know what I mean, right, Kay? You know what I mean? People are like, what? Right. And in some yeah, and it says, you know, like, you know, you could scream all day. You know, like a kid can yell all day, scream all day, fight all day.
Oh my gosh, they're so loud too.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, right?
It can hurt your ears.
Yeah. See, now, see, it says so intense as its vital power. See that? That's what it's talking about. Vital power. It's not talking about, you know, fucking or fighting or any of that stuff. It can scream its head off all day, yet it never becomes hoarse. So complete is its harmony. It's talking about the essence of all life, youthfulness. Right? How youthfulness is synonymous with all of these other characteristics, right? Okay. The master's power is like this. He lets all things come and go effortlessly without desire. He never expects results, and thus he is never disappointed. He is never disappointed, thus his spirit never grows old. And you know, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. People are children. It is what it is, right? But yeah, you know what I mean? He who it says excuse me, it says those who know don't talk, those who talk don't know. Close your mouth, block off your senses, blunt your sharpness, untie your knots, soften the glare, settle your dust. This is primal identity. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Blessing, shifty eyes, man. What's going on? But yeah, I love this idea, soften the glare, with it talking about not imposing ideas on things that you see. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Primal identity. Okay, be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from, benefited or harmed, honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. This is why it endures. Okay, now it says if you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-restrained people, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the master says, I let go of the law and people become honest. I let go of economics and people become prosperous. I let go of religion and people become serene. I let go of all desire for the common good, and the good becomes common as grass, he says. Okay, that goes very well with how I introduced the topic. Okay, if a country is governed with tolerance, he says, the people are comfortable and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you will lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you will lay the groundwork for vice. Thus the master is content, he says, to serve as an example and not to impose her will. She is pointed but doesn't pierce, straightforward but supple, radiant but easy on the eyes. All right, now he says, for governing a country well. Okay, notice the last one he's talking about power, governance, and morality. Here he says, for governing a country well, there's nothing better than moderation. Okay, and in another translation, it says restraint, right? The mark of a moderate man is freedom from his own ideas. Tolerant like the sky, all pervading like sunlight, firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind, he has no destination in view and makes use of anything life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him because he has let go. He can care for the people's welfare as a mother cares for her child. Okay, 60, another one about governance. Okay, see, look, there's a huge pattern here. But 38 through like I want to say like 71 really. I mean,
Do you know if
and then,
Sigmund Freud was inspired by Lao Tzu?
I mean, it could be, yeah.
I don't know if you know off the top of your head.
Why? Is there anything that rings a bell for you?
I can't let you know that. Can't let you into my head, man.
Yeah, I'd say
I'm
there's
just
a
being
lot.
corny. Just being corny.
Yeah, I think there's very little there in terms of the tabula rasa. I don't think that Lao Tzu would agree to a concept like that. I mean, but yeah, and many other concepts. But it says here, governing a large country is like frying a small fish. Okay, you spoil it with too much poking. Center your country in the Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that it isn't there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. He says, give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. Says, when a country obtains great power, it becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes mistakes, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. He considers those who point out his faults as his most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be the light of all the nations in the world. Okay? So here's another passage about governance. He's going to keep on going about governance. But the ideas are very, very similar. He's talking about, the ruler, first of all, right? So he's talking about a central rule, right? Okay, and he's talking about a ruler that doesn't really interfere with the ways of his people, right? He's talking about governing a small country, right? He's talking about not imposing laws or prohibitions on people and letting them govern themselves, right? He's talking about, you know, having all the means to rule, but not having to use the means, right, to rule, right? So people can rule themselves, right? So there's lots of different concepts and ideas that he's talking about here, right? And of course he's talking about, you know, so you don't want to have lots of laws. You don't want the size of the state to be that large. You don't want the size of the government to be that large, right? Okay, and you want people to govern themselves. You want the ruler to have all the power that's necessary to rule, right? But you don't want him to have to use it, right? So these, and of course, the ruler is but a shadowy presence. Yeah, blessings, John. Right? Yeah, thank you.
There's a commentary on this I have right here. Do you want to hear this?
Yeah, we're trying to get John in here to talk about ellul and Christianity. So we'll see if you know how that goes. But we're still trying to hook that up. But yeah, blessings, John. Thank you for watching. But yeah, go ahead, Unseen. Yeah.
It says a number of parallel passages, which the author quite certainly had in mind, make it evident that both, let me see what this word is, QE and Sabin are here used in the subjective sense. The enlightened realist monarch, with the carrying out of his institutes, is a god in his use of men. He is a demon. He is a god in that he cannot be gainsaid, a demon in that he is subject to no restraint. The sages of old did not damage their souls by evil passions. Another parallel passage contains both a reference. Okay, so this is just talking about these terms that are used here. Because if I'm not mistaken, we're at ruling a kingdom is indeed like cooking a small fish, right?
Right.
We past that?
Most men in the chat, bro.
A large kingdom must be like a low ground towards which all streams flow down. Or is that where we are? I'm confused.
Yeah, we're on yeah, we're like on 61 or something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, a large kingdom must be like a low ground towards which all streams flow down. It must be a point towards which all things under heaven converge. Its part must be that of the female in its dwellings with all things under heaven. The female, by consequence, conquers the male, by consequence, gets underneath. If a large kingdom can in the same way succeed in getting underneath a small kingdom, then it will win the adherence of the small kingdom. And it is because the small kingdoms are by nature in this way underneath large kingdoms that they win the inheritance of large kingdoms. The one must get underneath in order to do it. The other is underneath and therefore does it. What large countries really need is more inhabitants, and what small countries need is some place where there is surplus inhabitants can go and get employment. Thus, each gets what it needs. This is why I say the large kingdom must get underneath. If that large.
Yeah, blessings. But yeah, you know, this is the important part is that he goes on for several chapters, about governance until he finally goes to the greatest chapter, on rulership, 66, right? But yeah, here he says the Tao is the center of the universe, the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Everyone uses it, right? Okay, it rains on the just and the unjust alike, right? Okay, honors can be bought with fine words. Okay, and what does Lao Tzu think about honors and fine words? Okay, these are things that are, appearances of virtue, right? Okay, they have no finality, right? Okay, respect can be won with good deeds. Okay, and what does Lao Tzu think about respect and good deeds? Okay, he thinks they're useless standards.
When he's talking about the speakers of fine words, he's talking about sophists and sages who were at the time went around from capital to capital selling their services to rulers who were offered them the highest,
Right.
inducements. So basically, like mercenaries or something, just.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, think about people who do fine words and do good deeds. That they are trying to be noticed by others. It's oftentimes, the best type of people who don't want to take credit for the things they do. Right? They're not very eloquent in their speech. But it's oftentimes that society rewards the people who can make a huge display out of what they do. Right?
Who put up a
And
show, an
yeah,
appearance,
yeah, put up a show and give a great speech. What these are the appearance of virtue and not virtue itself. Right? The Tao itself is beyond value, says Lao Tzu. No one can achieve it. Thus, when the new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him, he says. With your wealth or your expertise, offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Okay, think about that, right? We just had inauguration day, right? Okay. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find. Okay. Seek and ye shall find. Okay, when you mistake, when you make a mistake, it says you are forgiven. Okay, that is why everybody loves it. He says, okay, he says act without doing. Okay, how do you act without doing? Right, you engage all things while doing nothing. Right. Okay, you engage all things from a point of stillness. Right. Okay, act without doing. Right, he says work without effort. Okay. Okay, obviously simplicity, sincerity, right, are the cornerstones of virtue, as I said earlier, right? Think of the small as the large. Okay, and the few as the many. Okay, this goes with make your desires few, your affairs few, right? Okay, confront the difficult while it is easy, right? This is about simplicity and harmony with all things, right? Okay, by
I
a
have
series
something
of
for
small
that.
acts. Yeah, of course.
It
Yeah,
says,
Yep.
It says
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
world laughs at Tao, the author says, and we require this injury with a gift of day. And what follows the easy and small is the primal unity underlying the apparent diversity of things. The Taoist passes as easily from easy aspects of things to their hard aspects as he does from the hard to the easy. That is to say, he is capable of seeing things as parts or as a unity according to what the occasion requires. But that's interesting. He says the world laughs at Tao, and isn't that true?
Yeah, that's true. You know, it's crazy. Not only people have no joy in seeking the truth. I mean, which is some wild shit to actually see. I mean, that people have actually hardened their hearts. I mean, with respect to the truth, they actually have no joy, and they actually laugh at shit. That's deadly serious. I mean, so yeah, there's a lot of topsy turvy behavior going on, and you can see that people have lost. They've lost the Tao. Definitely. The modern age, has lost the Tao. I believe that. And that's why I think that as I explained in yesterday's show, it seems to be a lot in the Tao that's against some of the premier values of modern society. Seems like 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 for example, Francis Bacon said knowledge is power. Well, imagine that. Lao Tzu said both of those things are. You definitely shouldn't try to seek those things. I mean, so yeah, and once somebody has it, they're almost certainly trying to hide how they both how they got it and how they use it. Right. So right. So what does that tell you about it? Right. He's saying. I mean, yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely, Mosman. Blessings, sir. Progress consists not in the increase of truths, but in the freeing. But yeah, but in freeing it from its wrappings. Definitely. You know what I mean? That is definitely in in respect to the Tao. Every day, one gives up something instead of gains. Right? But he says, yeah, the master never reaches for the great, and thus she achieves greatness. He says, when she runs into a difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. Okay. 64. What is rooted is easy to nourish. What is recent is easy to correct. What is brittle is easy to break. What is small is easy to scatter. Prevent trouble before it arises. Put things in order before they exist. A giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. A journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. At the end of the show, we'll have our homie Frank Monday actually read that in Chinese. I mean, it's a great treat. You know what I mean? To see people who went to China to study the Taoist manuscripts and come to us to have a conversation with us about its meaning. I mean, obviously, we're greatly rewarded by a sort of interaction like that. So we will be playing that at the end of the show. Frank Monday, peace to you, brother. I mean, but yeah, rushing into action, you fail, he says. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing to project forcing a project to completion, he says, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as the beginning. Okay? He has nothing. Thus, he has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn.
Yep.
You know what I mean? He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao, and thus he can care for all things. Okay? So this idea of letting go of desires, letting go of thoughts, okay, taking action, right? Okay, and letting your action be sort of complete. Not letting not leaving loose ends in terms of acting. Right? and applying yourself fully to whatever you're doing. Right? So this idea of steadiness, this idea of harmony, this idea of letting things take their course, acting through non-action, using nothing, right? Okay, it's also about simplicity, letting see, thoughts and laws and action, okay, they're pretty much things that you want to use very sparingly. They're things that you apply to make things happen. Right? But if things are already happening, then you don't need to do anything. Right? He
All
goes
right,
on to
machine.
say,
I'm out,
yep.
brother.
Yeah, blessings, brother. Yep. Yeah, thank you for being here. Yep.
Later, guys.
Yeah,
Sweet
thank you.
dreams.
Yep.
Easy.
Peace, homie.
Yep, yep.
Yeah. And then he goes on to say the ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. To not know. Okay? When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide, right? Hence, when you have standards, right? He says, don't impose standards, right? Okay, and if you do have standards, don't let anybody know what they are, obviously, right? Okay. Okay, when they know that they don't know, people can find their own way, he says, right? Knowing your own ignorance, right? He says that again in chapter 71, right? Basically, that knowing your own ignorance is true knowledge, right? Okay, but he says if you want to learn how to govern, avoid being clever or rich. The simplest pattern is the clearest. Content with the ordinary life, you could show all the people the way back to their own true nature. Okay, now this is a very important chapter, and I think I may conclude reading this after chapter 71 here. But I don't know. I'm actually considering just finishing it because we don't have a lot of guests here today. But yeah. Yeah, we'll figure it out. But yeah, he says all streams flow back to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it its power. If you want to govern the people, you must place yourself below them. If you want to lead the people, you must learn to follow them. Okay? So, this is very important in terms of, the idea of, the sea. We're talking about something like Leviathan, something like the currents guiding the fishes, right? Something like, how the structure of how things can be, it sort of guides their movement, right? So, everything happens in something or on something, right? And it's obvious that, whatever, is guiding their movement, that everything's movement is being guided by a greater, force or harmony, right? So here it's sort of talking about that there's thousands of streams, right? It seems like there's no directionality to it, right? But the fact is that all of the streams, are essentially governed, right, by a single force of movement, right? So it's saying like there's like a type of Leviathan. There's a king of the sea. All right. Just as there's a king of the sea, you know what I mean? How is the people gonna know the way of the prince? Right? I mean, it really has to, you know, observe the prince from afar, just as the prince cannot know his own true nature, right? Just as Machiavelli says, right? He says a prince, has to, a prince knows the ways of the people. The people know the ways of the prince, right? And what does Lao Tzu say about the leader? Right? He says, always the leaders think of themselves as alone, with no people, with no family. Right? Because the leader, right? The point of being a leader is that you feel you have solitude. But the best way to be a leader is to be a man of the people. This is the kind of paradox that Lao Tzu is referring to, right? Okay, that a shepherd, that what does the president try to pass himself off as? A commoner, just a regular guy, right? He would never want to seem like he's above the people that he governs, right? So, a little bit strange.
Does he say that? You think you're a leader because you have solitude? Does he ever say that or write that?
Yeah, he said it earlier. Yeah, that the leaders kind of think of themselves as loners.
But specifically solitude.
I mean, yeah, I forget exactly the words he uses, but yeah, I mean, there's different translations, and that's kind of what he says. Yeah, he says like, yeah, they kind of see themselves as like, like nobody really understands them. Like they're alone.
All right. Yeah, loneliness and solitude is different. I was just curious to see if that's what he said.
It sounds like someone wrote my biography.
Yeah. But yeah, he's saying that essentially, you got to keep your eye on the people. Okay, you got to see what everybody's doing, but you don't really want to let them know that you're ruling over them. You don't really want to interfere in their lives. Okay, if you have to keep on trying to work on everyone and try to improve their lives and try to, govern all the things all the time, then that means that, people are not necessarily going to think you're doing a good job. So the fact is that, how can you keep an eye on everyone? Help them help themselves, essentially. Get out of their way. Do what needs to be done in order to rule. Have everybody think you've already done it. Not do too much. And kind of be out of the public view. Right? That these are all economy of rulership. Right? The best way to rule is not having to rule. Right? He says the master is above the people and no one feels oppressed. She goes ahead of the people and no one feels manipulated. The whole world is grateful to her because she competes with no one and no one can compete with her. 67. Some say that my teaching is nonsense. Others say it is lofty but impractical. But to those who have looked inside themselves, this nonsense makes perfect sense, he says. And to those who put it into practice, the loftiness has roots that go deep. I have 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, compassion. Okay, these 3 are your greatest treasures. Simple in actions and in thoughts, you return to the source of being. Patient with both friends and enemies, you accord with the way things are. Compassionate towards yourself, you reconcile all beings in the world. Okay, the best athlete, he says, wants his opponent at his best. The best general enters the mind of his enemy. The best businessman serves the communal good. The best leader follows the will of the people. All of them embody the virtue of non-competition, he says. Not that they don't love to compete, but they do in the spirit of play. And in this, they are like children, he says, and in harmony with the Tao. Okay, 69. The generals have a saying, rather than make the first move, it is better to wait and see. Rather than advance an inch, it is better to retreat a yard. This is called going forward without advancing, pushing back without weapons. There is no greater misfortune than underestimating your enemy. Underestimating your enemy means thinking that he is evil. Thus, you destroy your three treasures and you become an enemy yourself. When two great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one that knows how to yield. Okay, he says, my teachings are easy to understand and easy to put into practice. Yet your intellect will never grasp them. If you try to practice them, you'll fail. My teachings are older than the world. How can you grasp their meaning? If you want to know me, look inside your heart, he says. Okay. That's about all of the reading we'll do of the Tao for today, and we have a lot more to read from the Tao, so we're by no scale of imagination done. I mean, but I think that those passages are very interesting, very key, in understanding, his idea of politics, society, morality, right, and different ideas, right? So, we kind of expanded on that today, and thank you so much to Unseen for being here with us. I mean, but we got a little more things to go in terms of we will be looking at Kurzweil and some of his ideas. I mean, and just like we did yesterday. So this is an expansion of yesterday's show, especially this part, where we looked at the Tao and then looked at Kurzweil. Okay, and last time we were lucky enough to look at some of Kurzweil's ideas, okay, on this show called Closer to Truth, right, and look at some of his ideas that are more about cosmology and metaphysics, right, in terms of simulation theory, right, and the ideas about the origins of life and mind, right, and the obviously his concept and idea that this universe was created through an alien experiment, right? That's anti-Taoist right there, right? Definitely, definitely against chapter 42, right? His ideas about improving nature, how nature is inefficient and you can improve nature, that's against chapter 29, right? So we're going to be looking at some anti-Taoist ideas about improvement of humanity and, okay, going beyond nature, okay, and the transhumanist ideal, right? And it's not about natural simplicity there. Oh, no. It's not about harmony with nature either. It's about harmony with the machine, right? Okay, a new semblance of man and nature, right? So yeah, yesterday we looked at some of our ideas of Taoism, and I compared them to the ideas of ellul, right? So yeah, we're definitely expanding on many different themes and ideas, and this whole presentation of Taoism is a preparation, right, to get into a discussion about Buddhism, right? We're looking at the development of modern philosophy, right? There's many different developments in Buddhist philosophy, okay, where they even expand on Taoist concepts, okay, within the developments of Buddhist philosophy, okay? They expand on a lot of Hindu and Taoist concepts, right? But the reason we're taking a extra, deep look into Taoist ideas as we will into Zen ideas, right, is because they give us such a preparatory view of Buddhist concepts, right, and how they develop and how Buddhist philosophy actually develops, right, within India and China, right? And once it goes to China and we see the Zen philosophy as we looked at in our introduction, it will really, really tie into Taoism, right? Because Zen is a little bit of Buddha's philosophy and a little bit of Tao's philosophy, right? And my favorite work in Taoism is the Shangzu. I can't wait to look at the Shangzu with you guys and look at some of my favorite stories from there, although we won't have that much time because we are expanding on Taoism and the work by Lao Tzu in great, great, great depth that I hope you guys can appreciate. We are now almost done with a second reading of Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching. The second translation that we're reading. Right, so we already looked at a very popular translation of the work. Okay. Okay, we expanded on many ideas and concepts there. Actually, I went very much in depth that time. I did not spare anyone. The painstaking expositions. I mean, right, and we were just getting done with Confucianism, so I really, really beat you guys over the head with how it's compared to Confucianism too. So, I mean, I know that it's a different cast of listeners, but definitely the people on the panel have been regulars, so you guys know what I'm talking about.
For sure.
For sure. But yeah, it's been quite a journey, quite a trek.
Faux show, oh show.
And next time, I think I'll have to go dip into another translation, or unless I can go and just really expand on 10 or so chapters. But yeah, next time we're gonna finish the Stephen Mitchell translation, and we're gonna go to the Gyia Fang translation, which is very, very popular translation of this work. I mean, yeah, and yeah, we'll play some music for you guys, man. Thank you. I know everybody's been talking for a while. It's been a good 2 hours, that we were talking here, especially with the panel. There hasn't been that much panel participation. So, yeah. So it doesn't really matter
Yeah, we
in
were
terms of
listening.
the show. Yeah, it doesn't really matter in terms of the show. Yeah, exactly. I don't need a panel to do the show. I always have material prepared. But the fact is that today I warned you guys I would not be here very long. Maybe we'll only do a 9-hour stream today. The reason is because I will be doing an extra stream on Friday. So, I mean, I just hate sitting in front of a computer. People have their little complaints. You know what I mean? So, it's funny, but I really don't care.
I mean, I have to represent now, but I did at least come not to chat and take over, but
No, it's
to
all good.
play
Take
some
over if you want.
background nature footage.
Of course. Thank you.
No
I
problem.
love your
Appreciate you,
background
brother. It's good to see
footage.
you, Zephyr.
Good to see you too.
And Red.
Hey.
Yeah, that already feels better. I mean, look at that mountain. I mean,
It's
yeah, this is
beautiful.
what
Is that
it is. Yeah.
that
Looks
looks
like
like
a volcano.
That's Mount St. Helens that exploded
Oh
in.
well, that would explain why.
But yeah,
Saturn.
this is my photography. So this, I
I
think I
love
took
it.
this
So
in
pretty.
2012. And I'm pulling up some footage right now. I was trying to get my phone to connect so I could actually show footage from my hike today. So just one moment.
Oh, yeah. we'll be taking a little musical break here, and we'll be coming back here with some more of I'm scratching my thigh. That's not me scratching my balls. I mean, but yeah, the thing is you know,
You didn't have to put the cam on.
We do appreciate the clarification.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Oh, now I'm
Yeah.
suspicious.
Yeah, but yeah, fascinating coverage that we've had, but yeah, like I was saying, Friday night debate night, so we'll be bringing you guys some extra shit. It'll be fun. We got the Fighting Irish, the Fighting Irish. I mean, you gotta love that guy, man. I mean, he's got a lot of spunk. I mean, a lot of personality. I mean, so I love that guy. I mean, in terms of a lot of colorful cast of characters whenever we're on stage. I mean, you got the blonde, kind of he looks like he like put baby powder all over his face or something like that. I mean, he's extra white. I mean, and yeah, so and you got the Brown brothers. I mean, so it's a lot of diversity. It's like a fucking J.C. Penney fucking pamphlet. I mean, so it's a lot of good stuff going on. I mean, but yeah, we're gonna go on to this music. We'll bring some more stuff back. I mean, and peace to everybody. I mean, yeah, here's some music. I'm gonna smoke some cannabis, and then we'll move on to Kurzweil, Dark,
Woohoo!
Maleficence, Malfeasance. I used that word with Tommy today. I said, Tommy, this is malfeasance. Because it's a great word to describe some of the panel behaviors, of certain people. They have malfeasance. Character flaws.
Why does that sound like feces though? Like it sounds like you're saying like malfeces.
That's fine. Like malfeasance. It's like you little shit.
It's maybe literal
your-
like bad shit of the mouth or something.
Yeah, you little shit.
Or of the
with your
hand.
little
Maybe it's
mouth.
his feet with the hookworms.
Yeah, so it's good stuff. You know what I mean? But yeah, check out this music, guys. We'll be back in about 7 minutes. That's usually how long they last, or 8 minutes, Sharon, but thank you.
Seems quite absurd to shout at top of lungs, especially when one knows they all lie deaf. If I have not met your expectations, try to conceal my frustration with an earthly tongue. Expected to be hung from gallows at an early morning long ago, as fog hung from every crevice corner. I paid my penance in a hard, dry life. Twice to die the sight of another. Hold no malice toward fellow brothers. Have you two been smothered by thickness and dense airwaves? Perhaps we are all slaves to an unseen to live lives and no not knowing death. The morals you stress on mere outline. To quote paradigm as a favorite word shows how completely absurd the balance of what may be real as we love. As only son and protector of mirrored sisters, I tear through the gristle of life with scissors, painting my own gruesome picture. With the smallest of triggers, it's a back room of primordial instinct. Visit violent thought often. Action becoming vacation. The vacant eyes from behind that face form the flicker of smoke. Enough to embark upon this twisted tale. Veiled emotion lies dormant, a waiting day to exist again and again and again and again. Enough thanks to last 4 centuries. A pity we have so few to squander. I ponder basic concepts beyond nocturne. Swarmed by internal voices since inset. deal, NASA? Touching your Jack Jookies. Stabbing bitches in the Nicky line. Jack Jookies. That's no big deal. Take that zucchini. Don't make me bite your face. Cause it ain't like I like the taste. It's more of a psychological thing. My heart hates her, never change. But your cabbage, you get rearranged. Don't make me bite your face. Cause it ain't like I like the taste. It's more of a psychological thing. My heart hates her, never change. But your cabbage, you get rearranged. And I don't even pack no gat. I'd rather run up on you and your crew with a great adventure back. And when the deed's done, it goes up the sleeve. And when the one time come, I'll be in the breeze. You may be different, but you're a poetic front. The difference between us is that we say what we want, especially after we light the blunt. Some of us like to pull cards, I pull stunts. I broke up with my ex on some bachelor shit. Now I'm killing two birds with the same dick. And isn't it ironic? Don't you think? The same cat that left the mic smoking left the man that steals back broken. Chilling with Lois Lane and she's open. Cause I can suck a cookie out of pussy when it's soaking.
Chick bit my head off, but the ass was magic. Should've seen a tattoo in the back of a praying mantis. Plucked my chest like red sand, but it splashed the crack off a mansion. The baby girl's amped and learning how to walk on both hands backwards. Loading fantastic damage with a grill sunk in the mat. That's my language. Loaded insane angles, all tangled up with damage. Star spangled mangler, fuck bot out of money shot. Hit her in the shitter, I'm hitting with it. Came by liquid in double kitchen gloves, loves, loving it. Comfortable naked and tasting like a patriot. I'm wearing a dookie rope and some oven mitts. Suck clits like vast air verse, mother reminder. And that's my b-boy alphanumeric vagina diner now. Chick scream so loud I can hear it on my last album. And smell her in the shower where we fuck the chill 5G version if I've got the power. It's getting kinda hectic. The house pets seem alert and confused and the neighbors leaving messages. I'll get in your stomach and I'll plug you in all your entrances and one exit. Whispering quotes from the Tempest. Dr. Hell no. Oh, yes, with a surgical scrub on a baby arm inserted from fist to elbow. I drank her bathwater in a shot glass. Then ran my tongue up the crack of her ass till our future children hatched. The mushrooms had me seeing some sort of deep organic math from some primal altered state sex. I felt connected to the past. Collapsed nasty wet and wept into her neck, suckling on her smaller nipples. Then I drifted into REM, where I dreamt of little bouncing cherubs with clit rings and sexy wood nymphs and crotches hoes and begging to get bent.
Don't make me bite your face, cause it ain't like I like the taste. It's more of a psychological thing. My heart pace never change. Your cabbage you get rearranged. Don't make me bite your face, cause it ain't like I like the taste. It's more of a psychological thing. My heart pace never change. Your cabbage you get rearranged. I usually bust raps for fun, and if 6 was 9, I'd probably bust a machine gun. Niggas hate me, cause I scribbled the cold vein. Ice grilled Medusa and I'm stone free. Well actually I was purple haze, chewing on laces, frozen a Hendrix maze. Look at these sloppy cats with their copied raps. Said our shit is too hard to study. Ox is brilliant. Our yin is colorful, but our yang is muddy. And if you ever thought you had one up on me, that had to be a projection from R2D2, cause I am not see-through. I'm more like, you cross the line and I'll see you in intensive. You think I care if your titties are sensitive? Niggas beware, bite your face, cause it ain't like I like the taste. It's more of a psychological thing. My heart pace never change, but your cabbage will get rearranged. What? Can't over, handle you slower. What? Death judge. What? Once again, fantastic damage, like what? Found that in what? This must be underground. What? Taking over. What? I might have to bite your face. Hey, why don't you write "fuck you" of my ass? The deal, NASA. Touching your.
Yeah. Thank you for being here. Let me open up this kurzweil. And we don't have any Bomba Clap videos anymore. I mean, what we had, we showed you. Thank you for being here. And the other things we had. I mean, but yeah, we showed some videos of Kurzweil. We've showed many videos of Kurzweil on this show. Actually, we did an entire show where we looked at the nanotechnology issue with Kurzweil and K. Eric Drexler. And in that interview with K. Eric Drexler, he said that the you know, DNA, okay, can be constantly improved by nanotechnology. Okay. So they're talking about putting nanotechnology into the human bloodstream to improve the DNA. They're talking about replacing the human mind with graphene nanotubes, right? Okay. So he's having lots of considerations, and he's also saying that virtual reality will be set up, right? Oh, whoops. What the?
I
Oh.
just came back. You're good.
Oh, I was wondering. I was like, what is going on here? Because there was two Ezras, and I was thinking, which is the real one? But yeah, I don't know. Turns
It's
out
because I
both
got a
will.
video for ya. What's up?
Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
Blessings. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Oh my God, I heated the fuck out of this battery before I burned the fuck out of my lip here almost. But yeah, the fact is you know, this whole idea he's talking about, you know, goes into some insane territory because he is actually saying that there'll be a two-way communication, okay, between these neurons and the human brain, right? In which, okay, let me read this passage. This is some wild stuff, actually. You need to read it to actually get the full
I'm like,
gist of what he's saying.
I mean, you do realize there's actually a ton of evidence in other forms of rewiring your neurons. Actually, mushrooms being one of them. There's something related to binary beats or bio and neurofeedback, which connects to utilizing the left and right brain, which is often discussed also in German New Medicine, which I also talk about a lot because of the emotional health aspect, which we know in its way connects to meridians and how the body cross references. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
No, it's true. There's all sorts of, you know, natural forms of, you know, biofeedback, you know, like mechanisms that can be utilized, right, in terms of resetting neuronal pathways and things like that. So
exactly
this whole thing that he's talking about is pretty interesting because you know, in terms of, you know, he's saying that you won't have to do that essentially because you know, the nano robots will constantly improve, you know, genes. So, you know, genes won't have to be repaired. Right? So so this is kind of the thing that he's going into. But the fact is that, right? You know,
So this
these
is like discrediting again that the body itself is not able to, right? And I know you know this, but like, right, this is just another example of where the literature and especially the discussion in healthcare gets into like you're not able to heal yourself. And the
Exactly.
last short
Because
I made
yeah.
straight up says, and this is Deepak Chopra, who's, you know, considered a legit, well-respected medical scientist, and he says to you like 5% of, and this is their prognosis, right? But 5% of their illusion or review of this says that the gene related disease is penetrable, which means that it's definite. 95% is related to everything else in your life. So if they're telling you that, right? Okay, so anyway, and I want you to continue, I'm going to shut up, but I just think this is beautiful. It does coincide.
No, yeah, it's true because why?
What's beautiful? What's beautiful? The chemtrails in the back poisoning you. Is that what's beautiful? The chemtrails in the sky.
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
true.
not
Yeah.
gonna lie. No, I was like, shit, it's a bad day, and there was a lot of
yeah,
X's.
yeah, it seemed like but the thing is
Sad
that
trombone.
then it's funny how it's concentrated around this nature area. That's fascinating. But yeah, the fact is that yeah, what if there's ways that the body can heal itself? Well, we'll never know if we just have nanobots do all this stuff. There's been, bunch of studies where, people are able to control their autonomic nervous system and all of that type of stuff. Well, we'll never know if we have little machines doing it for us. That's a way to not be able to improve the system. And obviously, once you have machines do all this stuff, we actually won't know how much the human systems can actually be improved. Right? So a lot of that science will be lost. Right? Go back
That'd
to
be a
what
problem.
go back to what ellul was saying in terms of, the improvement of the tool, stops the improvement of human skill. Right? Like
So
once human skill
exactly.
reaches, yeah, you know what I mean? So yeah.
And this even coincides with, to me, in my opinion, what I constantly talk about is if you have to take something every day, even a supplement, that's not the answer. Your body is able to do it. You just need to figure out maybe to potentially how to reset it. And those tools are there to help. But if someone's like, you need to take this supplement every day of your life, I'm sorry, I don't believe that's the answer. And I think all of the literature and all the past, again, connections point back to this. So this is a great topic.
Yeah, he's talking about, replacing the human brain. He's talking about replacing the DNA, and also this is the thing I want to talk about. He says that nanobots will expand our experiences or capability to provide fully immersive, totally convincing virtual reality. Now he said, at the end of the paragraph, I'm skipping down. He says this amounts to a two-way communication between neurons and the electronically based neuron transistors. The Institute scientists demonstrated their invention by controlling the movement of a living leech from their computer. Now he says something extremely flippant. He says, when we want to experience real reality, the nanobots will just stay in position in capillaries and do nothing. If we want to enter virtual realities, they suppress all of the inputs coming from the real senses and replace them with the signals that would be appropriate for the virtual environment, right? And obviously, who's controlling the nanobots, right? Are you really controlling the nanobots, right? There's obvious ideas where, the malfunction of these nanobots could actually lead to you being trapped in a virtual reality simulation, right? Where you don't know if the characters within that virtual reality simulation are real or not.
It's like a hell or like a purgatory.
Oh yeah, it's like No Exit with fucking Jean-Paul Sartre or some
Thinking
shit like that.
Hotel
Right?
California.
Yeah, and then he says,
do whatever they want to you.
Yeah, and he's saying that we will be able to control, these obviously, there's a problem there, right? And then he says the primary limitation of nano-based reality, right, at this time is only that it's not feasible in size and cost. So that's the only problem he sees with it. And then later he says, we will be able to go to these virtual environments by ourselves, or we will meet other people there, both real people and simulated people. Of course, ultimately, there won't be any clear distinction between the two. And he doesn't see that as a problem, right? So there's many different examples he gives, like the movie Being John Malkovich and other such concepts and ideas that he frames, right? So, he goes on about the nightmarish hellscape that he proposes. He says, we won't need to wait until 2030 to experience shared virtual reality environments. Okay. And I think he's right about that, right? Though at least for the visual and auditory senses, full immersion visual auditory environments will be available by the end of this decade, he says. Okay, with images written directly into our retinas by our eyeballs and contact lenses, all of the electronics for computation, image reconstruction, and very high bandwidth wireless connection to the internet will be embedded in our glasses and woven into our clothing, so computers as distinct objects will disappear. Okay, I think he's describing an internet of things, right? Okay, that is more functional, right, than the sort of digital, that's connected to people's phones, right? Okay. And here he's talking about it's not just a virtual world that will benefit from ubiquitous application of nanorobots and fully realized nanotechnology. Portable manufacturing systems will be able to produce virtually any physical product from information from pennies a pound. He's talking about 3D printing, thereby providing our physical needs at almost no cost. Nanobots will be able to reverse the environmental destruction left by the first industrial revolution. Okay, so he's saying, what if you combine self-replicating nanomachines with 3D printers, for example, right? Self-replicating nanobots with gene editing software, for example, right? Okay, so these are the type of propositions that he's thinking of, right? Okay, how AI, right, can cause these things to become self-replicating, right? Okay, and so obviously AI, nano machines and a bunch of other, and pharmacogenomics and other things will be most likely combined, right? And obviously that provides several interesting changes, right? Rapid changes for society, right? Possibly ones that we should avoid at all costs, right? And here Kurzweil is very clear that none of these things will be our choice, right? This is just how technology is accelerating, right? Okay. And he says, nano-engineered fuel cells and solar cells will provide clean energy. Nanobots in our physical bodies will destroy pathogens and cancer cells, repair DNA, reverse ravages of aging. Okay, this is the kind of thing in the movie Transcendence where the nanobots heal nature. Okay, they actually improve natural systems, right? So, obviously, yeah.
I wanted to say also, so does Deus Ex Machina. They push that whole entire, remove every piece of your body and replace it with mechanical to evolution into the next stage.
Yeah. Yeah, let me Yeah, and of course, in that movie Transcendence, where the nanobots fix nature, the movie is based on Kurzweil. Johnny Depp is playing Kurzweil, and Elon Musk is in the movie after he gives his great speech. You know what I mean? And the fact is that that's Elon Musk supporting the ideas of Ray Kurzweil, and obviously, Elon Musk and Johnny Depp, they may have had some strange relations. I mean, with each other. I mean, to say the least, through this Amber Heard character. I mean,
Well, there is a picture of Johnny Depp in a dress a long time ago at a certain party, and it's kind of funny. He kind of acts kind of feminine as Captain Jack Sparrow, but let's not talk about that one.
Yeah, so he's an interesting character. I mean, and
this is again why I talk about makeup, excessive amounts of it in all formats. It's not
Yeah.
really for women, it's more for men.
And he hung out with Marilyn Manson, who wears a lot of makeup.
yeah, now he's back to this whole concept of just, replacing the human brain, right? He's obsessed with this concept. He says these technologies will become so integral to our health and well-being that we will become eventually become indistinguishable from our machine support systems. Okay.
God.
Okay, so
Well,
there will be
the
no
Borg or
difference.
Yeah, I don't want to be the Borg.
Well,
Yeah,
don't forget
there'll
that
be-
one of the
What is
one of the
trans?
one of
Right?
the
What does that
main
mean?
plans of the Umbrella Corporation from Resident Evil was to make the Wesker children extremely intelligent. And remember what Wesker's sister wanted? See, Wesker wanted to take over the world with his viruses because he was an egomaniac. But you see, she wanted to shed her humanity and become mechanical. Kind of funny. I thought this game was about zombies and bioweapons.
Yeah, so it's funny that that all the scientists in all their magazine and all the technophiles can write in their magazine that it's no problem. The human brain is already a machine. We have machines that function better than human brains, and we can replace human brains with machines. And if you try to say it, right, that there's people trying to replace human brains with machines, trying to turn human beings into machines, you're looked at as a conspiracist, but they can promote that in their books, right? And they're not called crazy at all, right? They're actually applauded as being visionaries of the future. How does that one work? Right? So
That's called cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, that seems like that seems pretty insane. That seems pretty insane, wouldn't it? Wouldn't you like to live in a world where the heroes were the people who actually warned people about these problems, and these other people that were dreaming about replacing human beings with machines were cleaning up monkey shit in the zoo or something like that, right? Because that is the job that they deserve, right? But see, we don't
Replace
live
every
in-
bit of yourself. Isn't that sort of the wording and agenda? And again, I'll
Oh, yeah.
remind you, you
Oh, yeah.
recycle all of the cells in your body every 7 years.
Yeah, we're already doing that, right?
He literally said, he said these technologies will become so integral to our health and well-being that we will eventually become indistinguishable from our machine support systems. So
he's wilding.
This is why I left the imagery
wilding.
where I was pumping people with breathing machines and telling them that it was helping them train their lungs how to breathe. When I was like, yeah, that's an oxymoron. Straight up.
Yeah. So if you got so if you guys think Kaczynski's ideas are too wild, think about that one. Who's more radical? Who's more radical, Kurzweil or Kaczynski?
Kurzweiling.
Yeah, I mean,
Right?
I mean, try to think about that one. I mean, and then think of how, Kurzweil. Nobody would even question if Kurzweil's a lunatic or raving madman, right? But without question, most people will say Kaczynski's insane. But what Kaczynski's talking about,
Well, because there was a bombing involved.
right? La Bomba, right? But I'm talking about the ideas. I'm not talking about the people, right? So I'm saying in terms of
But
the
I mean,
people.
wouldn't you say inevitably that is why he was viewed as that? Because you couldn't really take that away from what he did.
Oh
And
yeah.
even though his ideas and his right, you couldn't separate the two. It was a little too difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that let's still look at the program for humanity. Right? Like for example,
I agree.
like
From your
for
end, I
example,
totally, yeah. I was just saying from the public stance, yeah.
yeah, like for example, right? DNA technologies, right? Okay? Like for example, when they made the CRISPR chicken, right? Essentially, right when they created the technology, right? Somebody used it to create 2 twin babies that are now being studied by the Chinese government.
Yeah, and you can have CRISPR, like you can have a CRISPR device like in your garage and like freaking
Yeah, it's
edit
a
your
new
own.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
gonna be like
so
the new 3D printer.
yeah. Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, so
happening
this
right
guy
now,
yeah.
people.
Yeah, so this guy may be killed, right? Let's put everything into perspective. This guy maybe killed 3 people. Right? At least 2 babies were born using DNA technology, and that's not the scope of what this guy's, saying that we should bring into existence. Right? He's saying we should replace human beings with machines so that the human parts become indistinguishable from the machine parts. Okay. Is he saying that we should, what does this guy think about, replacing all of humanity?
Well, he's an idiot.
Yeah,
Because
but
again,
but
like
let's yeah, but see that's what
I
I'm
mean,
saying
can I
is
real
let's
quick? I mean, the
let's put it
laws
into
of
perspective,
polarity
right?
would I'm just saying
The-
would exemplify that everything this man is saying is idiocracy for the pure and simple fact that the universe and the laws of what we've been getting at won't allow that. There will be a revolution of sorts because that's exactly what we're watching
Yeah.
happen right now.
Yeah, and that was a dangerous thought
And
experiment.
they already planned for that. If you don't think that they don't have a plan for every type of uprising or revolution that we could have in store, trust me, they're planning way ahead for those too. Like the people who think that going in hiding out in the mountains in the Ozarks is going to protect you because you made a little community of veterans with guns. Trust me, they've been planning for that too.
Yeah.
What can guns do against plasma anyway?
Yeah, but let me say this is that I'm just saying in terms of the ideas. Now, obviously, Dr. Kaczynski is a murderer. Nobody should go ahead and repeat those types of actions. But the fact is that, Kurzweil is an innocent man. He's never committed such heinous acts. But the fact is, I'm just saying, look at the ideas on their own terms. Which are more harmful? One talks about replacing humanity, and the other talks about saving humanity from itself, right? So I'm just saying the scale of the ideas is very important and relevant, right? But we get caught up in the externalization of the facts and, society's expectations and all that type of
And the
stuff.
shock value.
Yeah,
Because like
that's
what
what
like I
leads us
was getting
astray.
at, like what was the lasting factor with this was the news story, which
Right.
has actually been reputed, right? But and then and this goes beyond from who these 2 examples, and I know you know this because you brought them up.
Yeah.
Is there's many other examples of this sort of genocidal like discussion in the literature.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and so, when you look at some of these guys, it's not very different. Their indifference to human suffering. I mean, when they're looking at large scale changes, in human society. I mean, so, and that's it's shocking to say the least. But yeah, but here it goes. He says, yeah. So he's saying, yeah, I read that statement a couple times. It says these technologies will become so integral to our health and well-being that we will eventually become indistinguishable from our machine support systems. In fact, in my view, the most significant implication of the development of nanotechnology and related advanced technologies of the 21st century will be the merger of biological and non-biological intelligence. First, it is important to point out that well before the end of the 21st century, thinking on non-biological substrates will dominate. Biological thinking is stuck at 10 to the 26th power calculations per second for all biological human brains, and that figure will not appreciably change. Even with bioengineering changes to our genome, he says. Okay. Okay, he then says, non-biological intelligence, on the other hand, is growing at a double exponential rate and will vastly exceed biological intelligence well before the middle of this century. Can I appreciate 30 people for hanging in there? In my view, however, this non-biological intelligence should still be considered human, since it is fully derivative of human-machine civilization. Okay. And notice he said that human beings can be replaced by machines, right? And then he said the non-biological intelligence is human intelligence, right? So it's not a problem, right? And then he said, right? Okay, he also talked about non-biological intelligence, right, is a derivative of what he calls human-machine civilization. So he's not only combined the human beings and machines, he said they can be combined, right? They're not different from each other, right? Okay, he's compared the function of a human being, the function of a human brain to the function of a microprocessor, right? Okay, and then he's concluded the statement by saying, well, non-biological intelligence is human intelligence, and it's part of this chimera called human-machine civilization, right? Look at our presentations on ellul. This is a fanciful type of idea, human-machine civilization, right? Human society has not been dominated by technique for most of human history, right? And within that, the machine is only a small part of technique. Of course, it's pure technique, but it's not been the goal of human society is to produce machines, right? Right. So the fact that he thinks that this is the goal of humanity to merge with the machine, right, is quite strange, to say the least, right? Okay. Where did he come up with that concept from, right? But yeah, let's go on.
Before I go, I had to go too, but I wanted to point out that I know that that new Matrix movie sucks and all, but as someone who sat down for his viewing of subliminal messaging, that's what they're pushing in the Matrix movie, the one that just came out, where they, Neo goes and dies, and
one?
well, the one that just came out where they're all woken and with the Warner Brothers symbolism about how corporations own everything, apparently in the Matrix too. But the whole gist of that movie is that when Jesus Christ, Neo dies or whatever, he creates the peace with the robots and machines for but a time, and then the machines are able to start coming into the human world. Oh wow, look at their friendship. Just wanted to say, they're pushing that very heavily in the metaverse as well too. The Matrix game that came out that they've been developing for a long time on the Unreal Engine. The NPCs or whatever are capable of basically self-learning. So
Wait, I'm confused. So every time you see a feather, you don't think you're ascending? I thought that was the sign.
Fly away, fly, birdies. Yep. You know who I'm gonna be like? I'm gonna be like
All right, hold on. I gotta look back
Woody
into my shot
Harrelson.
footage.
There you go. Woody Harrelson in 2012 out there in the camper when Yellowstone goes off. I'm just saying.
Well, if you can see my
literally,
picture, that already happened at St. Helens.
you
no
don't want to
joke.
live in the metaverse? Come on. You know you want to go and live in Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse. Come on.
Oh, gross. Are you serious?
Screw
Do you even
that.
know me? I'm gonna fucking throw up. Again, here, hold on. Do you see this footage? This is what I do every. Oh, okay.
The footage of the dying
I'm
Earth
bragging a little
slowly
bit.
being
Not every
poisoned.
single
Yeah,
day. I'm
yeah,
pretty
I see
fucking
it.
good about it almost every day. I go out, like I spend the majority of my time away from whatever the fuck this is. I had an issue like my phone
That's
didn't
a great way
didn't
of
know
being
this until
delusional.
later, wasn't getting messages, and I was having issues, and I was like, oh, that's funny. Those are things that don't stress me out. Like, oh, I didn't hear from this person.
Oh wow!
And then I
Yeah,
my
it's easy to
phone.
live in bliss, like Cypher from the Matrix. Yes, that digital steak tastes so good until it's taken away from you, and then you'll be begging for the digital steak.
Yeah, you don't know me, dude.
Yeah,
Not me.
you think you're
Just
safe in the
others,
mountains? You think you're safe in the mountains when they have every square inch of this United States surveyed?
I also don't believe in
Yeah,
fear
can't keep
tactics.
yourself. You have a
but
$99
I've been
million
there. Yeah,
bunker to
actually,
go
I
into.
understand it fully.
I guarantee you won't.
I actually I'm very well versed in
Yeah,
something called
that's why you're getting
field. You understand
chemtrails,
what it
right?
is?
That's why
Okay,
you got
you're talking
chemtrails in your
about it.
videos because you're breathing in. Yeah, right. You're healing yourself while you're literally breathing in poison.
So you
Yeah.
sitting in your cubicle in your little hut right now in your
We're
little
all
room,
poisoned. That's the
hating me
joke of
more
The
than
Walking
me
Dead.
doing
We've
this?
always had it. You got it. I got
Oh,
it.
okay,
T-Mel got it. We
you're
all got it.
Spurgin.
Yeah.
Spurgin.
Yeah. I'm
Can I
sure you
talk?
had. Yeah, I'm sure you had jabs. But I'm Spurgin.
Can I talk? You have no idea about my history or my past or what I
Oh,
believe
well.
in or what I've done.
Have you been
or-
around someone who's been jabbed? Because if you have, guess what? You've already got it too.
Okay, so you realize what that also implicates, like what you're saying.
It implicates that, yes, the elites have literally been able to change the DNA of the population. Yes, what's your point? We all know this.
Every 2
Apparently,
seconds,
you
yeah.
don't. You think by walking around the mountains and touching a tree that's going to save you from the nanobots and all the other stuff
Nope,
that they
I never
already
said that.
poisoned
Did
you
I?
with. Right.
Did I say
Go
that?
love the
I'm just
rocks.
playing a video. I'm just playing a fucking video.
No, it's
dude.
your fucking inability to have any serious notion in your body. But go outside. Let's walk in the mountains. It'll save your soul.
I never said that. Like,
Oh,
not
no.
even for a fucking
I'm a
second.
tree hugger. Hug the trees. It saves you.
Nope, didn't say that either. Do you want to get into it deeper? Or
Yeah,
do
you
just wanna
also say
spur?
go out in nature as
Yes,
nature is
sir.
literally
I'm gonna
being
start singing.
poisoned
That's what
around you. But
happens
yeah,
when this happens, like when people start just like going off and they can't control
yeah,
themselves, I
going
start
off
singing.
on
And
the
then that
dying planet
irritates me,
around
it
you
brings
as
up their mommy
corporations
issues.
really dump millions and tons of trash. Yeah, yeah,
Everybody,
it's all
I just want
Spurgin.
you to take a second
I bet you said the
and
same thing
enjoy
when
this
BP
moment.
oil spill
Brought
happened,
to you
right? And
by
poisoned the ecosystem. Go out there
brought
and swim in the oil,
brought to you
little
by
ducks. Go out
everything
there and
that's
swim in the
wrong with the
oil.
world. Dot
Oh,
Inc.
I'm everything. Not the billionaire pedophiles, right? I am,
Definitely,
right. Definitely the
not
billionaire
friends with Diana
pedophiles,
Onsaya.
right? They're not the problem.
Definitely has his shit
Not
under
the Jeffrey
control.
Epsteins or the Bill Gates who are trying to depopulate the planet. Little old inner
He
darkness
definitely
who's
fully
been exposing them for the last 20 years.
He's not in his feelers at all.
Go hug a tree. Go outside. Go to Mount St. Helens. It'll save you.
And he definitely thinks that I'm a bleeding heart on my sleeve liberal right now with that kind of commentary. He has no idea. No idea.
Yeah, well, blessings, guys.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
TML.
but I'm gonna move on here. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Yeah, but it says non-biological intelligence. Okay, so he's defining this, but it seems like he doesn't think it's any different from machine intelligence. So I'm just kind of confused, about what the demarcation is. I mean, right, that he's using. So obviously, he comes to the conclusion that it's the same thing. The merger of these two worlds of intelligence. Okay, biological intelligence and non-biological intelligence, he says, is not merely a merger of biological and non-biological thinking media. Okay, but more importantly, one of method and organization of thinking. It's an interesting comment. Okay, he says nanobot technology will be able to expand our minds in virtually any imaginable way, he claims. Our brains today are relatively fixed in design, he says. Okay, although we do add patterns of interneuronal connections and neurotransmitter concentrations as a normal part of the learning process, the current overall capacity of human brain is highly constrained, restricted to a mere 100 trillion connections. Brain implants based on massively distributed intelligent nanobots will ultimately expand our memories trillionfold, otherwise vastly improve all of our sensory pattern recognition, he claims. Okay, now hold on, let me. It says since the nanobots will be communicating with each other over a wireless local area network, he says. Okay, they will be able to create any new set of neuronal connections, existing connections, excuse me, by suppressing neural firing and create new hybrid biological, non-biological networks. Okay?
That sounds like a quick trip to getting your brain fried, to be honest.
Yeah, or to be a stuck in a hive mind type of situation. I mean, as well as add vast new non-biological networks using nanobots as brain extenders.
Oh, I also wanted, when you said that, Red, it made me laugh because I was thinking, what happens when you stick metal in a microwave, right? What do you think a microwave emitter does if you walk in front of it and you've had metals put inside of you? You know what happens to hamsters, right? So there you go.
The Internet of People, as Earl just said.
Yeah, really. Yeah, and what's interesting is if you don't know, if these neurons are brain extenders, right? Then you really don't know where the machine starts and the brain, ends, so to speak. I mean, okay, as he's saying, right? And he says, using nanobots as brain extenders will be significant improvement over surgically installed neural implants. Sure. Right, which are beginning to be used today. Ventral posterior nucleus.
Remember, real quick, like just to throw
Yep.
this in right here, the monkey in the wrench. Remember the conversation we had the other day about people existing with like barely any brain matter, or technically the
Yeah.
lobes as we know them, frontal, temporal, like right? It's occipital. So I'm just getting at the fact that if that's possible, and what he's saying, right? You can't just say that disconnect. There's something more to it. Again.
Yeah, exactly, Joe Mills. But yeah, he says ventral posterior nucleus, subthalamic nucleus, ventral lateral thalamus, neural implants to counteract Parkinson's disease and tremors and other neurological disorders, cochlear implants and the like. Nanobots will be introduced without surgery. Essentially, just by injecting or even swallowing them, they can all be.
Bro.
Yeah.
Hint, hint.
Yeah, exactly.
Tee Red.
Yeah, exactly. They can be all they can all be directed to leave. So the process is easily reversible. Yeah, sure. Right? Um they are programmable, right? So they could be programmed not to leave essentially, all right? In that they can provide virtual reality 1 minute and variety of brain extensions the next. They can change their configuration and alter their software. Perhaps most importantly, they are massively distributed, therefore can take up billions and trillions of positions throughout the brain. Whereas a surgically introduced neural implant can be placed in only one or at most a few locations. So those were the benefits. Now I was going to move on to the dangers, which are only a couple paragraphs long. I mean, he spent pages and pages talking about the benefits of these technologies that actually sounded like real dangers. Now he's going to talk about the dangers. Maybe they'll sound like benefits. I don't know.
Sheesh. That's the other thing, like EMP, then all your little electrical bots in your body are toast. So I guess you're just humped.
Oh yeah, and don't forget you only need an EMP about the size of 2 school buses to knock out more than 300 miles of the seaboard. But I didn't tell you that either.
I mean, right now they could remotely make you unconscious. I mean, that's definitely doable without any machines.
A lot of people forget that EMP has radiation effects too. You know, it's not just electrical. It's like if you're close enough to the thing with no protection, it's gonna irradiate. Fire has too.
Which is connected to resonance frequency or electromagnetic fields, which is why I get at zero-point field. Can I also touch on the fact that this is creepy as hell? This is a natural feature. It took me several avenues, and like right here you can tell, but like if you're back just a little further, I was staring at this. Does that not look like someone, like a skeleton inside of a rock crevice? I'm just saying. I was having a moment on this hike. It's a very popular hike. I thought it was a joke at first because like Bend is kind of known for they
Like
actually made
in the
national
top
news
middle
'cause they put
there, or-
googly eyes on their on the sculptures in town. And people go around with the skeletons, you know, on their cars and stuff because they're like making a goof of certain things. But regardless, I was like, at first when I saw this from a distance, I went, "What the fuck?" And I'm sorry because I'm not trying to derail, but getting into, you know, somewhat disembodied things.
And here comes Hanko Flamio. Blessings.
What's up, Sarah?
Whoa, what the hell? Okay, there we go.
How are you doing, Sarah? Ezra?
Sorry, Hank. I think this is partly my problem. My volume is kind of fucked up, but I was like, "What's up?" Sorry, you're here.
Yeah, my volume was fucked up too. My Logitech mic, the designers were being too over smart, and it made so the mic adjusts its own gain. I'm still trying to figure out how to reprogram it to not do that. So
right, it's sort of this smart non-smart technology that we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, it's really, really triggering me, and I'll figure out a way to work around this. This is really triggering me. I can't find education in here.
For half the day, all I had to do was restart it, you know. But it's like that stupid and simple. Like I couldn't make a simple phone call, but somewhere there's like a software glitch. It's like restart your phone. Like fuck off. Fuck. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah,
plan obsolescence.
Yeah, it's usually something. Half the time it is that's super and simple. You just need to restart, or you need to find a key, which was the solution to that 3D printer issue.
You know that this is becoming more prevalent. You remember the days where we were able to actually like get into it because this is like, you know, the analog versus digital. We're actually able to like dissect the software in the program. And this was like OG virus issue days as well. Like get rid of the virus before it did fucking anything or had any ability to have any sort of cloud feature and control the problem from the core, right? Like you remember that.
Yes,
I know you.
but the funny thing is, it is still that so because all we did is one layer of indirection, just to pretend stuff is different. It's only one layer in direction, so we could still get to the object code and fix most of the things. If we just need the initiative to reverse engineer the thing.
Or to go to Mars apparently is the initiative. No, I'm sorry, that was side railing a little bit.
Yeah. Anyways, did you get that missionary, the Zebra Christ one? Did he ever visit you?
Mars trombone.
Nice. By the way, everybody, this is footage from Dry Canyon River Trailhead in Oregon, near Bend. This is the high desert. Yeah, this was weird because if you really, I was trying to get in to show you guys the detail of how old this looked. I'd be curious at all your guys' opinion on this because this was the only in like petroglyphic or any sort of obviously you can tell like this could have been done very recently, and there is people who were like doing their own little carvings in it, but when I kind of got in close, some of it just looked old. I thought that was fascinating. Came out like I literally went off the trail and saw and found this. I do that a lot. It's my own little weird shit. And
Yeah.
I will be right back, but I just want to leave you with that real quick,
Yeah.
Woo woo.
Yeah, you had to be an actual expert to figure that out. So I'm out. I'm not gonna even make it guess.
We appreciate your commentary.
Reddington, are you gonna make your guess?
I mean, it could be anything, really. I wouldn't know enough to make an educated guess.
Yeah, eliminates that to figure out what it is, though. So, Machine
kind
Lies,
of
you're the closest one.
design.
You're the closest one to any credentials kind of related to this. Do you want to make a guess on how old that rock carving is?
Anybody in the chat, can you verify that was Celtic in origin? Because it, Fibonacci kind of a little bit. I'm just saying.
The Machine Lies is too smart to spec on stuff he has no idea about. Okay.
Yeah, pretty
I mean, we are, yes.
To let him
talking-
reply
is there-
first.
so this is me, by the way, walking around after. I was very puzzled. I'm like, okay, is there anything else anywhere? It was an interesting canyon, I will say the least. And you can definitely see through a little bit of the actual trail I'm on, because I did take several different, but you can tell there's at least a couple that were definite washes, because you can see how easily rounded off it was. And then see like the ditch, like where certain stones fell down and that difference. And if you don't also know, this area as well, I'm trying to like show you guys some of the coloring. I don't think I think there was this really big red spot. It almost looked like a petroglyph. Anyway, what I'm getting at is this area was a huge flooded area. So I was getting to biblical flood talk, right? But regardless, there's still a huge underwater aquifer where certain farming communities pull off of, but this is definitely was like a massive lake. It was called the Milliken Valley system, and so I could see this and parts of it being old riverbeds.
Well, there are old maps where it shows how California is separated from the rest of the continent.
And again, so this is Bend, Oregon, which resides just north of California, and would have, if you look at the continued extended Navy flood maps, which connect to what you're talking about, there's a huge giant lake in bed system that also had obviously other rivers and stream systems that connected with it. So this again is what I'm getting and if you look at terrains are really important. I'm probably right here. Bend is at 3,000 feet. I know I'm a little higher at this point. I might in this be at around 2,500.
3,500.
I would say a little lower, but there's other areas I can show you that are near here that easily start to go up. And I hike a lot of those areas just because I love elevation hiking. It's so good for endurance and your lungs and everything. And just sweating out and flushing out shit. So there's buttes, and I can show you terrain wise the differences. It's really fascinating. This is also a very volcanic area, but then there's again, Eastern Oregon is so remote and so vast. But the terrain and this gets into, if and you can't completely discredit it in my personal opinion, but Randall Carlson, one of his biggest things he talks about is Eastern Oregon, or sorry, not Eastern Oregon, Eastern Washington. And the all of a sudden it's passing me right now.
Spokane.
Say Hank, what?
Spokane.
Not Spokane, like further south, the Palisades, and it's so this is connected a little bit to Graham Hancock because he talks about this, but Randall Carlson, he takes people on tours, and it's this area in like the southeast part of Washington. It's called the oh, I was like, when you said, I was like, Hank knows, but I understand if you don't, because this is kind of specific. It'll come back to me at some point, but it doesn't matter. It's a very specific floodplain zone, and it's very important in the history of just and what we all get into because it all connects. Okay, thank you.
And there's like a river, like a Snake River out there.
Yes, there is. On the eastern edge of Oregon, it borders Idaho for a huge duration. It's a huge, deep valley as well. Like one of the deepest valleys, I think it's considered. I could be wrong on that, but I think it is.
So, what does he say about it? Carlson, I mean?
Sorry, what?
What does Carlson say about the valley or whatever he...
Oh, I apologize.
there?
I heard, what did Carl say? And for some reason it interpreted
Randall
to
Carlson,
Earl.
yes.
But I realized, because Earl in the chat. Yes, Randall Carlson. So he gets into, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I think actually I have the entire window available. So give me 1 second, guys. What I'm going to do is pull up a map so I can give you guys an idea what I'm trying to get at with the terrain. And again, this gets into the floods, like mass floods, right? And so, we all kind of know the some of the historical or background with the fossil attributes. Sorry, 1 second, because I'm trying to. There we go. And I'm pretty sure I have it set to my entire window. Can you guys see the map? Yeah. Right?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yep.
Okay. So let me get to. Oh, was I in terrain already? Yeah. Okay. So I'm in Bend right now. Pop me right there. I don't think it showed exactly. It's not quite as small anymore, so I don't have to stress about you guys finding. I'm just teasing. Wait, where's that one? I think this is this. That terrain map is kind of weird. It used to be better, I feel like. So we're gonna look at it this way. On the.
I think it used to be better as well.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. I mean, I can kind of see it, obviously, but I remember that you have to be like zoomed in a certain way to be able to see it really well. So we're not going to touch it that way. We'll look at it on the satellite. I think the satellite gives you a good perspective. So you can see like on the edge of Bend, and by the way, you guys, these are like places I've either been or like, there's certain places I still really want to go to because, I'm a freak. Anyway, that's what all these markers are. I just realized, I'm sorry. Anyway.
That's a lot of places.
I know. I don't even, there's so many places I haven't even touched. Also, like I have these blue markers. I've done a show over at Bernie's and a little bit some of this talk with Shem. There's some really interesting aerial geographical observations that potentially are identifying certain landmarks that could have been Native American, which you actually see, I think, in New Mexico. There's some like aerial again, and then this coincides with what you see in South America with the lines, with the Nunca lines. Okay, so this is Oregon, and you guys can't quite see the border. It goes here. This is the Columbia River. It's massive, and it separates the states. But what Randall Carlson gets into is this area, which does coincide with the Columbia Gorge, has a ton of interesting history that comes all the way up in here, by the way, up into Canada. But, and interestingly, there is a major nuclear site. was like, I can't quite see it. Handoff. Boardman right here has specific, and Hermiston has specific nuclear storage sites all along the Columbia right here. The Columbia has been dredged multiple times to widen it to allow for obviously shipping and other movement. I actually worked in Astoria, Oregon, lived there for a while. That's where I started as a sleep tech and saw major, canal shipping ships from other countries come in. And then also I'll never forget a night because I was working at this restaurant where these Russian sailors came in and harassed the shit out of a bunch of us. Made decent tips, so thank you guys. But sorry, getting back to what Randall Carlson is getting at is that you can see with the terrain changes, you can see obviously this is connected to high desert versus the rainforest into the Cascade Ranges as well. So I don't have the terrain map for you. But there's major drop-offs, but then also you can see the drainage points in all this, and that there was just massive flooding. Is it called the Palouse? No, because it's the Palouse Falls. I can't believe I can't think of the name of this right now. I wish somebody in the chat knew this. Scablands! Thank you, Missoula floods. I'm so sorry I didn't look at the chat. Dr. D knows. So does any of that sound familiar? I'm sorry, guys. And Zephyr, it was really wonderful to have you here. I'm sorry if I said or missed saying goodbye to you.
I'm on the East Coast, so I wouldn't know anything about this stuff.
Well, and I grew up in Wisconsin. I moved out here in, I guess it has been a while now, 2007. But I did find just massive fascination in when you start to drive around, you can actually physically see that change. You can see those mass differences. That's where it really hits home. And I have driven out to actually like in front of you right now on this map. There's some areas up in here. Oh no. Yeah, just inland. But I've actually driven in most of these places other than Mount Adams, which is right here. I've driven up in this area. I've literally driven on a lot of these back roads other than up in here. I went to a show in the famous, which is all the way up here, famous Columbia Gorge. I saw Tom Petty, rest in peace. It was it was my 6th show, I think, where I saw him, because he used to come to this theater where I could see him for free, and that had to do a lot with how you coordinated your time and got in. There was lawn seat situation. Anyway, in Wisconsin, because they had this famous Summerfest Avenue. Okay. Anyway, I'm rambling and sort of reminiscing on nostalgia. So thank you all. I appreciate it. But yeah, I think you guys get what I'm getting at with the I think Scablands again. Don't forget to look into this. I think it's relevant for the fact that if you saw the area, you understand it. This goes into Great Flood sort of information. This goes into what I get into where the stories coincide, they connect. So I
Carlson was talking about flooding or something with this?
Yeah, massive flooding in this southeastern
okay.
portion of Washington. And that's why they call it the Scablands, because the way it just the way it worked the land. Right. And you can kind of see it in trajectory from the way the landscape is, because this has to do with the high desert that developed here. So let's back out. So this is rainforest. Whole rainforest is one of the rainiest places in the United States, which is up here in Seattle, right? You get on the other side of the Cascades, which is 12 to 14,000 foot mountains. You've got St. Helens that's already blown up. Rainier and Mount Hood are, oh, look at that place I want to go check out, guys. But on the on that height of the trajectory on the Cascades, and you come down in here, I think Shasta's at, somebody can probably correct me, 12 to 13, and then you start to get a little lower. But look at the landscape in this section right here. And in Oregon, it is well documented. There was a massive, where I used to live as well, this alfalfa, which actually has right here has a small section of ancient junipers that are at least 1,000 years old. But there's an ancient lake called Milliken Lake, which took up the majority of this entire area. You can see like this is a reservoir they put in. This is such a cool place. I used to go swimming all the time up in there. Today I actually tried to take a hike like down this road. I'm not showing you directly, but because I used to go down it all the time, and but I got kind of caught up in the snow because the snow turned to ice because it hasn't snowed recently. So then I came back up and I hiked. Ended up hiking back up in here. I'll show you actually because that's like right off of Highway 20, so I don't have a problem showing you guys where that is. Yeah, right here. You got to get into these back BLM roads and they're rough, but it's worth it. So does that make sense a little bit? Just that there's like evidence. Do you know too about like the possibility of the original Babylon being in the Americas and the Kincaid Caves and the Burrow Cave in Illinois?
No, I haven't
Like
heard that
artifacts you
specifically,
could
but I've heard like
Okay.
other like biblical stuff being in America allegedly.
Allegedly, of course, right? And like, of course, we always keep our feelers high and alert. But there's some like just really interesting back artifacts. You know, they supposedly pulled a copper Anubis out of the Kincaid Caves in Grand Canyon, and anybody who's tried to get within any region of that, you know, there's a black helicopter situation, right? And it's not even really that well documented or discussed. It's like I always joked when people were talking about storming Area 51. I was like, let's storm the Kincaid Cave.
Yeah, one thing I had one day was you know, I was thinking of the Great Lakes because I live here in Michigan, right? And you know, if you analyze the Great Lakes, you know, they're actually seas.
Oh shit!
Just
Do you know about the Stonehenge in the thumb?
Yeah, I've heard
Okay.
about that. Yeah, I've heard about that.
Okay,
Yeah.
Well, it's-
like, and that's recent. That's
Yeah, it's
major
a-
news.
Well,
Yeah.
freshwater
so-
sea is a lake, so by definition.
Right.
Yeah, but this whole thing about you know, see what I was thinking of is think about this. You know what I mean? If there's seas only in 2 places in the fucking world, man. You know, and there's exactly 5 of them. You know what I mean, right? Which is like 2 of
Yeah,
them might
yeah,
be
yeah,
missing
yeah.
because they like
Okay,
dried up,
yeah.
right? So it might be like 7 seas. You know what I mean? Which is crazy. You know what I mean?
and,
Two
like-
sides, 2 different sides of the world. You know?
And right, like the properties of those lakes, because they're so unique from anywhere else in the world too. Like people don't really talk about that. The very specifics of the type of fish in these lakes. And then like the surrounding areas. Yeah. I'm sorry, because I grew up in Wisconsin. I swam in Lake Michigan every summer, multiple times. Even I tried to go as north as I could when Milwaukee dumped their sewage into the lake. I'm sure you heard those stories.
Sheesh.
Yeah, blessings.
I don't know how you get that number, Rocky. That seems kind of weird.
But yeah, we're essentially wrapping up here. You know what I mean? And I mean, as I said, you know, this isn't going to be as long as of a broadcast. You know, so we're wrapping up here soon. You know what I mean? But yeah, blessings. Thank
Well,
you guys
brothers
for being here.
unite.
Yeah, exactly.
Brothers.
Yeah, you know, we talked about a lot today. I mean, we talked about you know, ellul. Obviously, we're talking about society and humanity, its relationship to technology. You know, so you know, we took a deep look at some ideas. You know, I gave a worthwhile introduction to those concepts there. I then entertained a measly hour of conversations between the panelists, which consisted mostly of Unseen Warfare arguing with JG.
Yeah,
And then
conversations in quotations.
yeah, and then we moved on to the Tao Te Ching for about an hour. In which Unseen Warfare has always been a faithful contributor to the discussion on the Tao, and he gave many useful contributions there, and we expanded on those topics. And we're also moving on to Kurzweil and a sort of wackadocious prescriptions for a new future for humanity, in which he says that, humans, machines, same thing. No great difference between humanity and its creations. No big deal. Nothing to see here. No Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. And we're forced to think there's a lot of weird things going on. You know what I mean? So, in terms of that, his great, solutions seem a lot like dangers, right? His great improvements seem a lot like, unforeseeable and unsolvable problems. And then he says about human society, and maybe I'll just read this paragraph here, and then we'll end the show. It says, needless to say, we have already experienced technology's downside. 100 million people were killed in 2 world wars. What a flippant statement. Right, so all he could think of about the downsides is what? War? What are you talking about? War is all technological. Right, does that even make sense as a statement? You know what I mean? That doesn't even make any sense as a statement. It's the, the technology could be used for war. So that's a possible downside. It's like, well, yeah, you could stab somebody in the neck with a fork. What's?
That might be a little extreme, but
no, that's a downside to a fork.
But you know what I mean?
No, wait, what? Okay, sorry, that escalated.
That's about a downside to a fork. That you can stab people with it.
Yeah. Yeah,
By
don't
the way,
get
those
the
last
spaghetti.
images on Google Maps just for the add to the craziness.
We're not trying to imply or suggest anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, don't
But
get
it
your
might be
spaghetti
trying
in
to
my
imply
noodle.
Don't get it
Sasquatch
twisted.
exists.
Yeah, don't get your spaghetti in my noodle. Okay?
Pure example.
Right? So,
Thought.
No, I'll tell you not to do it. Keep your fork out of my neck.
It's just got
There you go.
Put it in the dishwasher.
There you go. We have a clear disclaimer. And so the fact is that, he's talking about, the downside, and he flippantly says that, 100 million people were killed in 2 world wars, a scale of mortality made possible by technology. Well, you don't say. More people have been killed in war than ever before with technological warfare than ever in the history of flipping warfare, dude.
Yeah. And on the other side, we have more people because of technology.
War is technology.
Well, guys,
Yeah.
what
It's not just. It's not just how many people. War is technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
and diseases is the lack of technology.
No, but hold on.
What was a war? What was a war prior? A war prior that wasn't without technology was an argument that, there might have been a few deaths in between, unfortunately, but there was a lot of discussion. There was a lot of in between time. There was a lot of consolation.
There is no, as far as I know, in history, there's no war that didn't have technology. There's no war where people just fist fighting.
Well, there is because it's still going on. A lot of different kinds of apes or have war, and they don't have technology except they recently went for the Stone Age.
Yeah, but But let me
Yeah.
address Hank's point about population. Okay. Now, we don't know how many people have existed throughout human history. Okay, we do know that most of human history, we've existed in a low technological state. And we know that the destruction of
Supposedly.
war, the destruction of war is not possible. Well, most of recorded history, anyways. But
Right.
the destruction of war is not possible without the use of technology, right? And yes, it causes a mass scale improvement in means of living. This is true. But we don't know that it's saved more people that it's killed.
Well, again, exactly. Like, that's why I get it. Like, no matter how you flip the coin, if you're over technology, if you have too much population, right, versus you have too little, you have little brains, supposedly. Like, I mean, obviously that's part of the narrative, but again,
it would almost be impossible to put on one side of the ledger, who technology has saved and who it's killed, and then kind of like, figure that one out. I mean, that would be a real
and don't get me
statistician's
wrong,
nightmare. Yeah, exactly.
right? You saw how adamant. I'm sorry, I'm not sure his. I tend to call people more by their first names or some shorter name that I have as Anyway, I don't know who the guy was before who was getting at me. He's all like, "Gosh, you just think nature and being
that's inner darkness.
Inner darkness / televised apocalypse.
Yeah, that's inner darkness / televised apocalypse.
/ Mississippi / other slew of names.
Yeah, he's an interesting. He's a character that plays the role of the dark, the dark voice of the panel. So I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, he holds the bag when I'm not around.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
None of that matters.
Yeah, Hank is a negative Nancy, but televised apocalypse. He's in a sort of doom.
But
doom pill.
I think we'd all agree, like, it's actually probably, I mean,
Black doom
more than anybody
pill.
would agree to admit, more of a neutral party than anybody probably even realizes as well. Like a super important part of that, like, neutrality, whether it's pulling it one way to help bounce it back. But I think he even sees it himself, because you can hear what you articulate. Personally, I'm talking to you as a third party when I can talk to you directly. Very tism of me correcting.
Yeah, so people can look up the Gombe Chimpanzee War, as well as the 4-year war, where you see that war can exist without technology for a long time. So,
I mean, Rocky referencing the Apocrypha for blood.
Yeah, I mean, chimpanzees have war over territory. Definitely. I mean, but yeah, the fact is that here it says the crude technologies of the first industrial revolution. Okay, wait, hold on. 2 world wars. Okay, scale of mortality.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of
And
stupid.
talking about
that he says that.
cultivation too, right? Like, this is so. What is war? Because it's not just a battle. It's an invasion. It's taking over. Because that's the true purpose of it. Like, why else would that enmity be so much of a stronghold?
I have a pithy definition for war.
Throughout history.
I have a pithy definition for war. It's a competition for the monopoly of the use of force, and the states just the monopoly of the use of force.
And land grab. So Hank, like, obviously that's part of what that is, right? It's land grab. Land is huge in that. Like,
or
that
resource grab.
Yeah, so war is a competition for use of force, and states there's a monopoly in the use of force. So that's my simple definitions for war and state. They're like,
I mean, let's just keep it simple. I mean, let's just keep it simple. Groups of people killing other groups of people. They're like, you know, anytime they get together, you know, let's say two families can go to war, two tribes can go to war, two cities can go to war, two countries can go to war. I mean,
Killing's kind of too. Can I be honest? And with all due respect, I think killing's too broad of a word. Because
I
that
agree.
isn't the ultimate goal.
Yeah,
and at the end of all that,
well,
right?
I'm just
not all homicide is war.
Well, I'm talking about in terms of how we
But
can
how is that?
measure.
Because you can't just say they came in and straight up killed everybody because they don't, and how it goes in a slow, unraveled pattern, which I love to talk about because this is where I, again, think the emotional aspect of where like
No, I'm
tribes were
talking
taken out
about
by quote unquote disease happens is
yeah, I'm
by
talking
a
about how you
resource.
can measure. Yeah, how
It's
you
a
can
resource
measure.
takeover. It's a
Yeah,
resource takeover. They're taking over the land again. So this is again a land grab thing and the resources of what's immediately
right,
available. So
right,
what
right.
we
Of
saw
course,
on
of course.
heavily on the West Coast and people don't talk about it, right? Like get into that. Going
Right,
backwards.
right. But the problem there is that way war is happening globally everywhere because everybody's stealing everybody's resources all the time. Right.
But
So
I'm talking about something that happened very directly on the more or less the peninsula, or sorry, shit, all of a sudden I can't think of the name, between Europe and the Americas, right? And so Russia was over here infiltrating the land, took over the resources, especially the coastal, the fish, the sea life, right? And then took over the land of the indigenous in that area, and they're taking over by a disease. That's what we're told, right? We wipe them out by a disease that we brought in. What is that disease though? It's a disease of literally like emotionally taking over their entire world and forcing them into something because it was a quote unquote war. That's what I'm getting at. So most wars that we don't talk about, the depth and the deepness of it is resources. That's really what they're going for. There's really no other point. So either you're there to take the land or you're there to take the resources. You're not going to just conquer to conquer. Sorry. I'm end a rant.
well, back in the day, they didn't even, you know, have any idea about, oh, we need to go take over these people so that we could get these type of resources. They don't even know what type of resources they have.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
You sure
most of
that's
the
not
time they
actually how
wouldn't.
it started? Like, oh, did you see that giant muskie? I'm talking like, Lake Michigan now, right? You see that giant muskie that guy got? Did you see the sphere he has? Like this
Yeah,
is like a
yeah.
weird
I mean,
contemplate. Like I mean,
I want that guy's daughter.
economic. Yeah, the economic sort of conquests. You know what I mean? They become more evident because, you know, people have a set amount of technologies, right, that they could plug in their resources. You know, most of the people, the best resource that you could get in back in the day was just more people. You know, so you could get more people and take over other people. You know, human beings were the best
well, and that's where it
resource
starts
one could
from.
ever
Like,
have.
oh, I want that muskie, but I can't get that sphere because that guy's super dedicated. He won't let me have it. But if I come over here to this village and I start talking to these people and I convince them that if we do this and this and this, that muskie is, impertinent to me, right? That's how the manipulation works. It's a stronghold of like somewhat of jealousy. I mean, this does kind of get into the sins to some extent, right? But I think you kind of understand what I'm getting at. I just don't think it's like
Yeah,
as
yeah,
simplified as like we can say like, it's this, what, and I think Hank can understand this too, even from his perspective.
yeah.
That you
I
can't
think
just say like there was like a Nephilium to this like brain dead like me, there's like way more complexity to
Yeah,
where
I
we
think
got
what you're
where we,
talking about is violence. There's complexity to violence, right?
yeah,
But
yeah,
in terms
yeah.
of war, that means organization of violence of one group of humans against another group of humans, right? So, you know, so
And that's the
there you,
definition, right?
yeah, 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 that would be a more accurate, you know, because we're dealing with precise definitions here. But the fact is that, you know, in terms of, you know, the idea here you know, is about the capacity for destructiveness increasing with technological capacity. So I think that's a factor that can't be denied, right? You
Well,
know,
yeah,
yeah. So
because
that is the main.
what immediately takes out the problem? Technology, and
Yeah,
that
so that
stems
is the
from
main
like
issue.
kinetics technology, which is connected to a cannon or like a mass arrowhead design. So yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
what's the
definitely.
min-max technology that reduces destruction because it's not the absolute minimum, because then we're weak to whatever, that's the environment itself, increasing the deaths.
Yeah, yeah, and of course,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
yeah, and the ability to poison the environment, you know, by
Yeah.
the new war technologies, you know, that is
Poison
obvious,
the arrowhead.
you know, part of the thing. Yeah. And it said the crude technologies of the first industrial revolution have crowded out many of the species on our planet that existed a century ago. Our centralized technologies, buildings, cities, airplanes, power plants are demonstrably insecure. Now he says an interesting note. He says the NBC, nuclear, biological, chemical technologies of warfare, were all used or threatened to be used in our recent past. The far more powerful genetics, nanorobotics. I mean, I'm sorry, I always combine nanotechnology and robotics again, right? But yeah, genetics, nano, nanobots, and robotics, right? I mean, I think robotics and nanobots. I mean, to put those into two different categories is simply redundant, right? So I think he should have just gone with GR or GN. I don't know, right? But yeah, this is kind of, this is always tripping me up how he keeps saying GNR, right? So and I always say genetics and nanorobotics and combine nano machines. Okay, so it's supposed to be nano machines and
Creepy.
robotics, right?
At this point, it's creepy that there's an acronym to connect the two. Like, just coming from the
Well, I
medical
think,
background, that means they probably have already started using it.
yeah, I think
in
it's
years that
useful.
occurred.
I think it's a very useful acronym because it's sort of kind of again,
So
it
what I'm trying to tell you is
condenses
this is part of like
the
medical
change.
coding. This is part of like, so from my background, right? Like I have to write notes. I had to write specific literature, and some of that had to have specific quote unquote coding, which had to do with the way I worded it.
Yeah, and this goes
Allowed
with
for the diagnosis code to be covered, right?
right, and
Yeah.
this goes with
So
the original idea where it goes with biotechne, that Mumford is talking about in the beginning. There's different scales of technique. So social techniques and biological and human centered techniques, they're sort of first part of the cultural landscape. And so this whole thing, you know, is about how simple tools, agriculture, and social techniques, can create a sort of trifecta of new forms of organizing human civilization, right? And that sort of translates over time to different forms of civilization,
yes.
right? So mainly what happens is that a lot of these different technologies, you know, um, you could look at them in combination. Now, the same way you could look at different, you could look at um engines and boats and the printing press and all this type of stuff coming at the same time, guns and boats and fucking the printing press, that these all created a new technological age, right? So there's different epochs of development for different technologies, right? So I like these kind of acronyms because he's kind of condensing lots of different ideas, because as you can see, the different industrial revolutions, you have different levels of improvement. Once you have electronic systems, right? Then you have the development of the combination of different electronic systems. Right? So the engineer becomes superior to the electrician the same way that the programmer becomes superior to the engineer. In our modern age. There's going to be a new. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to ask, do you feel like this potentially talks about some of the destruction that we hear about in the collapse of certain civilizations, though they don't directly say, it's technological, because that's the words we use now. But even in the potential, though, it's not completely backed up, but there's like depictions in India of like people holding like smartphones, right? There's like other depictions of like smart technology. There's the talk of Atlantis. Do you think that this existed once before? And do you think this is potentially like a reset like thing just to sort of break up the reading? I realize, because I'm going to derail you slightly.
No, it's all good. I mean, in terms of there's a lot of different ideas. There's no reason why the technology has to progress in a linear fashion, but the fact is that whether or not it does, right, we're simply looking at recorded history. So for all intents and matter, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it really doesn't matter, because the fact is that we're progressing now. We've been on a single chain of progression for quite some time, and right, or at least I think it can be perceived that different types of technology have developed in a single set of progression. So, I mean, I mean, if you look at it this way, whether it's Mumford or any of these other guys, they're not really saying that it's got to be evolution, or it's got to be this progress centered narrative.
Exactly.
But the fact is that if you look at the different types of technologies, right, like social technologies, they may have been really, really superior in the past than where they are now. So the fact is that cultural techniques and social techniques, right, these may have been at the best place they could ever been at, in the past. Right? It's just that we don't understand, I mean, how these things were applied, on a mass scale. So the fact is that, for the present discussion, it really doesn't matter, because who cares how things progressed? The fact is that the modern world is different than the last 2,000 years. And that's why they say the technology developing in our modern age is very sudden. Now, going back to what I was saying, right? It goes to these different ways of progress, right? Like, for example, right, these telescoping ways of progress, right? From the electrician to the engineer to the programmer, right? These constitute different, forms of revolutions, all right? Okay, first you have the Industrial Revolution, then you have the, sort of, I don't know if there's a word for developing electricity. I mean, but
well, they didn't develop it; they discovered it.
Which is ironic, by the way, because at the ionosphere, as some people are pulling, right, wattage 700 feet up, 700 wattage from the ionosphere, and Benjamin pulled it with a kite. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I like his trifectas because nuclear, biological, and chemical. I mean, he's trying to say that this is a different age. We're in a different age of technologies, but the fact is that he's not including, cyber warfare. And there's obviously cyber warfare, right? So it's funny that he didn't include that in there, right? There's tons of people stealing information. There's tons of people psyoping people. There's tons of people, scamming people on the internet. There's tons of cryptocurrency scams, right? Money laundering, etc. So the fact is that he's not including, all of the tech crimes, along with this danger. He's not including, how private companies are going to get into large scale technologies and do all sorts of experiments on the public, right? So he's not including a lot of things here, right? It looks like he's being very, very generous, on the dangers, right? I mean, we spent days and days and days and days and days of him talking about the potential benefits here. He then says, yeah, you know what I mean? And then he says, the far more powerful GNR technologies pose what philosopher of science Nick Bostrom calls quote unquote existential risks, referring to potential threats to the viability of human civilization itself. Okay, if we manage to get past the concerns about genetically altered designer pathogens followed by self-replicating entities created through nanotechnology, we will next encounter robots whose intelligence will rival and ultimately exceed our own. Such robots may make great assistance, but who's to say that we can count on them to remain reliably friendly to mere humans? That's the only problem he sees. The robots might be a little mean.
Skynet.
Uh-oh. Mean robots.
Well, they're mean because someone programmed them to be mean. And they're playing
Yeah,
mental
exactly.
gymnastics to say, well, they programmed themselves. No,
Yeah,
I'm not
exactly.
buying that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I thought we were 100% in control of the technology. What's gone wrong here? What do you mean the robots aren't going to be friendly?
Here's the thing.
Guys, the
Hey,
AI
bro.
is us. Come on, come back to center.
They want to pretend it came alive on its own when they trained the thing for multiple millions of dollars, so they don't have to take responsibility for the thing.
Oh my God, I can't read anymore.
You
of this.
don't
I'm
understand
done, guys.
that generational trauma means none of us have to take responsibility for anything?
Yeah, really.
Yep. But someone would say, oh, you made a choice, therefore free will. And that is absurd.
I mean, right? Sorry. I mean, sorry, not sorry. I say that a lot.
That's because you're in the Pacific Northwest. Everyone says it there.
No,
Exactly.
this is Midwestern. This is that Midwestern nice. But like, hey, how you doing? Yeah, you great neighbor. I'm gonna come over, help you pick up your stuff. I got you, no problem. Oh, sorry, I didn't talk to you yesterday. Oh, sorry, I didn't mow your lawn. Oh, sorry, I didn't snowplow your driveway. Yeah, it's called Midwestern Ice. I have a bad case of it. Sorry, when I say I have a bad case of it, I'm serious to the fact
Midwestern
that, like,
nice.
I'm just saying, like, I'm on these trails, Hank. Like, I say hi to everybody. I say hi to when I get my coffee, even if it's at the 7-Eleven. I walk into the shop, I look at the clerk, and I go, "Good morning, good afternoon." Like, I'm slightly obnoxious, slightly not. To the point, in my personal opinion, I might stir some mom issues, some mommy/sister issues with some of the panelverse-ists, because they don't have that in their life, and they're not really sure how to handle it, and it's okay. It's okay. I'll give you a hug. I promise. I just want.
It's gonna be
feel
okay,
safe.
my friends. But yeah, blessings. And yeah, Hank And you know what I mean? You know, what you got to say to these people as a closing statement? You know, and especially introduce our debate that we're having in 2 days here. You know, blessings. You know what
Yeah, 7:30. This channel. I'm monitoring debate between the machine lies and Teriok on free will versus determinism. There'll be another
yeah.
moderator with me, but be here at 7:30, or well, I'll be here at
Beautiful.
7 to help prepare. Be here at 7:30, watch the debate. Also, the machine lies. Go study for that debate or get a nap on it too.
Well, I don't think I'll be studying because it's such a complex topic, but I do believe I will be writing a little bit of notes and stuff. Actually, I've already prepared an opening statement ready to go
Yes.
for the topic there. I mean, so yeah, I'll be all set there to go. But yeah, so don't worry about that. But yeah.
Yeah. Now,
So can I ask
and they
Hank?
got that time extended for you because otherwise they're gonna go to Mon Bailey. So
So Hank, in the
Exactly.
formal debate format, are you
No,
allowing or
it's not a
allotting?
formal one.
it's a
Really.
semi-formal.
Yeah. Semi-formal, yeah.
Yeah,
But
like
I
Mon
feel like
debate style.
there's a place for that because it gives a second for like the rebuttal, right? And you give a second to like you do get a chance to go over back through your research. I'm just
Yeah,
saying. I was gonna do that one time, by the way, and I actually was gonna have Mr. Tartarian Truth, Mr. Shem. How we were gonna do that together. This is a long time ago, by the way, because like it, and you won't find those on my lives. I privatized those videos where we were making that go forward. Anyway, I'm getting at is that I think that there's a place for that, and when you say semi-formal, I feel like maybe there could be a super fun, almost game show way of flipping that. And this kind of is just coming to me as I'm, shooting the shit with the boys here, right?
Yeah, we
Like you
did.
could have the allotted time, but you could have like maybe a flip. We have like some sort of like like Hank, I'm gonna let you take this, but just like a weird question you could throw in there. You know what I'm going at? Okay, stop in there.
Yeah, I understand where you're going with that, but they already have Monday debate for that, so we're gonna be kind of serious instead.
Yeah, exactly. Hank knows what he's doing. But yeah, Hank, you got anything else to say
I
to these
know.
people?
I may be roasting zebra later today. And that's why we need the same form of debate forum, because some people won't stay in a moment and actually listen to what you say. So that's why we had to do roast just to burn some sense into them.
Yeah, real talk. Yeah, blessings, Hank. Thank you for being here. And yeah, I'm gonna throw you in the back here. Blessings, man. Yeah, peace, brother. All right. And what about you, Sarah? Blessings. What do you got to say to these people?
This is from this hut no longer exists. This is from a Maidu Kankau tribe from northwestern California.
Wow.
And with that message, because she's an amazing woman, we're actually reconnecting here super soon. I'm going to remind you all that reconnecting, like just what we've kind of gotten into to some extent with emotions. I always talk about it. Just bring it down and reconnect and give in and accept, because you never know. Nothing is guaranteed. Much love, brother, and really respect all of you. Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah. Yeah, you have a blessed night, sis. I mean,
You too.
yeah, thank you. I'm gonna throw you in the back here. I mean, and definitely, you know, don't feel shy to contact me anytime, you guys. Hank and Sarah. I mean, you know I love you guys. I mean, how about everybody else on the panel? You guys know I love you. That everybody that's been here, especially this guy, Reddington. What do you got to say to these people, man?
Just to reiterate something from earlier with the logos from Scribina, saying on the one hand, it is talking about the logos. It is a luminous ether forming the material substance of the world. On the other, it is the wise one, a living and intelligent entity, but he also says it's not a personal God. So there's overlap with various other philosophies, such as Christian philosophy and maybe Tao a little bit, that Unseen was getting into, but I'm not quite sure it's not that it's the way he wants it to be. He wants like it to be a personal God, because of Christianity, but that's not how it was originally viewed by like Heraclitus and Plato and etc.
Yeah, wild stuff. Definitely. And yeah, blessings, brother Reddington.
Yep.
Thank you for being here with me.
Yep.
And lots of crazy comments in the chat here. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna highlight a few of them. It's all spiritual warfare. I mean, humans dominated because of opposable thumbs, allowing tool usage, modern mechanization. We can put thumbs on everything and they will be our equal. Man, I mean, we got a lot of interesting and very intelligent people in the chat here. You know what I mean? There's a comment by Bootstrap Paradox that I wanted to highlight, man. It was Crypto Technic. He said Crypto Technic. I wanted to
Yep.
highlight that.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, because that is real deal Holyfield. We got the homie here, John Mosman. Can't wait to talk to you about Ellul's Technological Society. Yes. You'll be interested to know that we have been doing a deep dive into Ellul's Technological Society as the opening section of our recent shows and programs. So we would love to talk to anybody about that work, but especially our friend John Mosman. Our new friend John Mosman. He says humanism is antiquated and has given way to scientific and technological training, because the environment in which the student will be immersed is, first of all, no longer a human, but a technological environment. Very true, sir. Extremely true. I mean, beautiful words by Ellul, and Ellul is one of the greatest thinkers of our modern time, and that's why we're very excited to look at all of Ellul's works. I mean, that's what we do here, right? We take a deep dive into works concerning technology, human society, and this is how we talk on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. As Ellul says, to paraphrase his thoughts, he says, freedom is a dynamic goal and not a static prize. I mean, right? Just as a truth is a living truth. All truth comes from within. I mean, right? How can you know what somebody says to you is true? Unless you know it for yourself. Right? Truth does not exist outside of you. Right? Truth comes from within. Right? Don't ask why if you know what's wrong. You know what I mean? Start a well-intentioned fight. See the lies fly out in defense. You know what I mean? Listen to everyone, believe in nothing until you can prove it for yourself. Okay? And obviously, question authority, question us. Give us your questions. Right? We're here to facilitate. I mean, we got me, the Machine Lies, we got Reddington, and blessings, guys. You know what I mean? We'll be here next time. Friday night, debate night. Free will versus determinism. Let's see what happens, and of course, free will in the philosophical sense. We're not talking about political freedom. Okay, or you know, that sort of thing. You know, so it's the big freedom, philosophical freedom, right? All right, which is the questions of agency, right? And obviously there's good arguments on both sides, but we're trying to engage our opponent there. But the main show will be on Saturday, folks. I mean, you know, Friday is just a whatever situation. You know, we agree to debate anybody on any issue. Okay. We've given our position on many theological issues, many philosophical queries, and many political ideas. Okay, we've done a number of debates on technology, theological issues, right? Okay, we haven't really done that many debates on philosophy topics, so this will be the first. We don't really engage in debates that much, but we do engage in controversial discussions on a number of topics, right? And we've also had many controversial guests, right? But yeah, blessings, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining me. And I hope you guys enjoy some of these tapes we'll be playing. You know, very important tapes, you know, in terms of Taoism, right? And spiritual practices, right? Now, I said in the beginning that Taoism isn't really religion or political technique, right? Okay, but it really functions well as a philosophy, right? But yeah, you know what I mean? We're going to look at Taoism in terms of religion and alchemy and magic and all those sorts of things, and we'll look at some other ideas as well, right? Okay, now I also will play some of Neurojack's streams, right? We've been having some excellent topics and ideas over at Neurojack, surprise meetings over there. You know what I mean? And we don't know how long we'll have that running, so please go ahead and participate there at Neurojack. You know what I mean? You know, and I will somehow drop a link. We also have a Discord, right? So, you know, at some point maybe I'll get a link for people. But yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, we'll try to get people into the Discord as well. Even right, we have over 100 people in the Discord. I mean, yeah, so we're blessed to, you know, have lots of different communication with people. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. But yeah, we'll be continuing these topics. Okay. On technology. Okay, this is obviously the machine lies, you mean? But yeah, exactly. Neurojack. I mean, yeah, we'll be playing some of that. But yeah, first I'll play my conversation with Frank Monday. But yeah, we'll have a little musical intermission here. You know what I mean? So yeah, thank you guys for joining us. Blessings, man. And like I said, Friday night, 7:30, Saturday night. Okay, now we've changed the show time to 8 p.m. Eastern, right? So we'll be here, right? And we'll figure out what we're going to do. Okay, in terms of the future shows and experiences, right? But yeah, let me figure out what to play for you guys. Yeah, I made a lot of these mixes myself, right? You know what? Let me play some of the old ones. Yeah, this is the first one I made here. MF Doom and blessings, right?
Toss and turning, dreams of murder, someone's killing me, it changes. There's nights, I'm on the killing spree, all done, cold blood, waking up in cold sweats. This is such a cold world, conscious getting death threats, shadows choking me. My last breath lets out my body. It's a conspiracy, my mind and my body's not really down with me. Me against the whole world. It's a little deeper, me against myself. I fight the Grim Reaper, swing sickle. I got my Glock, bust rounds off, demented, schizophrenic. I know this sounds off to you, I do not lie. When I doze off spirits, hope I die. Whatever, angels waste the time, they work together, scheme and follow me. Cause I'm the son of man. I hear voices from a dog like Son of Sam. Don't give a damn if the bullets fill me. I don't wanna live, I hope they kill me. Put me out my misery, I'm left in misery. I kill all my enemies, cause I love company. Those who seek me are called wise men, or either wise guys. I pray you comprehend and realize I'm condemned. No rest, homicidal dreams. My cellmate, all he do is scream out loud how he wants to go home. That's funny, I'm here all alone, locked in a single cell. His back's bleeding, he's cold as hell, and I'm hoping they turn on some heat. I call the CO to bring some extra sheets. Ready to go, he walk the walls, run halls. I pray he teach me. They don't see him, mental health try to reach me. I said please see how he feel. They said he's alright but he's not real. Evaluation say I suffer from depression, hallucinations, subconscious, what they guessing. I'm here doing years, I'm stressing. Medicate me, sedate me, want me to rest in. Don't take it cause he said that won't be bested. He said I need his help and he needs me. Nigga, you walk the walls, go home, you're free. Home, that was fun, he was turned off cause his wings was burnt off. The lesson was learn, communicate with one. I was chosen cause I'm God's son.
And I'm the retarded one. Out in the streets, you won't survive with whack ass beats. We can see that. These days and times, plus how we get ours with rhymes. To my metal face bros with stomachs of cast iron, who been into winning glass to the last siren. On the slow mo, the con artist with the so-so chick to my like how you live the slow down below stick. Anywho, how about the Yankees? Once I leave off stage, the party people thanks me. If I may speak freely, nasty like the freaky deaky antelope, sleazy, speak easy. Been any fan of the limelight, in the mic stand with nothing but stick of dynamite. It's risky business like hand-to-hand crack sale. The rappers who's better hope on the cover of Black Tail. Jumping through who's a fat, who's that, who cats who do magic, be like, tell me how you do that, heck no. Especially those who cop please like Gecko. Let go to Mike, do techno. Ha ha, the bets are bust out laughing at the bet. For no reason he get cussed out like Tourette. Get tight flow to make her bad ass stutter, or even crack the spine from a man fast cutter. But wordplay since third grade age. Back when we used to play bang, open birdcage. Hip hop, Benny Hill, sip penny straight, get every penny weight, then he chill. At any rate, my metal face holds with tongue, or these eye ring. Do yourself, I will continue to do my thing like kung fu fighting. Everybody was fighting. And the super villain struck again like lightning at the same spot. Now what's the chance of that? And the name drop like pick a name out the hat. That's a no job from the lava canava who vote player out the rap game like Sabab while I drop degrees like a nerd cat. With intense speech from way back and spin on your back and then freeze. While I play high ball, low ball to zero. So-called rhymers, don't call Cleo. While I steal the show like thought so try hiking. Super duper stars need auto tricycling. Sometimes the men, mostly from the women. I hear voices saying that's a super villain. Mostly from the woman, I hear voices. Super villain.
Remarkable soul, cold-blooded bleeding icicles, equivalent to North Pole, raw El Conducto style. Buddha mind state, but I don't smoke weed to proceed. Follow my lead, I rock well when somebody's watching me. Rhymes fine like Denzel, having shorties all jocking me. My poetry painting pictures, call me Picasso. Not so fast. Put your microphone back in the stash when I'm through. Foes with hoes, take what fits. You ain't worth but OC hole. Dick made a goal, soul controller, ruler of my desk. All eyes on me, like a bad 38 double D's. Rest assured, when I be on the mic, war, holding the goods like you buying in the surplus store. You see, I brought it down a notch so you could understand. Oh, I'm smooth like a harp, you nothing but a banjo. Advanced show, Tech 9 style. That shit is played on, running to the likes of a Mongo slave. Fall out, the general be on command now. At the quarter of the century, I'm the man, child. Fuck that, abbreviated FT. Soon to come, bust on, we bust back, strap, ready for war. What? Come on. Yo, when you hear this shit, I bet your head will swing. Cause it's a ghetto thing, where we pack metal things just to settle. When you hear this shit, I bet your head will swing. Cause it's a ghetto thing, where we pack. Get your motherfucking orders of protection. MCs, no question. See, I was raised in the ill drug section, when it persuaded my poetical selections to be hardcore. Shit, I swore on my father's grave I make slaves of niggas who play brave. I crave to engrave my name inside of the pavement. In my basement's an arrangement of different torture devices. That's slices, the first niggas who think they are the nicest. My advice is to you, think twice. The price to pay is your life. Jesus Christ, I am the Pharaoh. The road I'm on is kinda narrow. Plus there's a fork in the shit and I don't know which way to go. But these scriptures are sculptures. For crews of dead rappers, the words of above like vultures, vipers. I write the type of shit to make niggas incite race riots. From the hate that white invited, sinister. When it's the time to finish the rhyme, watch the minister climb up. Filling in the atmosphere like cannabis. And if it's activating me, believe I'm captivating me. Plus I'm decapitating 3 MCs with my axe like Tyraxes. Practice allows me to receive information like facts is what.
Yeah. Yo, when you hear this shit, I bet your head will swing. Cause it's a ghetto thing where we pack metal things just to settle things. When you hear this shit, I bet your head will swing. Cause it's a ghetto thing where we pack metal things. You better watch your back. It takes concentration and confrontation. So fuck conversating and contemplating. Arms I'm breaking. Splinter barrel well like a carousel. Cause no one keeps parallel, especially when I have an L. These rappers make you feel, yo, I'ma rip this here. My comprehensive skills to leave you in intensive care. Check my credentials with pen and pencils or instrumentals. I make you mental, experimental. Don't be acting cockamamie, cause niggas on my block is crazy talking that rap shit. You couldn't even rock a baby, bitch. I went out before the right. Cause that was more than trifling. I'm sort of psycho like a retard on a motorcycle. My mind changes when the time changes. And if that ain't saying shit, might as well be rapping the sign language. I get dark and eyes when I spark the line. Start stomping guys, have screaming, let's compromise. The love of fly bro, so I storm. Keep looking at me, I'ma spray some lights all in your eyeball, nigga. Straight snatch this shooter.
And then I'm about done.
Okay, wow, yeah. But you've been going like close to 12 today, huh?
Well, yeah. It's usually just a 12-hour recording, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the later part of the recording is usually just recorded footage. I mean, but yeah, we had a a lively panel discussion earlier, about a range of issues, Taoism, also Ray Kurzweil. We watched some videos on physics. We had a couple people restreaming. So yeah, it was a pretty eventful night, I guess. But yeah. Yeah, but blessings, brother. Yeah.
Yeah, blessings to you, man. Good stuff. Yeah, I just hit the restream button. I don't know. Do you have a minute to chat for a second?
Of course. Yeah,
we,
of course. Yeah, that's why I'm here for you. Yeah, of course.
Okay,
yeah.
Good. Thank you, man. Are we on air right now, or are we behind the scenes?
We're on air on the machine lines, but we'll be offline in about 14 minutes or so. But you're restreaming, so it'll be fine. You'll have the recording. So yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. So, like you're way more well versed in like a wide range of the understanding of a lot of these topics than I am. I'm much more of a layman. So I do have questions, and a lot you talk about I jive with and I get it, but again, your range is just so like voluminous and extensive that I can't keep up by any means. So I just want to admit that right off the jump, so that you know what you're dealing with a little bit. As far as Taoism, though, I've got a pretty good handle, and I've been practicing Taoist magic for about 25 years, and I've been doing Solomonic magic for about the same length of time, maybe a little longer. So my curiosity was this, and you could just be as forthright as you want. If you don't want to answer a question, that's fine, or just convey to me whatever's within the scope of your willingness to do so.
Hold on 1 second. Let me see if something's possible. Lilith, are you there? Maybe not. Maybe he is, maybe not. Yo, what's going on? Yeah, this is my friend who practices magic here. I mean, he's still here, maybe.
Okay, cool. Lilith, are you there? Yeah. No.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll throw
no worries.
Maybe,
but I wanted to know a little bit of your perspective too, because I've been watching you for a while and I've seen you popping up on other shows.
that would have been a fun try. Here's my magical friend.
Yeah. Because you've like you said, you go on Jack Talcott sometimes you go on Flow Stream. Do you go on other chats as well? I guess you probably do.
Not that many I've been to, because as you see, the current panel dynamics are a little stupefying. And so, I mainly just okay, here he is actually. Yeah, but the current dynamics are a little stupefying, so I just
I've been calling it the Jerry Springer effect. It seems like that's what drives their numbers a lot of times.
Yeah. So steer clear of most of the panel situations, and I've also had lots of interactions, though. And I've kept my eye on the entire situation. So different names and actors. So I could tell you probably more about these panels than the people that are on them.
Oh wow!
But
good looking out.
Yeah, so that's actually true. But the fact is I'm not very impressed by a lot of the behavior out there. So I do a little bit of a different show. I just do a 2-hour solo presentation.
Okay.
Right. And that's usually centering around Jacques Ellul this time. Before it was a range of topics. But now I'm painstakingly working my way through the book Technological Society by Jacques Ellul, and for the audience, and then and then we move into open discussions on Taoism, which is a little bit of a different flavor. Right? Where you have an open panel, but the discussions are geared towards the text of the Tao. Right?
Okay. Nice. That's right up my alley. So that would be the top of the hour, like when you first start streaming, right? You would do the first 2 hours of study, and then you would go into the discussions. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, okay, awesome. And then when discussions are over, then you have been restreaming some other things, like some past streams. Is that what's happening?
Well, I play music. I let the panel discussion go, and then I come back and present information on Kaczynski. So then we go through the works of Kaczynski.
Okay.
So it's quite an adventure. but then after that, yes, I play some panel discussions, and some of those are controversial because are discussions with the internet figures. Like today, we had a discussion with Claire Hall, who's pretty much a controversial figure on the
Okay.
internet. But yeah, but yeah, I'm promoting some of her work now.
Okay, what does that entail? What's it all about?
Well, she wants white people to adopt Sharia because she
wow.
feels that Christianity has failed and it's led to liberalism, right? So she thinks that essentially the Christian lifestyle has been taken over by liberalism, right? So it's been defeated, right? But Islam remains in the face of liberalism. So she's saying that white people should adopt some secularized form of Sharia in order to save their society. So that's a very controversial view that not many of the whites are willing to support, and then so you get a lot of like white nationalist type of trolls. Right?
Well, I would personally find it a tough pill to swallow just because I live, the way I do inside of China, and I prefer Taoism myself because I feel like it's the low ground and it's more accepting of people's faults. Whereas I feel like Sharia is a little bit too extreme for most Caucasian folks, and I don't think it would necessarily. I just don't think it would necessarily.
Well, on the
benefit
contrary, there's 3 million Muslims in China, right? Right? So this is in the
Yeah.
Xinjiang. Yeah. So this is in the Xinjiang province. So historically speaking, Islam has survived in China, right? So
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And there's parts of China where Buddhists and some of the Muslims don't have very good relations. So we might think, oh yeah, Islam not very open, Buddhism very open, but some of those Buddhist guys say they don't let their daughters marry a Muslim guy, right? So there's a lot of discrimination. I mean, especially in the Xinjiang province. I mean, right, where the Chinese government sets up smart cities, they basically discriminate against their Muslim population. They treat them like fucking Palestinians, right? So so on the contrary, So I mean, I mean, so it's the thing, see, that's the thing. Anytime somebody says, "Oh, well, Islam is going to hurt us," I say, "Well, look at the Muslim woes." Right?
Well,
right? So then,
and I would
Yeah.
agree with you on both points. I do believe that I don't have any real direct experience with the Muslim per se, but I agree with you like on the point of Buddhism also being a little bit too constraining. And that's why I would just reiterate that I think Taoism isn't strong enough in that sense that it could do what this woman is proposing that Sharia might be able to do. So I think that it's like
because I don't think that Taoism. I don't think that one can construct a legal system through Taoism. Right?
No.
That would not be possible, right? So and that's why a lot of but what else is true is that there's been a lot of Islamic scholars that are masters of Confucian, of Confucianism, and there's many, you could look up on, even on Wikipedia, list of Islamic Confucian scholars from China. There's a whole list of them, right?
Yeah, I don't doubt it at all.
Yeah. So it's fascinating because there is legal systems within Confucianism. Now, we talked about how Confucianism and Taoism, they not only deal in different things, but they're philosophically a little bit different as well, right? Now, obviously, Islam is not in line with either of them, but I'm just mainly just saying because, the idea that there's one indescribable quality to everything, right? And that is, part of, I guess Allah, right? So that is fundamentally Taoist, so that is a place where Islam is more Taoist than Christianity, right? But in a way that it's less Taoist than Christianity is the legal system, right? So the fact is that, Taoists would not construct a legal system. And that's why I've actually said today on my show, may or may not be a controversial statement, but I said, A, that Lao Tzu is one of the greatest philosophers who ever lived, and B, that that the Tao Te Ching is a philosophical work, right? It's not a religious work, and I don't think it's a scientific work, right?
Agreed.
Yeah, because and that's where I bring in things like metaphysics, because you can make statements about cosmology and not make it in a religious context, not affirm any religious position, right? So Right.
Right,
I don't.
right.
Yeah, I don't think that Lao Tzu was trying to turn his quote unquote philosophy into a religious system, and he definitely didn't want it to devolve into a legal system. So he actually
Right.
says that in the Tao Te Ching, right? So
Yeah.
so I'm very much you know interested in that. Now there are forms of theological speculation that don't reach for ultimate truth, like Buddhism, right? So, so there's many different concepts, and in terms of philosophy, I said that obviously Lao Tzu makes unique statements in terms of metaphysics, in terms of ethics, and and in terms of epistemology, right? So he's got
And
some central themes that are very much different from other ideas. Yeah, go ahead, Frank.
I was going to say, you're probably, well, there's two things I wanted to mention. One is that you're right about Muslim, I guess it's Islam or Muslim. How should I refer to it as with the Chinese people?
Islam, yeah.
Islamics. Okay, so they do have really large communities, even here in Beijing. In fact, there's an entire street called like Niujie, like where my wife's mother's mother used to live, and for like our beef, we go exclusively there because they have the highest quality beef. And so,
so you're glad the Muslims are there.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
funny.
so far, like as far as like a living system, they're apparent, and they have a huge enclave like all over China. They have like really a presence, whereas Dao does not. Dao has temples, and they have people that study and practice it, but it's not like
and actually
it's not a
look at-
living thing.
Yeah, look at Falun Gong, where Taoism has essentially been weaponized, right? Right. So
Right.
yeah, and so and I talk about that too. Right? I talked about that obviously with Confucianism big time because I'm a Taoist. so I was like, yeah, Confucianism bad, Taoism good.
Right.
But obviously it's not that simple. I tried to be very, very faithful to Confucianism. So I'm not gonna say I was that free balling with it, but yeah, the scholar would be able to tell.
And the Chinese, they try to embrace it as two sides of the same coin. Like the Confucian side can take care of the ordering of society, and then the Taoist side can take care of the individual's life.
Oh yeah, and even Buddhism, right? It actually incorporates all three. Almost.
Right.
Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism.
Yeah. Then we use the analogy of the three-legged cauldron, and those three branches support Chinese society. But this leads me to my line of inquiry too, what I wanted to ask you directly about. So with your researches into the tradition of Islam and the Muslims, I'm very interested in the jinn and paranormal experience. And my first curiosity is, you don't have to talk about them, but I'm just curious, have you had direct paranormal experiences that you could tangibly say this was something that was supernatural?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, awesome. And to follow that up, what is your thoughts and opinions on the jinn or genie and their relationship to what the Christians believe are demons? And I'd like to exclude as a parameter that this is not entirely a psychological thing, because my experience is that they are true, genuine spiritual forces that are outside of the human mind, and they're not just a psychological meandering as like the 19th century magicians would say, like Crowley, Israel McGregor Mathers. They all tried to bring it into the line of it just being a mental thing, but from my experience, it's not that. It can be partially that as we experience it, but it seems to be genuine, tangible spiritual forces that dwell outside of the human realm. And so that's my question, essentially, to begin the conversation. But I know you're running out of time, so I don't think we can get very deep into it.
Yeah. I mean, we're essentially out of time on my channel. So if you're not seeing this anymore, please subscribe to Frank Monday. I'm sure I put it up before the 55-minute mark so that people could go and subscribe there. So,
oh wow, thank you for that, man.
Yeah,
that's
so
awesome.
So my video cuts off at about this time, right? But I'm not really concerned with that, right? I mean,
I wasn't either. I thought we were.
Yeah, I would have invited you up even if the show was over. So I'm not, so it really doesn't matter to me. I mean, and that's why I dropped the link there. No, I wasn't expecting you to chat in the chat box there. But yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous. But and I
Right,
know
because
that,
it's a little deeper than that. I wanted to feel your spirit and your natural reactions.
yeah,
I find
especially
that's
not after like 12 hours.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I mean,
And
yeah, but
our time frames never line up. That's what's really hard with me being in China and everyone else being in the Western world. Because I imagine you're in America, right?
yeah, yeah. But I'll tell you what I think about this question.
Okay.
In terms of the jinn, right? So there's many different types of creation, right? So the angels are made of light. You know what I mean? Man is made out of a um you know essentially clay, right? And the jinn are made out of the smokeless fire, right? So
Right.
yeah, so it's not a demon per se, right? It's just another type of life form. You know what I'm saying, right? Right. So there's other life forms that exist. There's another type of plane that exists, right? And that's the plane of the
Right.
jinn. They don't really correspond with us. We can't see the jinn world. Some humans can see jinns, right? Some
Hmm.
jinns are corrupted, right? So the thing is that jinns that are corrupted, they can go beyond, like they're not necessarily limited by time and space the way we are, right? So a jinn, right, that is basically you know, an evil jinn, they could like do things like they could imitate your family members, right, in your dream and
Okay.
stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is the thing is like if you see people in your dream, and sometimes people think it's the ancestor. Well, that ancestor magic is a lot of the ways that people get caught into demon worship, right? So there's a lot of things going on in terms of the jinn. So the jinn, right? Um, they have a corruptible spirit. I mean, but they're not, but they don't have intelligence, right? So essentially, jinns possess spiritual power and not intelligence, right? So this is a key feature of the jinn, right? Most jinn possess the intelligence of like a 12-year-old human, so to speak, right? But
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
so they're not very intellectually mature, right? But they in terms of their reasoning, right? But they're spiritually advanced. You know what I mean?
Then
Beings, because they're not limited by physical space, right?
within the paradigm of Hermetic sciences, would they be within the classification of, say, elemental spirits, or above that?
I mean, I think it's like electricity. Dare I say? You mean, right? I think smokeless fire is like electricity. Like there's an electrical world that surrounds us, right?
Right.
And there's beings inhabiting that world, right? There's living spirits that inhabit that world. I mean, so
Well, the thing is, with, like you said, there are people who can see Jen. So with the long term, and give me just a second, son of Lilith, and then you can respond. But with the long time practice of Tai Chi and Qigong, like the smokeless fire of like at least Qi energy, not the Wei Qi, but what we call like there's Yuan Qi, Wei Qi, and then like Li Qi. So these different distinctions of Qi energy in the Taoist system, they're very distinct. One is your original energy, one is your protective energy, and then one is like a combative energy. But when you practice for a long time, you can see a manifestation of smokeless fire. It's literally a plasma that emits from the body and from living things in different values.
Yeah,
But
and see, that's one level of power, right?
yeah,
So
the jinn appear that way because I've been around a few Taoist priests over the time that I've been here, and they capture them in gourds, like the small fruit, and they'll prepare the gourd with magical sigils on it, and then they'll summon jinn with their magic, and then they'll put them in the gourd, and they use these for various purposes, and they keep them around their temples and stuff. And there are very few these days anymore, but there still are a few that practice this old type of like Aladdin's lamp, genie magic. And so I was curious if there was some relationship between demoniacal forces, which I don't typically deal with, even though I do Solomonic magic. And I was curious if I could bridge the gap somehow and make, of the Goetia and make similar type things of my own creation. And it's what I'm interested in researching.
Yeah, I gotta let Lilith come in here. But the thing is,
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
you know, in terms of the twofold, you know, we also have smokeless light, meaning we have the ethereal electrical body, right? But we also are made not of a fixed light the way the angels are made, right? But a light that can increase or decrease, right? So you see that both in people. People have an energetic body, right? That's based on their electrochemical makeup, right? And then they also, and that is functioning or healthy in one way, right? And then they have another body that's based on like their overall light. And you could see like there's people that are surrounded by light, and there's other people that, you know, their eyes look fucking darkened, right? They look like the light's been fucking stolen from them. Yeah, they look
they're
like
enveloped in darkness and being
yeah, like
consumed by
oily
it.
and shit, and fucking yeah. It's like this is the thing, right?
Queen
So
Stefan.
yeah, you know, so that's the thing is that, you know, that these things function in a human being in a different way than they do in an angel or a jinn, right? But you know, it's obvious that, you know, yeah, you know, that man is a very unique creation, you know, made in God's image, you know. So
And my main drive here is that there's a clear distinction, right? Because I don't just think it's a difference of relabeling things from the Western mind or the Eastern mind. I think that the way they identified these things and some of these things are clearly distinct from one another. I think that's what I'm groping for here.
Yeah.
So Lilith, welcome.
Yes. A few things. Crowley was kind of misunderstood, number one.
Oh, absolutely.
He didn't necessarily say that it was all in the mind. He said that the distinction between the two was a fine line. And so really it was a little bit of both. And I would agree with this. That these are propensities within the human consciousness that are unconscious already. And that these forces use those propensities in order to communicate with us. Okay. And whatever gods or goddesses, as the case may be, a lot of times, you know, that the victors, the conquerors, the religion of the time doesn't like, becomes demons, becomes demonized. You know, so that's that's basically the long and short of that. With Dallas, I know that they hold to a very I want to say left-hand path perspective, but I mean, there's legitimately a teacher, Ben Bell Wen, who gets into this about the traditional Taoist and pre-Taoist I was talking about earlier, shamanic roots of their magical system and all that, with like the talismans and all of that, and basically, you know, this idea that they are equal to the gods, you know, and then that's a very left-hand path perspective where you're not really trying to become like the gods. You're actually realizing that you yourself are divine, and you know, interacting with the natural world directly.
Right.
And I actually have direct personal experience with angels, quote unquote, and demons, quote unquote. And I think that both can be just as dangerous, to be honest. And tricky, and whatever the case may be. And there have been paranormal experiences I would be here forever getting into that have showed me that they most certainly are real, quote unquote. I'm using quotations because these are things that are hard to explain, for one, in a short period of time, and two, we have to redefine what real is, because they're not anthropomorphic deities, or life forms like that. They have a different kind of existence than what we would normally accept as real, but are nevertheless real. And the symbols and, you know, all of that, you know, is basically window dressing. You know, like I was explaining to someone before, like the symbols, the biography, the story, you know, the mythology, none of that is necessarily real. Okay, it's just what they use in order to communicate with us because they're beyond our comprehension. So it's not what they are, it's just something they use in order to have a way of addressing us in a language they will understand.
Do you know this guy, Frank?
So it's not for them, it's for us.
Twilight Son of Lilith.
I met him one time. I believe it was here on your show.
Oh, fascinating. Yeah.
Lilith, where did we meet? Do you recall? I know that we crossed paths recently.
You know, I know I call I make jokes. I say I'm the most known unknown because I know people from all over the place, and I don't always remember. I don't always remember, so forgive me. But yes, I do recall.
Yeah, because you
I
guys
used
are
to
the
be-
only two people like I've met in a while that have openly said, "Oh, I practice magic." So I feel like you two should have a good conversation. You know, that's the main reason I brought it back up. But
Yeah. Well, you know, normally I really don't get into all that, but since the very first time that we started talking, and I was talking to Anna, and she used to be on my streams, and I used to get pretty deep into all that. You know, I was talking about it. I didn't really think much about it, and yeah, it was already kind of in the air.
Okay. Well, yeah.
And then after that, but I usually don't actually.
It's the only thing that concerns me. Like from the moment I wake up until the moment I go to sleep, and while I sleep, even it's just magic for me now. Of course,
it's the magician's curse. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel you.
From the time I was 12 till 45, it was just Dao. I studied Dao and did Kung Fu every single day, Qigong every single day. And once I got turned on to Taoist magic and I started restudying my Hebrew roots, like there's many correspondence between the Tao and the ancient Hebrew arts that I don't think a lot of people have detected yet. And it's something that I'm trying to synthesize in my own work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of
Dow. There's a Dow in everything. You know, like I said like I said earlier in the show, that you could take a random philosopher and say Tao of that guy. You know, like because because all their ideas are essentially Taoist and they don't even know it. You know, it's like, it's kind of weird, but yeah.
Right. And that's why essentially Tao is the most serviceable, yet the least dominant. Like we were saying a moment ago on Machine Lies, that it can't serve as a universal system for all because it has no like usurpation of personal authority.
Definitely. Yeah, I definitely feel that. You know,
like the essential element to it is wei wu wei, or to do non-doing. So it means that by way of that, you never interfere in anything. And Lao Tzu's great quote at the beginning of the Tao Te Ching is yen zhi bu zhi and zhi zhi bu yen, or he who knows does not speak, and he who speaks is just showing his ignorance, right? Or
yeah. Yeah, you
So-
should go back and hear me and Lilith go over that, because we did a fantastic job going over that thing. Yeah.
okay, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only able to catch a certain amount because I work like 60 hours a week at an academy here in Beijing. So, but now I'm on vacation, so I'm looking forward to an entire month of winter break for the Chinese New Year.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, you could read it about 500 times and still get something new out of it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're
For
doing
sure.
our second reading now, second
Who's-
translation. So
Whose translation are you using, or transliteration?
well, we're now doing Stephen Mitchell, going with the most accessible ones. First, I did the Penguin, DC Lau one, and now I'm doing Stephen Mitchell, and then I'll probably
Okay.
do Giafu Fang. And
Have you looked at Thomas Cleary's or Master Ni Hua Qing's?
No, not yet. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you
I'll
got to
send
send me some. Yeah.
I'll send you both of those names. The Ni Hua Qing one, like if you can find the like 1986 edition, it's got real flavor. But over the years, because his teaching is so big in Los Angeles, that he has toned everything down and kind of his sons have taken over where he left off, and they've kind of woke everything up a little bit. But like his original and he calls them transliterations because he was a Chinese guy from Fujian that moved to the U.S. in the late 60s and taught Dao. But Thomas Cleary, I'm sure you're familiar with. He's Shambhala, like Harvard type stuff, and it's really good.
Well, transliteration is more honest, to be honest, because that's really what it is. Because a translation would be a word for word, that's what a translation is. An actual translation is word for word, exactly what it says, as closely as can be, and that's very rarely what it is. So, yeah, that's a lot more honest.
Yeah, and according to the researches I've done here at Tsinghua University in Beijing, most of the actual original translation work was done by Germans, like in the 1700s or something. So,
I mean, hell, even Aleister Crowley had a transliteration of the Tao. People don't realize that. And he considered it the most sublime of ancient texts.
Yeah, that's the one I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read the Crowley one and then the Seraphim Rose one just to piss everyone off, because
Oh, that's brilliant.
The Crowley
Crowley's
one and the Christian one. Yep.
Crowley's time in China, he said that he could never get apprenticed to a Taoist master.
Well, because I mean, I try to explain to people that he was kind of like Eminem or like Marilyn Manson at the time. Everyone was making all these rumors about him, and he's just like, "Yep, that's me."
Right? Yeah, he was a pioneer.
I don't understand that. Like
he was a decadent. I'm the beast. There it is.
Yeah.
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 Well, there's Sufis who say, that you should spread bad rumors about yourself in the community.
Yes.
So that, you could actually do things without motive. I mean,
that makes sense. That makes sense.
This is kind of it. And if you actually read his works and not what other people say about him, it becomes very clear what he was really about. And what happened was he was revealing things that weren't supposed to be revealed. And so that's why people hated him. Between that and the fact that, like, he was, for instance, he was writing in his book Magic and other ones, particularly Magic, these secrets of like sex magic and all that. And he had like the leader of the OTO show up at his door. Like, why are you writing the secrets of this and that degree? And He's like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What degree? Because he wasn't. And so they immediately initiated him because he wasn't allowed to, they're just like, who are you to be writing all these secrets? And he's like, I'm not part of your damn order. Like, what, whatever. And he has another quote. And he says, many have accused me of practicing black magic. He said, nothing could be, he says, I can't, what is it? Nothing could be farther from the truth or something along those lines. He says, I cannot believe that there are people so debased as to practice such a thing. And they would be so lost that
they did though. Don't let him lie to you. he was villainous to an extreme sometimes, and he would think nothing of taking an iron plate, putting gunpowder on it, and making a sigil that would absolutely destroy someone. I mean, he was a genuine magician. So, he was definitely the beast incarnate. But I see what you're saying. I mean, people misconstrue a lot of what he's got going on. Like in today, the common parlance is people will wear a shirt or something that says, do what thou will, right? And it's not what he said. He said, do what thou wilt, right? And it's as both of you probably know.
What I'm saying is most of the debauchery was to himself in his later years. Because he became addicted to drugs and, all that type of stuff.
Right.
But people think he was actually like sacrificing people and shit, is what I'm saying.
Well, the sex magic is definite. I mean, it rises
the
vibration
that's true.
quite
Yes.
a bit. Like
that was
orgiastic,
Yes.
raising the cone of energy and then
Yes.
directing it at a purpose. They were definitely
Yes.
up to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he wasn't sacrificing people and shit. Like that was people saying shit about him, and then that was him, basically saying, That's me. You know.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah,
but
not anybody that didn't need to be sacrificed anyway, right?
well, I mean, right. Well, I don't know about all that, but I mean, he,
Well,
it's
and
just, I mean,
here's the
go
thing
ahead.
too. I want and the reason I approached you, Machine Mice, is because like the distinction between like the jinn and the lesser elemental creatures, and then the upward movement of beings above and within us. And I know you, Lilith, agree as well. Like as within, so without. Right? We are
Yes.
communicating with both of these directions simultaneously. But my main purpose in concerning the jinn was that when I see the Taoists containing such like that type of energy within a vessel and then using it towards a purpose, I'm wondering if the jinn, like you said, only has a maybe an approximation of a 12-year-old mentality, then it doesn't seem like it in any way would be diabolical to utilize it to this purpose. And people who don't understand.
No, it definitely can be diabolical. Yeah, it definitely can be diabolical. Yeah, because these are volatile sort of living beings. So the thing is that there's nothing within our human spirit. See, we're given a light that is not fixed like the angels, and you know, and we can go beyond the you know, the jinn, right? So the fact is that we don't need either angelic forces or the forces of the jinn in order to manifest our you know, our true nature, right? Because I mean, our nature contains both, as I've said, right? So I think that, you know, in my opinion, you know, I don't think that angels are above us and jinn are below us, but rather that these are just different types of beings. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
That makes sense.
I agree with that. As a magician, I agree with that. And everything that I've worked with, including demons and what are supposedly jinn, I work with Asmodeus. He is he's supposedly a demon. He's the one who helped build Solomon's temple, by the way, and also supposedly a jinn king. That's his sigil right there. Now, I don't know if he really is that, okay, but he definitely doesn't seem anywhere near a child.
It's weird,
So,
right? When you said
so
that,
I
my
don't.
screen, yeah, right when you said that, my screen went black, by the way. So it is what
Okay.
it is. But,
So I
but
don't
yeah,
know.
you're-
The story is that he's the one who actually built. He's the one who actually built Solomon's temple. So Solomon didn't build a temple. Solomon, and I believe this is in Islamic lore, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait, say the name of that guy again.
Asmodeus.
Asmodeus. That's funny, man. Yeah,
Asmodeus.
because my screen literally, I think I like set off like a Mossad
He
alarm.
comes
or
from a.
something.
You'll love
Weird.
this because he comes from an older spirit that was Persian, originally, and from what I understand, this is where the jinn actually come from too, originally, because it goes back to pagan Arabian polytheism. It goes further back than Islam.
Right, but you're a mythicist, so it's a different game.
Well, no, I'm not a mythicist in totality. I just see it as
Let's
one
not
piece.
get into this because
No.
Yeah.
Well, no, because I'm telling you that I believe they exist as beings. So no, I'm not fully a mythicist. I just believe that that's one level of interpretation with what became religion. Because I believe.
I think you accidentally muted yourself there, brother.
Yeah. So, and my main point too, like,
you know, I think the archetypal world, you know, as far as I know, you know, and I totally get what Lilith is saying. It's not
Yes, the
exactly
archetypes. But
myth,
see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. People think that because it's an archetype, it doesn't have an existence. This is not true. This is the part that a lot of people can't wrap their heads around.
But yeah,
They
hold
think,
on a
oh,
second,
it's the
Lilith.
sun, or it's the this, or it's the that. Okay, well, guess what? The archetypes means that it's existed in the humanity from the day one.
Yeah,
Okay.
simmer down. Yeah, simmer down for a second, my friend. Frank, were you about to butt in with something?
No, I just wanted to guide it a little bit in the direction. Someone in the channel asked on my restream if we could give them like a fundamental ground level understanding of Taoism. So
Yeah.
Machine Lies, could you
Sal,
tackle
are
that
you?
for a moment?
Yeah, Sal, are you still there? I could definitely do that, Sal. The thing is, you know, in terms of Taoism, you know, you know, in the beginning, I kind of compare it to Confucianism so that people can understand
Yeah.
the total distinction there. But you know, I guess one of the main differences would be this idea. Yeah, the top two ideas I would point you to is the idea of going beyond words, right? So in Confucianism, you want exact words and definitions for things, right? So in Confucianism, you know, he says words need to have meaning for society to run in order. Now, Taoism says that once you begin to name things, it's the beginning of confusion, right? So, you know, this idea of drawing distinction between things, you know, I guess Taoism thinks that, you know, drawing distinction between things makes you lose sight of a greater mystery of things, or a whole way of looking at things, you know, another epistemological reference point that will totally be outside of your view if you just focus on names. Then I mean, in terms of ethics, I mean, you could say that Taoism says that goodness is not context dependent within the division of labor of a society. You know, Taoism says that those who are truly good are not aware of their own goodness, right? And are therefore truly good. So Taoism does not want to develop societal modes the way Confucianism does. It doesn't say goodness is context dependent. It actually says goodness has its own inherent value, right? So this understanding of inherent goodness, and where is this inherent goodness found? It's found within natural simplicity, the simplicity of nature, right? Not within technical improvement, right? Or within applying a system of laws. Even a king doesn't want to apply standards on his own people, right? The best way a king can rule, right, is by making people think they did it themselves, right? So by hoodwinking the people, right? So all of these are elements within Taoism, you know, that you know, the ruler is an unseen force, you know, essentially. And in Confucianism, that's totally untenable because kings, ministers, I mean, on the I mean, all the relations of filial piety, they all have to be in harmony with each other. So you
Right,
know,
and
I guess I would look at
they have to be brought
yeah.
forward as representatives.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. So there's some, there's
when
some
you have
keys
too
there.
many abstractions, you're nullifying what is already complete. You're putting God in a box. You're restricting the infinite. That's basically what it's saying. And so
and
go
Machine
ahead.
Lies, could you go on a little bit more because you're giving an eloquent, succinct definition that's really valuable.
And I just want to say one thing about my
ahead.
personal experience with the daemons and the jinn and all that, and why they may say why I think could be very well a good reason why they say that they're more like children and all that. I don't think it has to do with intellect. I think what it has to do with is they are primal and unbound and very instinctual. So they're like wild animals. They don't operate so much as like higher. I mean, they definitely have the capacity, you know. They're clever.
That makes
But
good sense.
they operate from a very primal, unbound nature, and if you work with them, you will too. And this is part of the task of the magician is to overcome them and not let them overcome you. And this is the part that is very dangerous for most practitioners, that they don't know what the fuck they're getting into. And why most people have horror stories and they're just like, oh, the demons are trying to ruin my life, because they don't understand. It's like, no, it's not that the demon is evil. It's that you're a retard because you're trying to summon a storm into your, you know, being, and it's tearing you apart because you're not ready for it.
Well, that leads us into the next. That leads us into the next distinction that I would like you to try to handle, Machine Lies, if you have time. Which is now that we've established this base, which is clear and concise. What would be your explanation of how the Taoists deal with these primal energies and how we are to cultivate them?
Oh yeah, through non-mediated action. I think that would be the best place. You know what I mean? To start. And right. So I think that tapping directly into the energies, right? Not through rituals or vessels or forms, right? So there's a sort of metaphysical element within Taoism, and that comes about too. In terms of chapter 42, that's a main place you could look at sort of Taoist creationism, if there is such a thing, right? But it talks about both the manifest energies and the unmanifest energies, right? So the
Yeah.
fact is, yeah. So the fact is that it's much better to use the unmanifest energies than the manifest energies, right? And that's what it's saying, because you tap into the source there, right? So
do you think that would do you think that would directly correspond with the Greek idea of the preformed state? I mean, when Aristophanes and Anaxagoras, and I believe even Socrates touched on it, that everything exists, like a chair, for example, exists in a preformed state, and it's only when we bring it into manifestation. And in the Chinese Tao, we call this the pre-heaven state of things, the unmanifest energies. If you could continue that line of inquiry.
I'd stay away from that idea. I think of it more as the prologue of John than Plato, right? Because the prologue of John is a line against Neoplatonism, and most people don't really realize it, right? Because in Neoplatonism, right, there's a higher realm, right? But what the prologue of John is saying is the higher realm and the lower realm are basically one thing, right? You know what I mean? Because they're both like with God, right? So it's saying that it says that God creates through the Logos, but the Logos was God, right? So I think that is more interesting, that the same thing that's used for creation, it's not different, because in terms of Plato, right, there's ontological transcendence, right? But there is no ontological transcendence in terms of the Tao, because everything is Tao, right? So there's just no sense in which there's dualism there, right? So that's why I said earlier, where I compared Taoism to Plato and Buddhism, right? And it incorporates both, because it says that being and non-being, right? So the main thing in Plato's philosophy is being, right? Being can never match non-being, and the main thing in the Buddhist philosophy is non-being. Non-being can never match up to the energy of being, and Taoism says these are two sides of the same coin.
There you go. There you go.
Good
fucking magic.
Yeah, so Sal, feel free to go to the Machine Lies channel. Earlier in this episode, I almost explained everything I've said now. So I got it on tap. I mean, this is it's like
absolutely, and that's
soft
why
serve ice cream machine. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's why I seek you out, and that's why I came to you with these questions.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah. Yeah.
Then the next,
for sure. Go
and
ahead.
The next step would be we've covered some of the recent foundation of it, and we're dwelling in it right now. And my main trajectory, if we consider time and the dimensions, then like many people are wondering, everybody's wondering, how do we penetrate the mystery? And what would you say to that? Like, just as your natural response.
Well, if we're going with the Tao, I mean, ever desireless, one can see the mystery, right? Ever desiring, one can see the manifestations, right? So, I mean, how can we perceive the mystery? I mean, see things without division, free our minds of concepts and knowledge. Not try to gain knowledge. By seeing the relation between things, right? So I think the fact is that you know, I think what essentially what we're involved in is a power leak, right? With technology and a lot of our interactions. So yeah,
Right,
I
right,
think
right.
so
Lao
I
Tzu,
think
Lao Tzu told us, close the doors, shutter the windows.
exactly.
Don't leak the energy.
Yeah, yeah, you
It's
know what I
not
mean?
about gaining more knowledge. It's about eliminating falsehood so you can see what's real.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So so in the path of knowledge, one gains, by through incremental gain. But in the path of the Tao, one gains by relinquishing. So I think and that's why I think it's hard for people to see. I think the use of technology is clouding our mental faculties. Obviously, the
Yeah, and that's
faculties
the
of
thing
Million
too.
percent. Million percent.
Remember, Lao Tzu counsels us. He says it's easy to see, but people are turning their backs on it, and I'm afraid they'll turn their backs on it till the end of their life.
Yeah, and I say, that we're facing a foggy somatic detachment through the externalization of ego and the mediation of our ego through the tools we use. All right, so
This is the
yeah.
distinction I make, what I call between the mystery, which is the true mystery, which is the mystery of nature, because there is no difference between the natural and the supernatural when you really understand it. Okay, which is the true mystery, the mysteries of nature herself. And then you have the mysterium, which is this disembodied worlds, afterlives, and all these other things that are unfalsifiable and exist in some abstract space that really has no existence. And so that's really, and then you could take that into a technology, where it's like this transhumanist, multiverse or whatever the hell. It's the same thing. It's just bringing it into the physical, like our buddy Ray was talking about. It, you know.
Yeah, and just to address, I know you're limited for time, and that you guys maybe headed off into the abodes of dreamland, but the idea of confining and concealing and conserving these energies in part is, of course, what we refer to as seminal retention, but it's also the constant reaching out. Like, we're utilizing Solomon's dark mirror right now at a level that they, in fact, I believed, utilized it as well, right? They would set up the temple, set the obsidian mirror in front of them, and they had this technology without any effort. We're on even somehow a digressed level, a degenerate level, as to what our ancestors were able to achieve. But my main point is that when we focus these energies and conserve these energies, we do give birth to new spirits. Yeah, voluminous columns of smoke. Yeah. And we bring forth these ideas like machine lies. You have a reservoir of powerful wisdom that did not happen in one lifetime. This is something that has been brought about through a shamanistic path of priesthood and cultivation over many lifetimes. And I recognize that immediately. That's why I always defer to you in the nature of such things and seek your counsel, right? So, again, it's always about, from our limited perspective, it's always about the path forward. And yeah, so what a wonderful thing. And I'm glad that you were able to take an extra, half an hour or an hour out of your life and address some of these queries that I had. Thank you so much for that, man. Blessings.
Yeah, no worries. Come back anytime. I mean, definitely. I'm here for you. Especially Wednesday night and Saturday night. We do these long form streams. In which we discuss Taoism, technology. We take a critical look at technology. Obviously, it's the number one thing that most people take for granted. So, in terms of critical thinking, it's a real, shit starter. So that's why I kind of theme the show in that direction, right? Because I want people to question, the mode that they're engaging in the first place. You know what I mean? Because I think thinking about thinking, I think that's the most evil thing. I think that is the loop, the mega loop, of Aristotle. I mean, so I'm trying to keep people away from that. I think this technology is, that's what it is: efficiency for the sake of efficiency, thinking for the sake of thinking. You know what I mean? And
right. And you know that the reason China lagged so far behind for so many, like hundreds of years, is because they deliberately forestalled it. They had rockets, they had magic mirrors, they had Mercury, right? They had all of these types of gadgets and tools. And like when someone like an intelligent genius would bring forth a new technology, the emperor would put him up on the cutting block and chop off his head and say, no, we need not advance. We need cultivate. And so, yeah, it's a real thing that they tried to forestall for a long time, but here it is now, right? Westerners embraced it and said, fuck, time to move forward.
India was the same for a long time, as well as Japan. Yeah. And then they were forced to, that's a whole nother topic, but yeah.
Well, gentlemen, if I can keep you for a bit longer, I have plenty of I personally have plenty of time. I'm off from work. I'm freed from the machine for the next 4 weeks, and I'm just kind of now getting into it. So yeah, good magic, man. A lot of fun.
So you're staying in China?
Yes, I live in Beijing. I've been here since like 2000, 2001, and so quite a bit of time.
Okay. Right on.
And I came here with a very specific purpose, a very genuine, small purpose. Just that when I was a young man, I practiced a lot of kung fu, and my older brother was a big guy, like 6'2", 200 pounds, a bit of a badass, and he always saw me getting my ass kicked growing up in LA. A lot of gangsters there and shit, and he forced me to do two things. One was to go surfing with him like every day, which I hated because the fucking ocean, destroyed me. I'm like a little dude. I'm 5'9", 100. I was like 100. Back then I was just a little bitty kid, but, and he was a big dude. He's a year and a half older than me, but he grew up like Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's just giant. And so he would take me out surfing every day, and I didn't like it. I'd get thrown over the falls and get tossed around in the washing machine.
It's fun.
And yeah, it took me about 10 years to grow to like it. And even now I don't really like it, but I can surf. So yeah. But and then the other thing was kung fu. Like we went to karate classes first, then we did taekwondo, then we did like some other Japanese arts, aikido, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. I took aikido and tai chi when I was in.
Yeah, we did kempo as well for a couple of years, and then when we found Chinese schools like internal arts, whole fucking different.
Nigong,
fucking different. Like our Shifu was a fun guy, and he'd play with us and shit, and like he laughed a lot, and it was like, wow, this isn't serious at all. And like, he would be pushing you into the splits and laughing at you and like smack you on the back of the head or something. And we had full contact class, like where we would actually go in and fight. And Shifu would like the top 10 dudes would go in there with him, and he would kick everybody's ass. So don't fucking tell me Chinese kung fu doesn't work. You're talking like, 19, 20-year-olds are there at the top of their game trying to attack him. And he's like 50, and he would just smack everybody down. And yeah, it was good fun. A lot of good guys came out of that school. So it drove my passion, but mostly I would just sit in the background. I'd sit in the library. I don't want to go in there and get my fucking ass kicked, I'd sit in the librering and read all the books on Taoism, because he had a library with books full of Taoist magic and all kinds of crazy shit,
Man, you're into crazy shit like me. Your cultivation tantra. I got deep into that. I practice it now. Tantra, Indian as well as Dao. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry
yeah,
about
yeah.
that.
Sounds like you're
No
crazy
worries.
like me, man. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, do tell. Push some of that forward. Like, what was your
oh,
interest? How did you
oh
get
man, I've been
reeled in?
everywhere, man. I've been in the light. I've been in the dark. Really, they're the same thing when you understand it. When you understand what it's all about. Yeah, I got into Gnostic Christianity because I was raised evangelical. But I was always interested in other traditions, even when I was so-called Christian. I was never really Christian in the traditional sense. I was Gnostic before I knew what the hell that word meant. In the sense that I've always seen Jesus as like a liberator of humanity from their own, ignorances. I've always seen him more as like a shaman, a healer. Uh, I mean, I think a case can be made that a lot of what he taught is more in line with Eastern teachings, especially the more the more heretical texts. But
What?
even
Yeah, yeah.
even in the
And
New Testament,
the
go ahead.
Chinese they have a story they postulate in Tao that it was Chinamen that went. They were the three magi that went and grabbed him and took him from 12 to 30 to teach him qigong. So yeah, there's something to that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the thing, man, and I've mentioned this to people before. Is this isn't the church that says that he was traveling other places? These are indigenous cultures. They say he was in India. They say he was in Tibet. They say he was in Egypt. And they have stories about this. People just discount them, and it's like, well, why are they saying it? It's kind of strange. It's like, why would they just make this shit up? Like, and these are just the lay people. This isn't the priests that are saying this. And so I personally think the story of the birth, the death, the resurrection, all that is astrotheology and Kabbalistic ciphers and all this other stuff, which I know you know what I mean. And that was to occlude what actually occurred. And the reason I say this is because all the oldest texts, okay, don't have him with a biography as a historical person. These are the newer quote unquote texts, okay, and some of the ones that they call heretical are just him teaching, period, like a Zen master or something, like a Gospel of Thomas or whatever. And there's many others, but again, we'll be here forever. And it's quite obvious that if you read through it, that he was trying to show people their own divinity and telling people, not to rely on authorities. Like, I mean, it's quite clear, to me at least. And I mean, if you really study the early histories of Christianity before it was Christianity, before it was a state religion, before someone turned it into a religion, like someone was saying earlier, 100 years later, they decided to turn it into a religion. Well, if someone writes a biography about someone 100 years after they died, in modern times, are you going to believe the oldest texts they have are from Paul, and Paul never knew Jesus. So what does that mean?
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing we get
never met
into
him.
too. Yeah, that's the thing we get into too.
True.
And you're right.
Never
You're
met
right
him.
you're right in saying that. This is all hearsay.
It
A
is
lot of it.
a lot of it. But then they say the other stuff is hearsay when it's older. So how does that work?
Well,
Yeah.
well, that's where we have to grok it. We have to have intuition. We have to balance logic and reason with
Yes.
intuition and
insight. Yes. And so to me, it honestly becomes irrelevant. It's a secondary issue. I do think someone did exist, okay? But the story of his historicity is of secondary importance. What's important to me is the message, not the messenger. And honestly, I think if he was here, he would agree. Because he never once asked for worship, okay? He never once said, go and create a church in my name and all this. Never. He says that they like to be praised, they like to praise my Father's name aloud and be noticed. He says, don't do that. They're hypocrites. They don't understand me. They don't, You know, they don't actually follow me. They just claim to, you know, but they really don't. They really don't understand anything. They're children. I give them milk because they can't bear the meat, you know. And you like, if you actually look at when he's speaking, okay, when he's actually
Right,
speaking,
right. Milk and honey for babes, and
yeah,
meat and strong drink for men.
right, yeah. And he's trying to like teach them things, and they're asking him all these questions, and he's like, I'm trying to give you simple, you know, concise answers about things that are that have to do with the material world, and you can't understand that, and you're asking me about spiritual things. He's like, you're not ready.
I mean, who wrote the book of Hebrews?
Well, exactly.
It's a good
And
question.
the thing is this, like the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, that wasn't until after the fact. Those texts never had names assigned to them until after.
Yeah, and
So
those aren't even Hebrew names.
No, they're not.
Bring it forward. What have you got?
Well, just this idea of the book of Hebrews, you know, this idea about milk, you know, for infants and solid food for adults. It's talking about the esoteric and the exoteric quite plainly, and then it's talking about the
Oh
you know,
God, that's so nice.
Yeah, the law of Melchizedek, and then the law of Moses. So it's very interesting. You know, it's making the distinctions of flesh and spirit right there between those two ways of thinking. So it's fascinating book. Yeah, but and I mean, I guess nobody really knows who wrote it. Some say it's Paul, and some. I mean,
Well, again,
who knows?
if Paul wrote it, Paul never knew Jesus. Okay, so what Paul saw was the Christos, which is something that's existed since the beginning of time, because it's a spirit. Okay, and if that's true, then that just further cements what I'm saying. Okay, that this is a Gnostic concept.
Before we go forward too much, I would like to say that when true things of the spirit grok with individuals on a mass scale, and like these things come from the spirit and they are written from the standpoint of spirit, unless like you've done the work, I think it's very difficult to challenge those things at a superficial level. Like that's again why I defer to those who are my seniors in these things, like the Machine Lies, and maybe yourself, Lilith. I don't know enough. Like I've listened to him for quite a long time, but you're very new to me. But having said that, I would say that I have penetrated into certain mysteries through my magic, through my cultivation, through my qigong, and there are certain things that occurred to me when I was much younger that proved to be true now, and have shown great relevance. And I know that men do speak to God and stand within the celestial temple.
Yes, no, I absolutely agree, and this is why I make the case that there is truth to this, and that man has spoken to God, quote unquote, in all different traditions at all different times, and they've all had a piece of the puzzle, and they basically have all, you know, are all arguing over who has the bigger piece, or who has the clearer piece, or who have. And the reality is that the divine doesn't need, you know. Again, we're back to the Tao, to where it's like, you know, it's relevant, because
that's well said. That it is.
It's ultimately putting it in a box.
Various aspects of the puzzle. You're right.
Right. It's all ultimately of the divine, and the divine is all around you and inside you and all around you, but you can't see it. And that's what Jesus said. You know, and he said that Moses saw through a veil. He said, but soon we'll see face to face. And he says at pineal. Well, what is pineal? The pineal gland. It's not talking about a place. And he says that he only speaks in parables. And if you speak, there's never a time that he won't speak in a parable. Well, look up the word parable. It doesn't mean literal. It means the opposite. So it just blows my mind that people don't see this, because it's so obvious to me. You know, there's all these parables and all these esoteric, you know, teachings. Everyone's like, it's literal. No, it never was literal.
Yeah. You're right. They're alchemical formulas, and I think that's more important. I think that's more important than anything else, is that it's the method, not the madness, right? It's not
Right.
the particular things, but it's the process that we go through.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
Yeah, journey of a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. I mean, from Lao Tzu, for sure. But,
Yes.
be in this world as a stranger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that's why he says be in the world and not of it.
That's
Meaning
right.
don't be conditioned by its rules and its laws and its, its mode of being. To be separate. That's what it originally meant to be a Christian, to be ye separate of this world, to not be,
Just
way
real quick,
down.
just real quick to give you the original flavor of the Chinese. It's 千里之心，是以之虚. We were just talking about this at a meetup with all of the foreign language cats at my academy. It's 千里之心，是以足下. Or like you just said, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Yeah, so nice. How synchronistic is that, right? And that's why I studied the fucking language, so that I could see it in its original form. That's why I came here. That's why I've been here nearly 30 years now, just to fucking grok that, to grasp it, to see the pictographs and understand them in their complete originality, because it's so beautiful, such a wonderful thing.
Yeah, have you looked at Ezra Pound? He was a translator of Chinese, and a fantastic poet. But yeah.
I have not, but no, yeah. Put the name in the thing, and
yeah, he talks about the ABC. He's got a book called the ABC of Reading, where he talks about Chinese language, and it's interesting. And he describes the characters, and he says that that in the characters, that he says that red is described as, being of red things. So it describes a red bird, or a cherry or something like that, and right. So it describes actual red objects. So it says it makes reference to the world when it describes objects instead of defining things on their own terms. So this idea that red is a wavelength on the color spectrum, right. So essentially, Ezra Pound says that is a distortion of what red is, right? But Chinese, Chinese actually understand red, because red is understood in relation to other red things, right? So he says,
and the two of us just happen to be wearing red.
yeah. So it's interesting. He's kind of taking this Taoist principle of, defining things through their relation, instead of, in the Platonic sense, separating and isolating the thing, and trying to define it on its own terms. He's that's false method.
True enough. And the other thing too is, like, the Golden Dawn brought forth the idea of these flashing colors. So when we do contemplate red within this plane of existence from an ocular focus, then it appears to us as a different color. I won't say it out loud, but it's reverse color. And so when I got into the initiation of Hermetics and started to contemplate all of the things around me in their reverse forms, and to meditate on them deeply, just like walking throughout the world and seeing things like a sign, because they're very fucking strategic in this. And most people do not know this, but all the things around you, just like the movie where they have obey what they live, there's a reverse inverse message on all of these things. And when you take a moment, like, that's why I admire you so much, The Machine Lies, because you always take the moment to reflect and contemplate and withdraw, which so many people do not do. Like, I took a year of vegetarianism just to get away from meat. I took a year long of silence just to contemplate truth. I took a year long off of sex, right? And this was all at the height, like 17, 18, 19, of the great passions, just to, you know, dial them back a level, right? Because they're so fucking intense. But when you do that, you start to truly see, right? It's like whoever that motherfucker was, the wrestler, puts the glasses on you, and you can see that they live. They genuinely do. Like, the distorted images around us are so apparent at that point. And as you say, so many people walk by in zombie land just ignoring it.
Yeah, and that's another thing in the Tao that I find particularly truthful is that opposition. You know, that each thing that opposes something else is part of the thing that it opposes, right? So
Yes.
that is a different idea than either synthesis or mediation. You know, in terms of the Hegelian or the Hermetic game, which is that we're trying to synthesize truth or mediate truth, but in the Tao thing, it's more about the coincidentia positorum, which is that every you know, say you have a fact, you know, that fact presupposes its own opposite, right? So every single idea contains its own opposition. You know, that's much more.
Yeah.
It's not controlled opposition. It's opposition from within. You know, that is the critical form, right?
Yeah, that reminds me of when I was reading, when everyone was doing prayers. That reminds me of when I was reading from my grimoire about Kali Lilith, and it says it was beyond and before light split into light and darkness, when they were contained within each other, and the void and the infinite space of potential were one. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's, you know, not to go into a diatribe, but yeah, it because that's really what it is, and that's what the yin yang is too. It's not something that is necessarily in opposition. They exist within each other. It's a complementary. It's only our perception that sees them as in opposition, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the upshot, I think. In fact, that one thing that many people overlook when they study the Tao Te Ching is that we have the Tao Te Ching. So we have the Tao, the way, the watercourse way, the low ground, right? But then we have the De. So the De of a rattlesnake is to fucking bite you with a venomous injection. The De of Mary Jane is to elevate you to a new level. The do of each individual, the virtue, the second part is virtue, is that you must embrace the virtue with which you are endowed. Like, you look at the machine lies and you could see the fucking virtue just emanating from him. That's a true, it's a true path of the watercourse way, that the mud has settled, right? And the virtue starts to rise. And that's what each individual needs to embrace. That there isn't some arbitrary fascination with all this showy shit. You know, you're going to fucking, well, I'm going to come off, you know, jerking off my cock and shooting in this direction or that direction. No, you embrace your virtue and live to your true self. And that's what Crowley was saying, right?
Yes.
Aleister Crowley, right? Say his name like he meant it to be said. That's how he said his name should be said. I am Aleister Crowley, just like holy. I am a living embodiment of virtue, which is the beast. And he bared his fangs and he bit into the world. And he brought on the new Aeon, right? The Aeon of Horus.
Yeah. And when like you were saying, people wear the shirt "Do what thou wilt" and they think it means do what you want. Nothing could be farther from the truth. It "Do what thou wilt" shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law. Love under will.
Yeah, maybe it's more like do what you actually have the power to do, or else it'll like fuck you up.
Well, he means well, do what thou. When he says,
yeah, like if you're gonna do something, make sure you mean it. Don't be half into that shit because it'll fuck you up. right? It'll take you over
Yes.
there.
But when he says do what you want, he doesn't mean like transitory desire.
Yeah, because
He
in
means
order to do what thou wilt, you have to unify your will. You know, so
Mhm.
that's the thing is that most people
yes.
can get to that first step. Right?
So you have a single pointed will. So it's like your focus and your intention is like a laser pointer.
And they're gonna get me. They're gonna be like, "You follow Islam and Aleister Crowley." No, I
Yep.
can just explain it better than the followers of Aleister Crowley. That's all.
There you go. There you go. There. Yeah.
So don't get it
That's
twisted. bro.
right. And like you said, son of Lilith, it's the top of the fucking triangle, exactly where your sigil is pointing. That's the true
Yeah.
will.
That's exactly what that is. Yeah, well, your true will is your dharma, to put it in Eastern terminology. So it's not your will at the moment, your will that you feel like doing right now. It's your sole purpose for why the fuck you're incarnated on this planet right now. So your will for what you want to do in your transitory existence could very well be very different than what your sole purpose is. So what Crowley is saying is what do what thou wilt is the presupposes the greatest freedom and apotheosis, but also the strictest possible bond. That's part of the quote as well that people leave out. And so what he means by that is, yes, it gives you emancipation, it gives you complete freedom, but it's also a bond because you're to do only that and nothing else. So there's something that you are supposed to do that is authentically you, and
Good
you're
God,
not
man.
supposed to deviate from that.
So eloquent, son of Lilith. That and absolutely nothing else, right? Persistence and determination.
Yeah.
As his secretary used to say, Israel Regardi said, inflame yourself with prayer, invoke often, right?
Yes.
You absolutely must do that. And it's so hard for so many people. Like I said, when I wake up in the morning, it's magic. All throughout the day, it's magic. Into the night, when I fall asleep at night, it's magic. And into the fathomless cavern of the mind as I sleep and drift on the clouds of dreamland, it's magic. And it is nothing else.
Yeah,
you could call it Tao, you could call it magic.
A lot of people don't understand, including magicians, that you don't do magic. That's only a stepping stone. You don't practice magic. You don't do rituals. You don't no. That's stepping stone. That's only opening doors in your own mind and in the spirit world or whatever else. Those are baby steps. What you're really doing is you're becoming magic, to where your entire life becomes a ritual. You are always immersed in it. So there's never not a time that you are acting magically. And people are doing magic all the time, whether they know it or not. It's just magicians do it consciously, because people perform magic on themselves all the time and don't realize it. But that's another topic. But I mean that's really what it is you are not performing magic, you are becoming magic. You are realizing that everything is a magical act.
Absolutely. Yeah, well said, man. Good magic. I certainly appreciate that. Like for me, for example, I've joined many magical societies in an effort to raise my elevation above the ordinary average study of the thing to a point where my virtue can project it. And so I'm always looking forward to that, like these types of conversations. And Lao Tzu, again, he iterated that these types of conversations are absolutely the highest form of human interaction. When
absolutely.
When we did, and Jesus said it too. When there are three among you who talk of me, then
I am there.
I am there. That's right.
Which completely decimates this idea of, and he says also, my house is not made by the hands of man, which decimates this whole idea of needing hierarchy and a church and all this nonsense. This is what I'm saying. That's what he means when he says the two or more speak in my name, I am there. Well, there you go. Then the Spirit is there. You don't need anybody else. That's what I'm trying to say. And they're gatekeepers. They stand at the gates and they do not enter, nor do they allow anyone else to enter. That's what he said. And it's all I did like a 3-hour video going verse by verse by verse by verse by verse, all the times where Jesus is saying there is no one but you and God. Like a 3-hour video going over
Well,
this.
yeah. I mean, this is the first time you've appeared on my channels. Yeah, give us the rundown. I mean, absolutely. This is the truth of life. Like we might ideate on the past and consider the history of those things, but we don't know the veracity of those. We have to amalgamate those and then prove them in our lives right now.
Right.
We always have to calculate, where is our compass pointing us? Where is true north?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I honestly, I was to a point to where I wanted to leave it all behind, to be honest with you. I was trying to get back into trying to understand like pagan roots and all of that. I thought I was completely done with the Abrahamic religions and all of that. And then I got into magic, and it's really interesting. This would be damn near impossible for people to believe. But it was actually the spirits. It was Lilith who
it's
was
like a Roman candle.
It was Lilith. Actually.
Yeah, one of the ways, one of the, I guess unique ways I was explaining the gospel teaching, is about this idea that I guess separateness is illusion, because every time you see divisions in the whole game, it seems like Jesus is like, no, get rid of that sort of division, right? So, he says, if you're right, I, offend thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee. House divided cannot stand. So when there's division within yourself, it's unmanageable. When there's division within the home, it's unmanageable. Then he says a man cannot serve two masters. So when there's division within the society, it's unmanageable. Then he says, give to, Caesar's what is Caesar's, and to God's what is God's. So there's no division within the entire political structure. And then he talks about God, and he says, we're all the children of God. So he says we're not even separate from God. We have a one-on-one relationship with God.
Yes.
So it's very interesting that Jesus actually, cuts down separation on every level. Much amenities are the down.
We do, and I know Machine Lies. I know you know it. He descends upon us, and he expresses himself through the vast sky, and like a lightning strike into our mind, wakes us up every morning, and the spirit of our ancestors commune with us. I know you guys know it.
When I first started working with Lilith, I straight up asked her. I was like, so you're supposedly like the devil and shit. I'm like, they never mention you in the Bible. I'm like, Lucifer and Satan, those are titles. I said, Lilith is a name, and the serpent has always been associated with the goddess. So what is this all about? I'm like, so do you really have an issue with Jesus? And she basically chuckled. And I'm like, it's all imaginary. I said, it's all man-made. She's like, of course it is. And I'm like, okay, so what is all this all about? I said, and is there really any truth to this Jesus? I'm like, well, what's going on with this? I'm like, I feel like there's something to this, but I feel like the religion is nonsense. And she's like, well, if you feel that, then why don't you keep looking? I'm like, so I'm not crazy. And so it quite literally, like all these, and you were talking about like, being taught. I wasn't taught anything, man. I was raised evangelical Christian. Okay. I wasn't even taught to meditate. The spirits taught me everything I know about magic, about meditation, about everything. Okay. And you could take that as you will, interpret it however you want. Okay. You were asking like my roots and stuff. Like I was into Shaktiism, which is basically the 10 goddesses.
Good. You should learn directly from the spirits.
Yeah. Well, I feel it's the only real way.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I dived in deep, man. And I got into Shaktiism. I worked with Kali originally. Kali actually led me to Lilith. That's another story. They're very similar. There's a lot of overlap. They very well could be masks of each other. But anyways, that's another thing. But and then Sophia, from a Gnostic perspective, I see you have Sophia Akamoth, and you have Pistis Sophia. Pistis is the Sophia above in the Pleroma, and Akamoth is the Sophia below.
Real quick though, that's like Tang Dynasty pornography right there. He's sticking the radish.
Yeah.
He's sticking the radish into the flour there. Nice. Love that.
Yeah.
So classic.
That's always
Yeah, Shang Tzu dreaming he's a butterfly.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Shang Tzu dreamt he was a butterfly. When he woke up, he said, I know not whether I was Shang Tzu dreaming I'm a butterfly or a butterfly dreaming I'm Shang Tzu.
Yeah, that's the wait, give me just a second because I can alliterate on that. Do you know the second part of that story? Okay, so after Shang Tzu said that he was a butterfly, they were walking along the river, and Confucius, Kongzi, was with him, and Chuangzi said, Shang Tzu said, look at the fish, they're so happy. And Kongzi said to him, he said, how do you know the fish are happy? You're not a fish. And Shang Tzu said back to him, he said, how do you know what I fucking know? You're not me, motherfucker.
Yeah. Right.
Drop the mic. And he dropped the mic. Yeah,
Right. Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people don't know the second part of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've said that to many people on this show here.
Facts, bro.
I've said that to many panelists. How do you know what I know?
Yeah.
Right. That's why I always approach it like I know what you know, Machine Lies. Like I know that you know what I do not know. And that's why I seek you out. And the same with Lilith. Like you know what I do not know.
Yeah, we have
and
spoken.
That's why
you
we're
may have
fucking
actually
here. That's
you
why
may have
we're
actually
here.
you may have actually been on my channel, man. I don't know how or when or what, but I know we've definitely spoken. And I haven't done videos in a long ass time, so it had to have been a long ass time ago. Though I've thought about doing it again. It's just they shadow banned me to the abyss, and I went from like hundreds of viewers to like 6 legit. Everyone stopped getting notifications. But I've thought about it, and I go really hard on the occult because, again, like you, I breathe magic. So I've thought about doing, and they're all live streams too. So yeah, I might start doing that again, and I'll be able to get into a lot of stuff. But
I think you should.
Yeah, I mean, I'll invite you, man. Like, I also started a Discord. Actually, I'll just put that out there. It's for practitioners, so I don't usually talk about it. But I started a Discord again. I haven't been on there in forever, so there's not really much activity anymore. But it used to be popping. We used to do like group rituals and meditations and all that fun stuff, like tarot, astrology, yada 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 yada. Again, I'm gonna be doing all this again. I'm getting a computer. I have a lot of things that I'm working on. I'm just kind of going through like a transitory period of my life, but yeah. But it does exist. If you want to like stay in contact and stuff, or if you're on his Discord or however.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I was offline for a really long time, and then I found a mutual friend of ours, Anna Perna, and that's how I came across Machine. I've seen his videos before, but we never spoken. Like I've seen his videos like quite a few times. Like
Can you access the
it.
Discord right now, or Twilight? You can invite people if you want. So
do so.
If you could do
Absolutely.
that, because if I go into my own Discord, it'll crash my computer. So the thing is that if you could just grab the link real quick and just invite.
Yeah.
And
yeah, thank you.
I've got a Lunar Light Entertainment Discord as well, and I'll post that if I may. And the other thing is, absolutely, like, what was I going to say?
I got all kinds of like PDFs on the occult and all that as well. So I usually keep it for people that are practitioners because it tends to spook people that aren't. Because there's a lot of very in your face, occult, material. Like no no holding back, you know. And it's like of all different traditions. So yeah, including the darker ones, clearly. So yeah.
Well, right. And the other thing is that we're trying to bring it forward. Like, absolutely.
Yes.
Like, I've
Yes.
seen where the machine lies, and we have synthesized so many things. And now, what is the next step? That's always the big question, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're here right now, and how do we go forward? And as we go forward, how do we gather energy, right? So
Yeah.
we're like a rolling snowball down a hill, right? And so we're picking up steam, and you can't let this thing go. Like you said in the past, you had this situation where it was gathering energy, and then sometimes we lose control of it. And that's the essential factor, I think, is that we need to focus these things so direct, like your triangle, like the Ouroboros, and you have the Lucifugian expression of how we see things, and then the eye and the triangle. We need to bring these things legitimately to the people so that they can utilize them as tools, as we've been utilizing them as tools, to reflect clearly upon what's going on around us and see through the illusion, see through the machine, see through. Yeah, and Lilith came forward to you, the first wife of Adam, right? And Astarte called to me when I was in a desperate position.
Oh yeah, I have some connections with her too. That's another topic. Yeah. The goddess in general has always been close to me. That's hours conversation. But yeah, that gets into personal stuff and gets into paranormal experiences. Yeah, that's something we could definitely chat about another time, for sure. Because I love that. I eat that stuff up because that's when you get into personal experiences and why I'm on this path. People ask me like, well, why? Because it's fucking real. But go ahead. And because I've never, you would think like, oh, there's all these evil demons. Well, if that's the case, it's been nothing but positive. So
that's the thing too. We need to always reconnect it in like some sort of legitimate scientific foundation. Like that's why the machine lies is so strong in this. Like as a root, he can bring forward the actual tangible evidence that makes the practice of these things legitimate, right? We may be natural magicians like son of Lilith. I believe you are. You're a natural magician. You were diametrically attracted to these things, but we don't necessarily have the foundation in the understanding. Like look at his fucking gift for example, his little headshot there. He's got Damo contemplating. Do you know the story of Damo, this Buddhist guy who he sat there in meditation for 9 years, penetrating his fucking energy into a mountainside and just penetrated it, blasted through fucking pure stone just with his mind, just so he could just so he could be admitted to a temple. It's just fucking mind blowing.
No, it really is. Yeah, and people don't realize like that shit's not like fables. They really do that, man. And you look at like these Shaolin monks and shit; they're no joke. It's wild the shit they accomplish.
Well, I think it's a high time for us to go back to the village, and in the village, I feel like art and religion were merged, but it was a special class of people who got to create the art, right? And so the thing is that the tools of art should not be for the general populace. They should be for the shamans, especially, right? So the fact is that anybody who tries to create technology that isn't of a quote unquote spiritual nature, is going to manifest evil with it. So the thing is that we don't control what we create. Create without ownership. Work without taking credit, as it says in the Tao. But once you try to control the results, you manifest evil. So the fact is that what's the next step? I say, why do we have rights? RIGHT, amino S is because somebody took away our rights. RITES.
That's
You know
right.
what I mean? So the fact is that we need to, destroy this wicked system and bring back the village, so that we can harmonize with nature and put the tools of technique, gift it back to that special class of people, right, that actually have the capacity to use it. So, this is a, short-term, long-term project.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. And part
the
of it,
shamanic,
like you said, is just giving up. Like you have to let go of the control. You have to let go of the honor, let go of the achievement, the grasping at it.
Yes.
Right? Just do the fucking work. Like from 19 to 39, that's all I did. I never focused on anything but the Tao and just doing the work without receiving any reward. And honestly, it didn't fucking work. Like I achieved a lot in my life. I achieved a high position, especially here in Chinese society, in the greatest city in China, at the highest levels of it. But honestly, it wasn't until I returned to my magic, like when I started to invoke the name of God, and when I used a system that took me a lifelong effort of striving to find out what is the secret name of God. And when I found it, I won't reveal it. Well, obviously, you got to do the fucking work yourself. But yeah,
Lilith knew it.
Big power in it.
Lilith knew it. That's how she escaped the Garden of Eden. Just a fun fact. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, absolutely. And
it never explains how she knew it, but yeah.
I hope each and every one of you can find it in your own way.
There's a teaching in that story, is what I'm saying. Yeah, because she's the only one who knew it, and it doesn't say how she knew it. And she wasn't just Adam's first wife, but God Himself's wife. Some of the mythology says. And when you take it back far enough, you realize that she's actually goes back to Mesopotamia. And I can back this up with evidence because I don't want anyone to believe me.
Right. And that's where we root everything, that we have to have this, like people are so dismissive of everything that we talk about, right? They say, oh, yes. Religion, fuck that. It doesn't apply. Or, oh, magic, fuck that, doesn't apply. Or astrology, or the alignments of stars.
Right.
Just yesterday, all of the fucking wandering planets aligned in a perfect line. And that means, to me personally, that Cthulhu has risen.
Yeah. Well, H.P. Lovecraft was a tortured occultist who wanted desperately to be an atheist because he was having visions through the lens of absolute fear and trepidation. And, he didn't want to believe they were real. And that's a really long story. But, that's why they have entire occult systems based upon his work, because
he was get into it a little bit.
Yeah, he was low key a occultist, and
do tell.
Oh man, yeah. If you're familiar with Kenneth Grant, he knew the reality of it, and what he saw through the Cthulhu mythos and what he described in that is actually the very paradigm that I work with, which is the Qliphoth, which is the backside of the tree of life.
Yeah.
So it's the tree of knowledge.
That's the thing, right? When you start to study the tree of life and you aspire to all of those colors of the rainbow that they talk about, right? You get pulled into the reality of the Qliphoth.
Yes. And people think that they're separate trees. They're not. The Qliphoth is the roots of the tree of life. So it's some call it the backside, the inversion, whatever, the shadow, however you want to look at it. But the fact of the matter is, they're not two trees; they're one tree. There's this distinction, this separation between. Again, I have videos on this stuff like hours long, because this is my bread and butter.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Just give us the distillation.
It quickens me. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, and really, when you get into it, what it's really talking about is the cliff off is supposedly the aborted worlds that existed before the creation we see now. Okay, so this is when
cast off shells.
Right, right, and the cast off shells were actually put there in order to shield the light. So this gets into like you know, opposition existing within things already, and it also having a purpose. Okay, so this is like the purpose of evil. Now, obviously, it's not evil necessarily. That's why I said it like that. But this idea that the reason there are shells to begin with, is to protect the light from contamination. So it has a purpose. Okay, and so like to use an example, mythologically speaking, Satan, okay, in the Judaic tradition never fell. This is a totally Christian idea. And honestly, it's not even a Christian idea, it's a church idea, because the translation of Lucifer in Isaiah is from Jerome, and it is a mistranslation. There's only one verse in the entire Bible in Isaiah, and it translates, although how has fallen from heaven, son of the morning, blah, 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 Lucifer, is it he who didst weakest the nations, blah, blah, blah,
Here,
and all
hold on
that.
1 second.
But
This whole idea with energy, I mean, just real quick. I mean, I don't know if C-Man is still watching. I really apologize. 8:38 a.m. So yeah, I totally don't know if you're still watching. I'm sorry about that, C-Man, and I'll send you a message. But yeah, energy, is talking about key, and obviously all energies are unmanifest within Taoism. That is kind of what I was trying to say. But the fact is that energy is a word created by Aristotle. But yeah, key would be the thing that, it's referring to, but it's not the same as Aristotle's concept of energy. But yeah,
it's life force.
Okay, you're still here. Blessings. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and that is a tree there. That's not a furry bush. But yeah, blessings.
It's a burning bush.
Yeah, so please don't strike us for that. Yeah,
it's a burning bush. That's innuendo. Anyways, that's another thing. But yeah.
Yeah, this is available on Frank Monday's channel. So go to Frank's channel, and it'll be there.
Right.
And you've already closed it on your channel, is that correct, Machine Lies?
Well, it's not that I've closed it. It's just that after 11 hours and 55 minutes, it no longer stores the recording. So I won't have it available. It'll only be available on your channel. So please try to keep that up there, and I'll play it on the Saturday show.
Absolutely. And thank you. I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time to answer my queries, because I've been so inspired to want to ask you so many fucking questions.
Yeah, come by anytime.
With work, I'm fucking constantly working.
Oh,
and
yeah, no worries. Yeah,
I can listen to your shows and stuff, but I can't interact because I got to do classes, I got to do fucking office work and stuff like that. So what a wonderful thing. I'm gonna be off for a month though, so I'm gonna be around a lot.
Yeah, it was a fated meeting, and obviously I wanted you to meet Twilight, so it's quite a synchronous event that he was here as well. Remember, because I think he passed out earlier. So yeah, blessings. Right? Gonna a little sippy sip.
Yep.
But yeah, blessings, guys.
I got some iced coffee.
So we have a question by what do you mean by unmanifest? Sal Smith asks, so he's still tuning in, and the unmanifest is the potential energy, right? Those things which have come from above and descended to below that can reiterate themselves. So it's the cyclical nature, I believe, of things that continue to re-emanate, and that's in and of ourselves. We do that, right? We continuously, moment through moment, reiterate into the present.
In
Yeah.
Hebrew, it's called tohu vavohu. In the
Yeah, I mean,
beginning,
yeah.
God. In the beginning, the world was without form and void. It's how it's translated in English. That's not accurate, though. What it is,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, eternal, you know, or you know, or
yeah,
uncreated. You know, that's another way of
yes,
looking at it. And another way of looking at it is that the manifestations are part of the Tao, right? So they're manifestations of the Tao, right? So once you have manifestations, they manifest from the source, which is the Tao, right? So, you know, so there's the unmanifest is the Tao itself, right? So that is the thing that it's trying to get forward. But yeah.
yeah. It's the pure potentiality before it's taken on any form, before it has any differentiation, before there's any distinction, before there's any division, before there's any categories, before there's anything.
Yeah, I mean, potentiality is an awkward term. What I would say is that the Tao is where the potential is actual. You know, so it's like you know there is no like there's finally you know pure actualization within the Tao, right? Because say possibilities,
Yeah,
you know where did what you know all possibilities exist within the Tao. You know, so
right. With none of them being actualized yet. That's what I'm saying by potential. Yeah, right.
Right. And you guys are somehow overlooking, and I don't mean to be discursive in any way, but
no,
somehow
please, yeah.
overlooking the transient nature of those things, because we're all in transition, right? And
Yes.
it's a huge thing these days. Like everyone's talking about, hey, trans this, trans that. But the genuine transition is that we're involved in the process. We are somehow co-creators. And so we're at the apex, the acme, the pinnacle of where things shift from that to this, right? And so in the modern parlance, we say that was Zen and this is Tao, right? So there's this great collection of ancient wisdom, and it's what I'm constantly asking, and it's why I came to you originally, Machine Lies, is because where do we go from here, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's the no thing, Sal. That's why I say it's pure potential, because it's the no thing. It's all things before they've become anything.
Yeah, and that's why I say, yeah, but you know, especially on the question of where do we go here, you know, I definitely look at, you know, the place, right? Like for example, right? Pay attention to the place where the material and you know, immaterial, the seen and the unseen, actually interact, which is in technique itself, right? So you
There
know,
you go. There
yeah,
you go. The method.
yeah, so that's why I say, you know, technology and technique. You know, obviously technology is the extrusion of technique itself, right? So the fact is that you know, you know, what is the objective, you know, power, you know, and also what is the creative potential, right? So that is one of the main things that you know I focus people on is the creative element. You know, what is creativity? You know, how does creativity itself manifest, right? And obviously there's this thing that goes beyond creativity, which is technique, right? You know, I tend to focus on those things, you know, so that people can focus on both something practical and something you know, I think metaphysical. And actually my teacher wrote a book called The Metaphysics of Technology, right? And I think that that is a great place to start. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think that's where the big shift is occurring. I think the people who will benefit the most and give the most benefit to society are the ones who can triangulate and arrive at that assumption. Like, how do we focus all of this into the triangle of art and make the manifestation possible and real? that we all know should be brought about, right? Without all of this guile, like you said a moment ago, and maybe like 3 hours ago at this point, but no, an hour and a half. You said that the entire panel verse is like in a stage of chaos, and I call it the Jerry Springer effect, and that's not what we want to continue to generate.
It's even worse. Yeah, I mean, at its very best, it's like whose line is it anyways? But they went to Walmart to cast the characters there, and then at its very worst, it's like a human centipede with people shitting into each other's mouths. And then
Sad.
Unfortunately, there's not a lot of guidance, right? But that is the world, and that is when mediation, is itself polluted, and it gives this sort of mental aids, to people. All right, so I mean, it's not, and you could definitely see that.
But yeah, when people like you step forward and Son of Lilith, we need to bring this message somehow. We need to redirect people back towards center so that there is a fruition, a flowering of spiritual ideas and spiritual science. I mean, not just the study of the past, that's a huge part of it, but also how can we re-manifest these things in our lives?
Yeah, definitely. I got a few things on the bottom here, that I usually talk about, and I've given a little bit of presentations. Actually, I forgot I gave a whole list of presentations on the development of the architectonic throughout history, and I talk about these different forms, intersecting and connecting, but also overlapping, right? About mythos. Here they go at the bottom. Mythos, age of symbols, theos, right? There's logos, right, which is the philosophical ideas, right, and mechanos, right? Obviously, philosophy, it was natural philosophy that gave birth to science, right? So this is the whole idea, and I talk about how these are thoughts, matrices, right, through which we've entrapped our own mind. And I talk about the solutions, what I mean? I'm talking about, getting beyond idols and getting beyond mediation. I mean, and that whole thing. And right. So when I talk about the Tao, I really focus on this term, unmediated action.
It's funny too, like in pursuing you and bringing the entire ideation of this forward, like it seems like such a selfish thing to me, because like I know that I can benefit directly from the interaction and receiving this message, but and at the same time, I hope that others can as well.
Yeah, that doesn't matter to me. You know what I mean? It could be purely 100% selfish on your part. Does not matter for me. I mean, thank you so much. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I would be doing what I'm doing regardless. I mean, but
and I know that's true too. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
the Bodhidharma.
so nice.
Yeah, when he turned around to go to the east, and they said, the emperor said, go back and get that man. And, they said, even if the whole nation were to go after him, he wouldn't turn back. Right? So, definitely.
Yeah, good stuff. Good magic.
The key to enlightenment is thus: carry water and chop wood.
Yes.
I don't know if you're familiar with that expression, but there's a teaching there. We have abstractions about abstractions and ideas about ideas, and we lose touch with what is real and what is natural and what is applicable, like what it's
you've got to do it, dude. Like it's a real thing too. Like you've got to do it. Like you've got to get out there and chop wood and carry water and cook food. Like they said, the ancients, they could discourse on philosophy, but they could also like shuck corn and cook beans and do whatever was necessary to preserve life. And see, that's where we diametrically oppose the people who call this a hell realm. And I know they have
yes,
they
yes,
have their
Thank
yeah
you.
they have they have their attributes, and they think they're in it to win it, but and it is their virtue in some way, but it's because they're living in the sewer of life. When you step up just a little bit above that, then you realize there's so much more.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Absolutely.
That was deep, brother.
Absolutely.
Yeah, blessings.
I always say the world system is hellish. It doesn't mean the world is hellish. It doesn't mean that,
true facts.
The natural world is not a simulation. It's people think they're in a simulation because they live in simulations, whether it's through the Black Mirror or wherever the case may be. They don't touch grass enough. You're in the natural world enough, you'll realize pretty quickly that it's very real. It's majestic.
Yeah, and to support that, like we have the basic equation of, in the Hebrew tradition, we have the yod he va he, right? So the yod is the fiery plasma that comes down into the mind of man, right? The divine spark. And then the second he is the watery spirit that elevates the arms of man and the shoulders. And the vowel stretches deep down into the torso of man, the breath, right? The air element. And then finally, the final he of the equation is his hips or torso and the legs touching ground. And so you have to integrate the higher and the lower, right? The heaven above and the earth below. And people go so far beyond that. They think that we have to have these astral realms of space and beyond, and it's not. You have to start from a basic ground level in order to build up, right? Like a pyramid.
Mm-hmm. This again is what I refer to as the mysterium, as opposed to the mystery. The mystery has to do with here and now. It has to do with the natural world. Even the supernatural is natural when you really understand it. The occult is nothing more than the harnessing and the understanding of the laws of nature, visible and invisible, the subtle energies within the self and within the universe. That is all. It's not some Hollywood craft Spookyville. Like that's not what it is. And it all comes out of shamanism anyways. Every religion and every occult, occultism, magic is just shamanism 2.0. The deeper you go into it and the more you look into the history, that is what it is. It's just adjusted for modern times, and given new paradigms and ways of looking at things. But there really is no separation whatsoever at all. Once you really understand the what the shamans do and what magicians do, it's the same thing, down to astral travel and all these other things. And people go into these astral experiences and they think that it's something outside of them. No, it's not. Or they think that they're somehow outside the matrix, quote unquote. No, you're just in a collective. Now you're in a collective matrix of your own mind, or in the the mind of either your own mind or the collective mind. But you're still in the matrix that you claim to be in. But the matrix is not something that's artificial. It's natural. The matrix is the mother. That's the word comes from ma. M-A. Anything M-A refers to the mother. That's where you get mother.
Yeah. That's such a funny thing. Like my old
matter.
When I was back in California and I studied under Master Ni Hua Jing, he told me that the most powerful word in the spiritual realm is mother or ma.
Yeah.
Mama. Like if you're in a deep state of trance, like sleeping, and a villainous spirit sits upon you, like a demonic succubus, he said if you call out to your mother, it will disperse it immediately.
Yeah, because she's the creatrix. And that was the understanding before all these other religions took over. That was the pagan understanding. That was the, it's been with us from the beginning. Going again into shamanic times.
So with that said, what would be your take on the idea that there are now 72 genderifications and the dispersion of these things?
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's a tough topic, but we have to face these tough topics as we go forward, because if we do not, they will, right? If we leave the space empty, then other voices will fill it. So it's like, for me personally, natural law, spiritual law, universal law distinguishes two genders, man and woman. Just the Taiji, just the yin yang. That's all there is.
Yeah, I would say this. I'll be nice. I'll be nice, which or I'll be kind. I don't like nice because nice implies deception. So I'll be kind. Okay, gender is a social construct. I'll give them that bone. Biological sex is not. There are two sexes, male and female. Gender is a social identity. They can identify as whatever they want. It doesn't change the biological sex. It doesn't change biological sex. Men cannot give birth. Men cannot have periods. I don't care what they say. It'll never happen.
Right. Like Tampon Tom, you can put all the fucking tampons you want in the men's bathroom and they're not going to be bleeding out of their cocks. That's just not a real thing.
Right. And I know people that are part of the LGBTQ, whatever the fuck, that actually would agree with that. So this is actually a minority opinion that is political in nature, that ironic, really truthfully speaking, uses that movement as a shield. So it's not even really them. It's that really believes this nonsense. It's they do what they always do. They hide behind things and they want to add another letter to that alphabet. And it's a Trojan horse. It started with gay rights, and I'm gonna make it clear. I respect anybody for what they want to do with their lives in the comfort of their own four walls. Whatever. I'm not at all, bigoted in any form or fashion.
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%.
Just stay away from kids.
Yeah, hold on, guys.
And
You
this
guys
is
hold it down for a second. I'll be right back.
this is what I'm talking about. The extra letter they want to add. Because it started with gay rights, and there's a group called Gays Against Groomers. So like I said, they hide behind the shit. It started with gay rights. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I support that. Okay, that's fine. Gay people deserve to be just as miserable as heterosexual people. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, it's tough shit. You don't even know. Like me, I've been married 25 years. Yeah, don't endeavor to do that unless you're strong.
That takes a special kind of enlightenment, my friend. Anyways, but jokes aside, they're trying to sneak the P into the alphabet, and they've been doing this for a long time. They've been planning this for a long time. They're trying to sneak every form of debauchery that would make Crowley roll in his grave. People talk about he's evil, like and this is like UNICEF and what they're teaching children. You have like the drag queen story time and all this nonsense, because apparently I guess they're like trans now. I guess you don't have to actually be trans, you just got to dress up like a woman. They're just like, oh, it's part of our culture. It's like, yeah, if you go to like a stripper gay club or something, yeah, that's part of the culture for adults. Yeah. And then you find out they're like all convicted like sexual offenders and shit. And it's like, yeah, and they're reading children's stories or teaching church and be ye transformed. Like I actually saw someone teaching a church service to a child, trying to use the Bible to justify transgenderism to a child, and saying, see, isn't our God wise? He knew that people would decide one day that they wanted to be something else and da da da. I'm just like, are you fucking serious, man? This is crazy. You know, and yeah, it's social engineering. It's Marxism. People call them the left, the liberals. No, they're not. They're fucking Marxists. That's really what they are. And that's what has always been at the root of overturning moral values. And we're talking about like you know, the degeneration of society and all that. Like that's the root of all of it. Like people talk about all these different groups and all that. You can understand all that to your, you know, blue and speak about all that to your blue in the face. If you don't understand the root of it all, it's almost worthless. So like we were talking about way earlier about how like who rules over you. Well, what really rules over you is an ideology, and that ideology is what's known as the World Revolutionary Movement,
Well,
cultural Marxism.
And I would like to address that for a moment, if I could.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing of the path of the magician, which I know you study. You are a magi. It's about breaking chains, right?
Yes.
So the for a magician, karma doesn't rule over you. The zodiac doesn't rule over you. The 5 elements do not rule over you. Society does not rule over you. That's the path of the magician. We take the upward central path and we break through. We may deviate left or right, but we break through all chains that bind us. And that's the essential truth.
This is also true. And this is something I try to get through to people. But since most people are absolutely allergic to anything magical, because it's evil, you know, it's hard to. But I always say, like, you know, but I at least try to say, like, look, we are the
I
ones
lost
with
the
the power.
transmission. Can you guys still hear Lilith? Hello? Give me 5s if you can hear Lilith.
We are the
Your
ones
connection
that are,
broke.
Uh-oh.
So my main point here was that the pathways of the Magi are just that.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if Frank can still hear us. Frank, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yeah, I think Frank lost connection with us, Lilith. So it's not you. Yeah, Lilith, it's not you. It's Frank. So yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me
let
now?
me,
How am I
yeah,
here twice? That's
Yeah,
weird.
let me tell Frank. Frank, it's you. Frank, it's your
Okay.
audio.
Am I back? Yeah. No.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah. Now I can. Yeah.
Oh,
I have a
okay.
doppelganger. Okay.
My
Yeah.
my connection broke.
Yeah,
I would
no worries.
agree. I would agree with you, Frank, and this is why I try to. I mean, I don't try to turn people to a cultist because I know that's a fool's errand, and I wouldn't do that anyways because as a magician, I respect everyone's liberation, and the last thing I want to do is tell everybody what to do because it's completely antithesis to my nature. But I try to tell people like, hey, you know, if they scream about, you know, what's going on in the world. It's kind of like, well, you know, when you're at war, you know, if you have a weak enemy, you don't throw everything with the kitchen sink at them. You don't poison their food and poison their water and poison their air if you don't have an enemy that's worth, you know, worth all that. You don't come at an enemy that's weak with everything that you got. You don't pull all the stops out. I said, so if that is the case, and it clearly is, then that means that they fear us. So if they fear us, that means we have power. And if we have power, then that means we should utilize that power, not by picking up arms and doing anything stupid, but by simply not complying with their edicts, because it is consensual after all. at the end of the day. So instead of screaming and yelling about all the things that are going on and how we're powerless, realize that actually, no, we're not. We have all the power, and we just need to stop playing the game. It's really that simple. Stop participating. But most people just, it goes over their head. And they're just like, well, what do we do? You know, how can we do? You just stop. Look through history. You know, you just stop. Like, it's really that simple. You say, look, this is not real. It's illegitimate. It has no legitimacy on the face of it. The entire system is fraud from beginning to end. It's literally word magic.
It's such a beautiful message, dude. Like, we need to find those things which with we can go forward, right? So we need to dispel the illusion. And I think that's what you're tying into.
Yes, that is dispel, quite literally. Well, I mean, when you get into like maritime admiralty law, like, it's legitimately sorcery of the most subtle level. Even the way they have us use words and shit, like they mean one thing to us and another thing to them. That's why laws outside of the original powers of governance that were given, are called codes. That's why when you go to court, it's called a summons. That's why there's so many things people take for granted, and it's not by accident. Like, there's a reason why law is called legalese. It's legitimately another language. We'll be here forever. And you get into the straw man, which is basically a sigil. It's not you. It's a legal fiction. So it's sorcery, quite literally.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like, we need to genuinely dispel these things from our side without the usage of their systems, because we can recreate and manifest our own systems that are better and far superior and are rooted in the understanding of the past, but utilize the present to go forward. So, like, there are so many variables in the future, and nobody can predict them all. So, as long as we dial in to the correct path, then we can catch the wave, as it were, and get tubed, right? If we use a surfing analogy, and come out ahead. And that's what we need to do. We need to lead the way. We need to come out ahead, right? So many of these panel chats are taking the direction of the Jerry Springer effect. And this particular triangulation has achieved so much more magic than any of those could ever, like, postulate to do, right? They're so far in the background, and it's not about comparison, but in some way it is. Like, it's so competitive, right? So we're bringing forward so much more value in synthesizing these things, but at the same time, how can we compete?
Yeah,
well,
my solution is to level the playing field. I mean, in terms of the technologies, and I could greater talk about what I mean by that, but seems an inopportune time to do so at this juncture. I mean, but yeah, but it's been a fascinating conversation with you guys, and there's no good place to leave it. But I do have to step away from the computer for a prolonged period of time. So I will not be able to attend this conversation.
Good, man. And thank you for your time, and thank you for entertaining my questions. I really appreciate you.
Of course. Yeah, and I'm here for you anytime. We got the Discord there, so please feel free to reach out. Don't be shy.
Yeah.
And we'll be back here on Saturday.
Okay.
I don't know if
Good
Lilith
man.
will be here,
Good
but
man.
I definitely will. But Lilith is available in the Discord there as well. So I mean,
and let me say too, Happy New Year, because as I left work today, like, everybody was like, the Chinese New Year's coming up, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Happy New Year? You missed it. It was like a month ago, and So going forward, the year of the snake is coming upon us, which means little dragon, right?
Yeah.
We passed from the dragon into the snake, and the snake is supposed to bring big money to everyone. So be looking forward to that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, I mean, for saying that, because I am in a deep level of poverty right now.
Oh shit.
Yeah, especially since I'm moving to Ohio. But yeah, the thing is you know, I told the audience that I'm not going to be here for 12 hours, yada yada yada. You know, I have insomnia. You know, fuck all of you. You know, blah blah blah. And now I'm here for 14 hours. So,
Yeah, give me
so
your
I'm
PayPal. I'll send you a hundo.
well, I mean, there's a cash app at the bottom of the screen, but there's no need to send that much money. Please don't. I actually forbid you from sending that much. You know what I mean? But
Oh shit.
please, you know, take care of
I would
yourself.
I would
Take care
feel
of yourself.
humbled to do so. Yeah, thank you,
No,
sir.
no, that's only for donations only, and all of those go towards other charity cases, such as myself, and also to equipment for the show. So you know what I mean. So there's no need to contribute to that. You know, for anyone, it's not a necessary thing. But I am here for you guys. You know, another you know, at least 9 to 12 hour show we'll do on Saturday night. You know, similar topics, and yeah, you know, please feel free to reach me. You know, there's also my email on the channel for anybody that's interested. But yeah, you know, I'm here 2 hours over the stream time, all right? But I'm sure this tape will be available at Frank's channel, all right? So I mean, you guys, please go ahead and I mean, you know, yeah, go ahead and you know, subscribe to Frank's channel and go and watch the rest of it there if you missed some of it. But yeah, the thing is that, you know, I bet you know, with the donations, even we barely got enough to reach the payment for the StreamYards. $400 for the StreamYards. So mainly what we're doing is recording here, right? It's not about gaining an audience. It's not about doing any of that stuff. It's just recording. So you know, that's why I got to cut people off, you know, and say, oh look, I'm just gonna read for now, you know, because you know, and I don't mean to do that, you know, but the fact is that I'm always here for conversation. I didn't want to do a 15-minute cut and run thing, you know, with you here, you know, so I wanted to give you a good amount of time. But yeah, blessings, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And
Of course,
magic.
anytime. Yeah, anytime. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah, but peace out, friends. Lilith, I mean,
Yep.
Frank. Yeah.
Blessings, man.
Yeah, let me end this stream here.